Belinda and HarperCollins present this unabridged recording of
Gentlest of Wild Things by Sarah Underwood. Read by Isabel Adomakoh-Young and Fern Kay.
For my little sister, Helen, who makes me kinder and who I love very much.
Prologue. Alexandra. Alexandra hurled herself through the storeroom door and slammed it shut behind her. There was no lock, nothing to keep it closed, but she pressed the length of her body against the wood and prayed that it would be enough. There was a brass skewer in her hand, snatched from the hearth side as she hurtled past it and still flecked with grease and scraps of charred meat. Alexandra clutched it like a sword. Her feet were bare and filthy, the flesh of her arm torn wide open and sticky with blood. Every breath she drew was a gasp, ragged and painful, and loud. Too loud. She would be heard. She would be found. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than there was a sound in the room beyond. A dull, regular thudding. And beneath that, the patter of bare feet on stone. Closer and closer they came, until she could have sworn they were right beside her. Alexandra clasped both hands to her mouth, so that the cold of the skewer pressed against her lips. Her throat was raw from screaming. If there was anyone left in the house, she knew by now that they were not coming to her aid. There was nothing left to do but stay quiet and hope. She drew in a long, slow breath, cringing as the air whistled in her throat, and strained to listen for movement on the other side of the door. Silence. Alexandra exhaled, as quietly as she could, and counted from 1 to 12, her lips shaping the names of gods atop Olympus. Nothing. She counted back from 12 to 1, ending on Aphrodite. There was no sound now. Whatever lay beyond the door was waiting. Or, perhaps, it was gone. Alexandra allowed herself the smallest glimmer of hope. She lowered her shaking hands from her mouth and turned her head, slowly, to face the door. Not gone. The realization hit her like a blow, and she froze, staring. On the other side of the door, through the gaps in the worn wood, a bloodshot, golden eye stared back at her. A sob escaped the tight cage of Alexandra's fingers, and the eye narrowed, crinkling at the corners. Alexandra caught a fleeting glimpse of pale, bloodless lips, pulled apart and baring teeth. Then they were gone. The eye, the lips, the teeth, all gone. But where had they gone? Where? Alexandra was not left wondering for long. With an awful, rending sound, the door was ripped from its hinges and slammed into her. The skewer clattered uselessly from her fingers as she went flying back into the storeroom, crashing into the sacks that lined the wall. Her head smacked hard against the stone. The sacks were kept atop a low wooden bench to keep them from the damp of the floor and the sand that covered it in a fine layer. But they toppled readily as Alexandra hit them, following her to the ground. She lay there, like a discarded doll, dizzy and panting, surrounded by lentils and seeds and grain, and the first spill of blood. The door rested atop her. A dull, distant ache radiated from the wrist she'd fallen on. She turned her head painfully to the side. Her vision spun. Beneath the bulk of the door, she could see nothing but a patch of hazy, seed-scattered floor. For a moment, everything was still. Then the shadow rippled across the ground, followed by the dancing glimmer of a reflection. A glint of metal, like the shine of firelight off a blade. Alexandra turned her head away. What use was watching? It would only make her more afraid. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited, her pulse thrumming frantically in her ears, her throat, her belly, and the tips of her bloodied fingers. When the door was lifted from her, it was with something like gentleness. A gasp rushed past her lips as the pressure on her chest released, and she felt something warm dribbling from the corner of her mouth. Blood. The taste was overwhelming as it began to carve a path across her cheek to drip from her jaw. The dull pain of her wrist flared and hardened. Broken. She was almost sure of it. There was a sharp, ringing thud, something solid making contact with the floor, so close to her face that she felt the disturbance in the soft, short curls that framed her face. Alexandra whimpered. Shh. A rustling of fabric as the monster knelt. A careful hand caressed Alexandra's face, wiping the blood away. Then the soothing, shushing gave way to a foul, wet sucking. Alexandra squeezed her eyes shut tighter. Her lips shaped the words of a prayer to Persephone. Lady of flowers, goddess of a spring Alexandra would not live to see through. The hand returned to her jaw, and Alexandra leaned wearily into the cool press of fingers. Another hand cupped her opposite cheek, so that her face was cradled, tenderly, between two palms. Please, croaked Alexandra. She was not sure what she was asking for, but the grip of fingers on her flesh tightened in response. They held her head in a sudden vice, then jerked it sideways. Alexandra thought she felt it when her neck broke.
1. Eirene. Eirene regarded the basket of plums with the same distaste she would have shown the rotting corpse of a rabbit. The individual fruits were perfect, plump, richly pigmented, unmarked, and identical. They could not have been on the doorstep for long. The morning dew was only just beginning to collect on their shining skins, and Eirene couldn't help but watch a droplet mark a slow, inviting trail downwards. Despite herself, she inhaled, and the air was thick with their fragrance. Gods, again! Phoebe materialized at her shoulder without warning, a slender, serious wraith in her ivory chiton. Eirene started, snatching her hands back from the basket of plums. She had barely registered herself reaching for them. I wasn't, she began guiltily. Phoebe hardly seemed to hear her. Her brow was furrowed, and her teeth worried at her lower lip as she leaned past Eirene for a closer look. The third basket in as many days, she observed flatly. And they're from him, aren't they? Eirene nodded reluctantly, unable to meet her twin sister's eyes. Who but Leandros could find plums at this time of year? And it was not just plums. Yesterday it had been figs, and the day before that pears and a cluster of golden grapes, all perfectly ripe, all impossible to find in these late spring days on Zakynthos. Eirene had not allowed a single one over the threshold. Perhaps she was cautious to the point of ridiculousness, but everything about Leandros frightened her. His rumoured beauty, unnatural and captivating, the grand house he owned in the hills with its single looming tower, his claims that the blood of gods, of Eros and his divine mother Aphrodite, flowed in his veins. Then there were the bottled desires he sold to the wealthiest islanders. He claimed he had inherited the power of love itself, that he could thaw even the iciest of hearts. Eirene had seen enough to believe it, and she wouldn't be allowing Leandros anywhere near Phoebe or her heart. What business did Leandros have sending gifts, ones that seemed a lot like courting gifts, if you asked Eirene, when he already had a wife at home? Round-hipped, wide-eyed Alexandra, with her clever tongue and bright laugh, had been admired for years and for miles, and golden Leandros had won her within weeks of arriving on the island. He had his prize, and he'd taken enough from Eirene. Neither she nor Phoebe had seen their old friend since her marriage. "Are we going to tell Stavros?" Phoebe crouched down and picked up a single plum. She straightened, turning it over in her palms. Eirene watched her sister with a knot in her throat. Phoebe had been plagued by a recurrent fever throughout their childhood, the same fever that had claimed their parents, and it had always been up to Eirene to nurse her sister through each terrifying bout. Over the years, she'd learned which herbs would cool Phoebe's brow or coax her into a heavy, dreamless sleep. She'd mastered the art of swapping sweat-drenched blankets from out around her sister's prone form, and she'd even perfected a bone broth stew that Phoebe could keep down when everything else made her retch. Still, despite Irene's best efforts, Phoebe seemed to grow slighter with each passing winter. Shadows gathered beneath the jut of her collarbones. Over time, the warm brown of her skin had become sallow. Her dark curls had lost their luster. "Eat it," said Eirene reluctantly, nodding at the plum in Phoebe's hands. Though she wouldn't touch a single one herself, she could not, stop Phoebe. They were just plums. They couldn't do her any harm. "As many as you want, but I'm throwing them in the river when you're finished. I don't want Stavros knowing about this." "He'll find out eventually," said Phoebe reasonably. She pulled apart her plum with her fingers, plucking the stone from the shining yellow flesh with a practiced ease. She tucked one half into each cheek and spoke with her mouth full. "He might be drunk half the time, but he isn't stupid." "I have to disagree," said Eirene. "And," said Phoebe, "the window in his bedchamber overlooks the path. One day, he'll sleep off the wine a little earlier and catch sight of whoever's delivering the fruit." She swallowed. Her next words were clear. "Or Leandros will just tell him, whatever it is he has to tell." "Perhaps Leandros prefers to keep his business his own." Phoebe shrugged and ducked down for another plum. Eirene got the sense she was hiding her face. Her voice quavered on her next words. "If you say so." "I do," said Eirene, with more confidence than she felt. "Are you done? The light's good. If you finish off that chlamys you're making, I can take it with me to the market. And I can get rid of these before Stavros sees." She bent down and swung the basket of plums into her arms. Their scent hit her again, harder, and her mouth filled with saliva. She must have been hungrier than she realized. "Let me have one more." Phoebe stretched out her hand. Her calloused fingers were sticky with juice, and there were crescents of dark plum skin caught beneath the bitten-down nails. Eirene couldn't stifle the shiver of guilt that ran down her spine. Weaving was a fiercely physical task, and it cost Phoebe more than angry new blisters and dozens of little cuts where the rough twists of wool had been drawn across her flesh. She would work from dawn till dusk, until she physically could not go on, and the relentless overwork pushed her into another spell of sickness. She needed rest. They both knew it. But no one had talent like Phoebe. They could not afford for her to stop, and Phoebe would say as much whenever Eirene begged her to take even a day of respite. Eirene pushed 2 more plums into her sister's dye-stained palm. "Go on," she said gruffly. "I need to leave soon." "Don't forget to pick the rosemary," said Phoebe. "The physician always needs more, and he pays well for it." "I know," said Eirene, who had forgotten to pick the rosemary. "Mind your own business. Is the chlamys ready?" Phoebe rolled her eyes. "Don't harass me. You can't hurry art." Before Eirene could reply, to say that she'd better hurry if she didn't want to starve, Phoebe had whirled on one bare foot, the plums clutched to her chest, and scurried into the house. Her footsteps were light on the tiled floor. They were all but silent on the stairs. It was an unspoken rule between the two of them, staying quiet until they knew that Stavros had awoken. Even then they kept their voices low. Their cousin was invariably in a foul temper after a night of heavy drinking and losses at the gambling tables. Last night had been one of Leandros' grand symposiums, where all his guests drank for free, so Stavros would be twice as unpleasant this morning. Eirene scowled at the thought of the symposium. If Stavros ever knew of Leandros' gifts, he'd certainly make the same assumption that Eirene had, that Leandros grew bored of his wife, that he sought a new addition to his bed. Stavros would be overjoyed at the prospect of having such a powerful ally. No matter that Phoebe would be little more than a mistress, easily discarded. Stavros would march her to Leandros' gilded bedchamber himself. It could not be allowed to happen. Eirene squared her shoulders, propped the basket on her hip, and set off down the path towards the river. She cursed Leandros with every step. The house that Eirene and Phoebe shared with their cousin stood alone atop a low hill outside the village. It was an unremarkable building, indistinguishable from every other in the village below. 2 stories of mud and wood, a handful of windows, and a wide, straw-thatched roof in dire need of repair. Stavros' father had been a shepherd, and the house's position gave it a fine prospect over the now empty pastures and the river that wound round them. It also meant that its occupants had to tramp up and down the hill every time they went out, which only served to add to Eirene's foul temper as she stalked back up the path. The remaining plums had not sunk when she'd tossed them into the river. They'd bobbed on the water's surface, mocking her even as they were swept downstream. She'd kept the basket to use for herbs. She always needed more baskets. But she'd smacked it against every tree she'd passed on her way back, swept it through the dust outside the house, and made sure to tuck it beneath the stack of others she kept by the door. Now battered and dusty, it blended in seamlessly. Phoebe was right. As much as he drank, Stavros remained surprisingly sharp-witted. He could spot any new purchase in an instant and would spend weeks hounding Eirene over it. Once, she'd finally bought herself new sandals, 2 years after they'd first started falling apart, and he'd been so enraged he'd threatened to turn her out onto the street for wasting his money. His money, as if he'd earned a single coin. Even the memory of it made Eirene's cheeks hot with anger. She scowled and gave the pile of baskets another kick for good measure. Inside, she stoked the hearth that burned low in the centre of the single downstairs room before padding up the only staircase, placing her feet carefully as to make only the smallest sounds. When she reached the chamber she shared with Phoebe, for sleeping and working alike, she gave the door a gentle push. It gave way beneath her touch. Eirene slipped inside. "Phoebe?" Her twin was perched on her stool in a patch of dappled light by the window, the finished chlamys, woven in strands of cream and wine, clutched in her slender arms. She did not turn to face Eirene right away. It was only after another, quieter, "Phoebe," that she did. "Eirene," said Phoebe. She smiled, and, looking like that, even with dark circles under her eyes and hollows in her cheeks and an anxious twitch in her fingers, it was easy to see why Leandros wanted her. She was not just lovely. She was thoughtful and deliberate and kinder than Eirene ever was. Eirene was quick to temper, but Phoebe always knew how to soothe her rage with a few careful words. Phoebe cleared her throat. She shook out the chlamys, a long rectangle of pale wool, a pattern picked out on its edges in crimson. "Here." Eirene took it. She had a sickening thought that this might be the last thing Phoebe made before she was snatched away by Leandros. No. No. That would not happen. Eirene would not allow it. She cleared her throat. "It's pretty." "And?" Eirene winced. Was she truly that easy to read? "Nothing." She scrambled for an excuse. "Well, just that the cold weather is coming to an end. Not so many people needing new cloaks." Phoebe frowned. "You'll manage. You always do." "Yes," Eirene agreed, too hastily. There was a long silence as the two of them gazed at one another. Phoebe chewed on her lower lip and clasped her hands together. There was blood on her teeth. Eirene broke the quiet first. I suppose I should get going. She turned back towards the door. Eirene? Phoebe's voice was suddenly very small. Yes, Phoebe. You'll make sure you get a good price for it, won't you? You never know how long the money might have to last. Eirene tightened her grip on the cloak, her fingers digging into the soft wool. They wouldn't make it to the end of the summer without Phoebe. Not with Stavros gambling away every coin he could get his hands on, buying more wine than he could ever afford, and forcing Eirene to slink shame-faced into the brothel in the morning to pay off his bills. And that was just money. How long could Eirene bear to be parted from Phoebe? They had come into the world entwined already, born knowing one another better than anyone else ever could. Eirene wasn't sure she knew how to exist on her own. Phoebe, she began. A peculiar look passed across Phoebe's face. Don't forget the rosemary, she said. There might have been more, but they both froze at movement in the neighbouring room. There was a rustle of blankets, then the thud of unsteady feet on floorboards. Stavros had awoken. Phoebe's expression hardened. Eirene felt her own face twist. Together, they listened to Stavros lurch towards his window and throw open the shutters. A pause, then there came the distinct sound of urination, followed by an indecently loud grunt of relief. Another time, they might have grinned at each other, smothered their sniggers. But today... Eirene, Phoebe began. Do you ever think maybe I should... No, said Eirene. The word was hard and brittle, like a broken jar in her mouth. You know what Leandros is. You know what he can do. Could you really stop me if I was determined to go? If I loved him? You don't love him, snapped Eirene. I'm afraid, said Phoebe. Eirene had swallowed the broken pieces of the jar. Now they were tearing their way through her insides. Afraid of what? That I will. Phoebe spoke quietly, but each word was painfully clear. Love him. That he'll make me, and you won't be able to stop him. 2. Eirene. It was mid-morning by the time Eirene arrived at the market square, laden down with baskets of fresh herbs. 5 bundles of that damned rosemary, alongside the parsley and the fennel and the mint and the rest. Beside the herbs was a careful selection of tinctures she'd brewed and decanted into little clay jars, and, finally, kept meticulously separate from the rest so as not to dirty it, Phoebe's cloak. That she intended to sell for more than all the rest combined. She still felt sick to her stomach, Phoebe's words echoing through her ears. I'm afraid. He'll make me, and you won't be able to stop him. Eirene set the baskets down clumsily. The blanket she used as her storefront was strapped to her back. She pulled it free and knelt to spread it over the ground in her usual spot, easily identifiable by the neat row of rocks left there. She placed one at each corner of the blanket, then sat back on her heels, staring out at the square with dismay. The market had once seemed to Eirene to be the beating heart of the village, a bustling, buzzing hive of activity, full of carts and stalls and rickety tables and dozens of people shoving their way between them. Now, with half the sellers gone and fewer buyers with each passing day, it was like a graveyard. Today, only 2 other stalls were manned. The shoemaker's, which she hadn't seen sell a pair in weeks, run by a cobbler so ancient he probably remembered the Titan's reign, but had forgotten that he wanted to make money, and the baker's cart, with its mountains of fresh, pillowy bread. That one was tended by a tall girl with a drawn, pale face. Xenia. It made Irene's heart ache to look at her. Xenia had been a living ghost since her little sister, Clytie, had left to check the bakery ovens one morning and never returned. There were rumours they'd tracked her to the house of a merchant 3 villages over, and that the man had spat in their faces when they demanded her safe return. He'd claimed that Clytie was his wife, and that her family had no rightful claim to her anymore. Now, standing alone at her cart, Xenia gazed blankly at the steaming piles of flatbread before her. Unable to stand witness to her suffering a moment longer, Eirene looked away, her eyes searching the rest of the square. It was a pitiful sight. Though most of the unused carts had at least been dragged away, a handful remained, on their sides with broken wheels, the wood rotting away, as if their owners had vanished into thin air. More likely, they had been recruited into Leandros's growing staff. It seemed everyone in the village served him these days. The abandoned stalls were just as depressing. One had belonged to the village physician. He had stopped sending his apprentices out to the market with bottles of tinctures and fragrant poultices. Another had belonged to a young woman who sold bundles of flowers from her garden, baskets of dried petals, and tiny jars of rose oil. After selling a particularly beautiful tapestry of Phoebe's last summer, Eirene had bought 2 jars of the oil, one for Phoebe and one for her, and rationed it as if it were ambrosia, putting a single drop behind each of her ears in the morning. She'd heard no story of what had happened to the flower seller. One day, she had simply been gone, her stall deserted, her garden left to go wild. Behind that was the goat shepherd's stand. The goat pen stood empty, the stall before it equally barren. This late in spring, with summer a matter of days away, the kidding season was long finished, and even the weakest of the newborns would have been put to pasture. This was the time when the shepherd usually sent his daughters to the market with the first of the year's kids. Sturdy, vocal things that would fetch a decent price and provide a great deal of amusement to the rest of the stallholders as they leapt easily from their pens and led muscular Chloe or sweet little Frona on a wild chase. But there were no braying little goats here and, even more conspicuously, no Chloe or Frona. Eirene frowned at the abandoned stall as she began to unpack her herbs and spread them out upon the blanket. The word was that a pair of noblemen from the north of Kephallonia had become enamoured with the girls on a visit to the village, more likely on their way to one of Leandros's famed symposiums, since little else drew such attendance, and had spirited them away to become their brides. The shepherd would not have let his daughters go without a fight, if it had not been for both girls declaring themselves utterly and completely in love. Few people dared to whisper what they all thought, that it was not love at all, but desire. Desire made and offered and sold for an extraordinary sum by Leandros. Eirene scowled, her fist tightening round the bouquet of parsley she held. It was a welcome relief when a familiar cry split the air. "Rosemary!" Eirene looked up, already grinning, the tension falling from her limbs like water off a duck's sleek back. Damon was the physician's boy, but he was also Irene's friend. Perhaps the only real friend she had in the village now, since the rest of them, not just Alexandra and Chloe and Frona and Clytie, but Alcestis and Eirene and Ianthe too, had suddenly been plucked up and carried away to marriages in the far-off corners of Zakynthos. Eirene had waited patiently, naively, for word of some kind, an invitation to visit or just the idle gossip from their new homes. Ianthe, the last to disappear, had been married a full season, and Eirene was still waiting. "Rosemary!" Damon declared again, startling her from her thoughts as he snatched up 2 of the bundles that Eirene had just laid down. Eirene realised she'd been grinding her teeth and forced herself to relax her jaw. She turned her attention to Damon. Strands of his shaggy, dusty brown hair fell into his eye, catching on the leather patch that covered the remnants of the other, the eye the fever had stolen from him. He pushed the loose curls back and grinned at her, folding his skinny torso in a mocking bow. "Eirene, my Rosemary Queen, you have saved me once again. We're fresh out, and you know it'll be my fault if it stays that way." Eirene laughed, sitting back on her haunches. "There are 3 more bunches in there for you. Does your master need anything else?" "Mint, peony root, parsley, fennel, cedaritis," Damon rattled off. His chiton hung ragged to his pale bony shins, and Eirene frowned at it absently as she methodically retrieved the herbs he'd asked for. It said much of the physician that he kept his apprentice so poorly attired. Perhaps it lessened a little of her jealousy that Damon, her friend truly, but a boy without even a fraction of her skill, had been taken on while she had been turned away. Her humiliation had been bitter. The physician always bought her herbs, had even taken her advice on the best way to brew them once or twice. But when she had finally mustered up the courage to admit to him what she wanted, to learn from him, to be a true physician herself, he had turned her away without a moment's thought. "And saffron, if you have it," added Damon hopefully. Eirene blinked away the memory of the healer's rejection and laughed, perhaps with more scorn than her friend deserved. Her hands were full with a neat package of peony root, wrapped in a square of sackcloth. "Saffron?" she scoffed. "And where would I find saffron on Zakynthos at this time of year? They're an autumn flower. Be sensible, Damon." He shrugged, putting his hands out for the peony. "Rumour says there's crocus patches growing on the cliffs. Special patches, it says." Eirene snorted and tossed him the package, then set to work retrieving the fennel and parsley. "Sounds to me like someone's trying to thin out the competition by sending them on ridiculous expeditions. Those cliffs are treacherous." "I'm sure someone will try it." Damon picked at the edges of the sackcloth. "Not everyone is afraid of heights." Eirene scowled. "Do you want to pay double for that?" He ignored her irritation and leaned in closer. "The whispers came from Leandros' man." Eirene stiffened. "What?" "Right. Some fool will get it in his head that he can trade a crocus for one of Leandros' desires, and then Leandros would hardly part with his desires for so little." Eirene could feel the flicker of her heartbeat drumming behind her eyes. She blinked hard and busied herself with bundling sideritis. "It would take a great fool to believe that there are saffron crocuses growing on Zakynthos, let alone to think that 100 of them could pay for one drop of desire." She forced certainty into her voice and thrust the remaining herbs up at Damon. He balanced them atop the others with some difficulty. "Leandros is a liar, and he is poisoning our home with his vile enchantments. Soon everyone will realize it, and then he'll depart Zakynthos just as swiftly as he came. Good riddance." No matter that Leandros had been there nearly 5 years now, arriving in the desolation that had followed the fever, and swiftly setting up his household to take advantage of whoever was left. Eirene clenched her fists. "How much is all this worth, then?" She changed the subject abruptly, waving her hands at the precarious piles of herbs in Damon's arms. He was avoiding eye contact, though she couldn't be sure whether that was because of her tirade or because of the question he must know she was about to ask. "Enough to pay for Phoebe's medicine?" Damon winced. "Eirene—" She interrupted him quickly before his expression could become too pitying. She had not expected a yes. "It's fine. How much is left?" Eirene had an unusual arrangement with the physician. He provided her with a particular tincture for Phoebe, one she had never quite managed to replicate. He claimed it had magic in it, some enchantment from his long-ago travels on the mainland, and Eirene staunchly disbelieved him. But the truth of the matter was that there was something about it she could never identify, and it helped Phoebe. When she had one of her worst days, shivering and nauseous and dizzy, a splash of the medicine steeped in hot water could soothe the very worst of it. She would still retch at the smell of most food, of course, and it did not eliminate the fever entirely, but it would bring it down enough that it would not be deadly. Sometimes that was all they could hope for. Eirene paid off her debt to the healer with a ready and regular supply of her herbs. "The end of the month, he told me," said Damon. Eirene sighed. She just had to hope the warmer spring weather kept Phoebe strong. "It'll have to do." "I thought you said she needs it less often now." "One good year guarantees nothing," said Eirene stubbornly. Damon shrugged. "I suppose not." He scuffed his battered sandals against the dirt. Then his face brightened. "Still, don't you want to know what I heard about Leandros from my master?" "I don't know." Eirene wished she did not care, but she did. The more she knew about Leandros, the better she could protect Phoebe from him. "It's about his wife." That settled it. Eirene gritted her teeth. "What is it?" Damon looked about quickly, then, seemingly satisfied that no one was eavesdropping, knelt down with Eirene and leaned in surreptitiously. Eirene leaned back from the branches of rosemary that were abruptly shoved into her face. "Damon," she protested. "Careful." Damon ignored her, leaning in closer again. "When Leandros' wife died, my master—" "She what?" Without quite meaning to, Eirene shot to her feet, almost headbutting Damon in the process. Her vision blurred alarmingly, and she swayed where she stood. Leandros' wife had died. Alexandra had died. Alexandra, who had been 2 years her senior, bold and bossy, full of joy and wit and charm. Alexandra, whose cheeks had always been round and pink, whose skin was bright and suntanned, who the fever had barely even touched. Alexandra, who was so alive. Until, without warning, without explanation, she wasn't. The final realization hit Eirene like a rockfall. She clutched at Damon for stability, her mind racing with sudden clarity and understanding and cold, terrifying dread. There was a new danger now, and Alexandra's death had just been the start of it. If she was dead, then Leandros no longer had a wife, which meant that Leandros did not want Phoebe as a lover to discard by the year's end. He wanted to marry her. "Eirene?" Damon's strangled voice seemed to be coming from very far away. "Eirene!" Eirene blinked, clearing some of the fog over her eyes. "Oh," she said. She'd caught Damon up by the front of his chiton and seemed to be doing her best to choke him. "Sorry," she managed, and let go. She took a stumbling step backwards, tripping over the edge of her blanket. Damon lunged to steady her, succeeding only in yanking on her hair as she tumbled to the ground. She sat amongst her herbs, her scalp smarting, her tailbone stinging, her ears ringing with the words, "When Leandros' wife died," over and over and over. "Eirene!" Damon knelt beside her. "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't know. I'd forgotten you were friends, or I'd have never—" "When did she die?" interrupted Eirene. She pushed her hair back from her face, suddenly hating the brush of her curls on her cheeks. Her grip, her control over the world around her was slipping faster than she knew how to handle. 5 days ago, said Damon. "In the evening, I think, but my master was called for first thing the next morning." 5 days. So few. Leandros' first gift for Phoebe had been sent just 2 days later. Damon lowered his voice. "And that's not all." He leaned in. Eirene leaned back just a little. She couldn't bear anyone being so close to her right now. She was sure she was on the verge of tears, and Damon seemed oblivious. His cheeks were still flushed with the thrill of his secret. "Last night, I overheard my master talking with old Otis, who digs the graves of patients who die, and must have buried Alexandra too, because they both were agreeing that it was no ordinary death. No natural death, I mean. They were saying that there was something terribly, awfully wrong with her." "Something wrong with her," repeated Eirene in a whisper. Damon nodded. "Something wrong with the body. As if she had been savaged by an animal, some kind of wild thing, a wolf maybe, or a bear, or a lion." He leaned in again, and this time Eirene did not move away. Damon spoke in the faintest of whispers. "My master said she had been—" "Well, I am loath to break apart this little romance," interrupted a hard, irritable voice. Eirene sprang back from Damon, knocking into a basket of parsley and sending the herb flying everywhere. She blinked up at the newcomer and recognized, with an irrepressible shiver, the mint-green edges of his chiton and the shining brass brooches pinning it at his shoulders. Peiros, Leandros' manservant, the only member of the household that wasn't brought in from the village each morning to be dismissed again each evening before the sun had even set. If Leandros had secrets, Peiros surely knew them all. Peiros would know exactly what Leandros intended with Phoebe. Peiros cleared his throat. "And yet," he continued with pointed disdain, "I must. I cannot wait around all day. A word of advice, herbalist. Continue your courting after you've sold your wares." Damon spluttered. Courting? I am not. Damon, said Eirene swiftly, before Damon could blurt out what they had actually been discussing. Your master will be expecting you. She pressed a hand to her side and tried to force herself to breathe more evenly. She could handle Peiros. He was just a man. Damon hadn't moved. He glanced between Eirene and Peiros with wide eyes. Damon, said Eirene again. Damon took the hint. He shot a final appraising look at Peiros, then scurried away, his arms laden with bundles of herbs and the package of peony root. For women's pains, recalled Eirene bitterly as she watched him go, and for the treatment of convulsions. She did not begrudge her friend his post, not really, not always, but, gods, how she longed to join him. Herbalist? With great reluctance, Eirene returned her attention to the man towering above her. She clambered to her feet, brushing every speck of dirt and greenery from her chiton before condescending to meet his eyes. She curled her lip pointedly. What can I do for you? He looked over her remaining wares, raising his brows as his gaze came to rest on the mess of spilled parsley. Eirene scowled. She was the best herbalist on the whole island, and she knew it. Her selection was the greatest and her plants the finest. When she could, she hounded the foreign visitors to the village with requests for seeds and bulbs and cuttings, and paid them handsomely for their troubles if they ever returned with what she asked for. It was that which meant there was dried Laconian thyme laid out before her, alongside Olympus yarrow and the delicate flowers of the Acropolis. Some folks liked to tease that she was blessed by Demeter. Even Phoebe would smile and say that nothing could do anything but thrive if Eirene set her hands on it. Still, as much as Eirene made her prayers and her offerings, she could claim no godly favour. Everything she had clawed from the earth with her own work-worn hands. Are you listening? Eirene blinked, yanked rudely from her thoughts. What? Normally she tried to be polite to customers, but this man was Leandros's, so he deserved all her scorn. She didn't want his coin. She wanted nothing to do with him or his master. Peiros gave her an oily smile. I was asking after your sister, pretty Phoebe. Eirene stiffened. What about her? Peiros toyed with one of his brooches. How is her health? That wasn't the question Eirene had expected. How does she feel about marrying a monster would have been her first guess, but her health? What could that matter? Fine, she said tersely. But she doesn't join you at the market. Peiros was watching her closely, with unsettling, interested eyes. She's weaving, snapped Eirene. It was a hard walk to the village and back, and Phoebe reserved all her energy for weaving now. Eirene wished they were not so poor, but Phoebe did not feel she had to work as she did just to keep them all fed. Shame. I should have liked to have seen her, said Peiros idly. But I suppose it can't be helped. I'll take everything you have here. Eirene blinked. What? I said that I'll take it all. He tapped his sandaled foot impatiently on the dusty earth as he spoke. Everything you're selling. What? She needed to stop saying what. He wanted to buy everything. Everything. Eirene shot to her feet. I mean, are you sure? All of it? Is that a problem? Damn her principles to Hades and back. She would not scorn Leandros's custom if Leandros's custom was this. This would be enough coin for a month. More than a month if she could keep it hidden from Stavros. Enough coin that Eirene might be able to convince Phoebe to spend a few days away from her loom. Maybe they could go to the sea, or at least down to the river. When was the last time they had swam together? Eirene forced herself to offer Peiros her most beatific smile. Not at all. She quickly tidied the parsley back into its basket and arranged the herbs and tinctures in front of him. You can return the baskets to me tomorrow, the same spot. He sniffed dismissively. I'll buy the baskets too. Of course. Eirene could scarcely draw breath. Oh, she'd charge him twice their value without blinking. Do you need help carrying your purchases to your She cast her eyes around. Cart? No cart. I can manage a handle of baskets, girl. Well then. Eirene gave the purse tied to his belt a significant look. Peiros was not looking at her. He was staring, frowning at something behind her. How much for that? He said abruptly. With all the rest. Eirene turned to follow the line of his gaze. Her heart gave a leap. Phoebe's cloak still rolled neatly in its basket. She'd not got round to unpacking it, to folding it in such a way that the careful details of the trim would catch the eye of any passer-by. Except this one. Not one of Leandros's men. Peiros was still waiting for a reply. It's expensive, she said at last. Name your price. The money wasn't worth the risk. Eirene named a price so outrageous she wondered how she did not choke on the number. Twice its true worth, if not more. Peiros hardly blinked. Done. He opened his purse and began to count out the coins. Done? Echoed Eirene. You're buying it? He did not look up from his purse. You are a very poor peddler, he said. One would almost think you don't want to see your wares sold. Eirene opened her mouth to retort. Then, as he withdrew his hand from the purse and her eyes caught the glimmer of silver, she shut it. Here. Peiros thrust the coins at her, and she had just enough time to cup her hands together before silver was spilling into them. She gazed at the money blankly. So much for a simple cloak. How could such a price ever be justified? Then slowly, stiffly, as if the movements were not her own, she turned and dropped the mess of silver into an empty rosemary basket. When she turned back, Peiros was scooping up the basket of herbs and roots. He jerked his head impatiently at her. The weaving too. And somewhere in the back of her mind, she registered that he did not even know what he had bought. It could have been a blanket or a saddlecloth. Cold bars of apprehension seemed to cage her chest. She had made a mistake. What could Leandros do with his desires and Phoebe's weaving? Could he enchant her away from her family? Force her to accept his relentless attentions? No, surely not. If desire could work so distantly, then the whole village, the whole island, would be under Leandros's thumb. And it wasn't. Not quite yet. This must be another plot to woo Phoebe, a display of wealth akin to a bird's bright plumage. But Phoebe would never know of it. Eirene snatched up the cloak and wordlessly added it to the pile in Peiros's arms. His answer was a short grunt. He turned smartly on his heels, the baskets teetering, and marched away. 3. Eirene. Eirene stood there for some time, her mind blank with incredulity. What had just happened? Was it a dream? But no, there were the coins, as plain as the nose on her face. She crossed her eyes. Yes, her nose was definitely still there. As if in a daze, she gathered up the few empty baskets from Damon's purchases. The money she stowed in the leather purse tied about her waist. She'd never seen it so full. That realization ignited the first flicker of hope in her heart. With this money she could pay off her debt to the healer, no herbs required. Perhaps she could even beg another jar of tincture that would last them well into the winter. And dyes. She could not stop herself from smiling just a little. Dyes. Rich, rare pigments from the mainland, so that Phoebe's next work was not just skillfully rendered, but woven in the brightest colours there were. Eirene could demand an even greater price for such a piece. That was if Leandros did not claim Phoebe first. The thought was instantly sobering. Eirene swayed where she stood, rocking between her toes and her heels, seized with a sudden urge to run. Back to the house, back to Phoebe, if only to be certain that her sister was still there. Of course she'll still be there. Eirene shook her head, as if that would clear it of the anxious fog that hung over her thoughts. It wasn't as though Leandros would just snatch Phoebe from her home in the middle of the day. Eirene glanced up at the sky, at the weak sun struggling to break through the clouds directly above her. That decided it. It was barely midday and there was too much risk in returning now, with her purse full and Stavros certainly still at home. Besides, Damon hadn't finished telling her about Alexandra. Peiros had cut him off, and Eirene wanted to know everything. Phoebe was safe for now, and Eirene was going to do whatever she could to make sure she stayed that way. The physician's house was a squat, mud-brick building on the west side of the village. By the time Eirene slipped back out through the open door, the sun had reached its peak in the sky and begun to descend. The purse at her waist was noticeably lighter, and she held a round, stoppered jar. Phoebe's medicine. The old jar paid off in full. She'd bought dyes, too, rare ones that the physician had collected on his trips to the mainland. A purple she knew her sister would love, and the red she tore through like wildfire. Damon had been gone by the time she'd arrived, sent by his master on an errand to the north of the island, so she still did not know what he had been about to tell her, but the colours of the dye and the thought of Phoebe's face when she saw them had been enough to ease the weight of dread on her heart. Eirene cradled the jar against her chest and made for home. As she neared the eastern edge of the village, Eirene slowed. Ahead loomed the walls of the brothel. A relatively recent addition to the landscape, the building was quiet and dark now, but come early evening, the windows would be bright with light and laughter. There were new girls every week now, and they seemed to grow sweeter and younger each time. Leandros must be turning a pretty profit. Everyone knew it was his magic that kept them so lovely. Eirene knew from the smell of his clothes, discarded on the stairs for her and Phoebe to collect and wash, that Stavros spent many a night here. Had he had the coin for it? She set her jaw and pulled the strings of her purse tighter. Stavros could pay his own debts today. She marched past the brothel, turning the jar over and over in her hand and trying to convince herself that she'd done the right thing. She was a good sister. She had sold Phoebe's cloak. She had bought Phoebe's medicine. She had frightened off Peiros so that he would not steal Phoebe away. So why did she feel like she'd made a terrible mistake? "This will last you another season. Don't leave it so late next time. My master does not like to be hurried." Eirene stopped dead, her fingers stilling on the curve of the jar. She knew that voice. Peiros. Without quite realizing she was doing it, she flattened herself against the brothel wall and held her breath, listening. "I am sure that I paid quite enough for the inconvenience." The answering voice was undoubtedly one of a wealthy man, plummy, coloured with the sharpness of entitlement. "I will not be hurried through such a delicate business." "You would do well to remember your place. My master." Eirene strained to hear more, but Peiros's voice had fallen to little more than a whisper. Well, if she could not hear him, the least she could do was see him. She squared her shoulders and marched round the corner, where she walked straight into someone warm and smelling faintly of roses, and small enough that their collision knocked her straight to the floor, the breath tumbling from her lips in a high, bewildered gasp. Unable to stop herself in time, Eirene tripped over her, and they were reduced to a tangle of limbs and bewilderment in the dirt. She cradled the jar against her chest as she fell, careful not to let it be damaged. "Watch where you're going, won't you?" The voice came from someone standing nearby, pompous and irritated. "Hard to see round corners," said Eirene, only a little sharply. "Why on earth were you standing there?" She sat back on her haunches and examined the girl she'd bowled over. Thin, dark hair, narrow brown arms. The girl was tiny and bird-like, even though she was a year Irene's senior, 17 to Irene's 16. Ianthe! Eirene was surprised by her own delight, by the flood of relief that went through her. She'd been so caught up in worrying about Phoebe, she'd quite forgotten that anyone else existed. But Ianthe was here. She was fine. "Sorry for smashing into you like that." She offered Ianthe her hand. "I haven't seen you for months. Where have you been?" Ianthe took Irene's proffered hand and offered her a bright, stupid smile. Her eyes were utterly blank. "Hello?" No. No, no, no. Understanding flooded Eirene in an instant. It was not like Ianthe to stare like that, as if there wasn't a thought in her head. Ianthe's father was a blacksmith, and she had kept a small stall for him at the market. It was impossible to cheat her. Eirene had always admired Ianthe's quick wits and her sharp tongue, but desire, for what else could it be, had stolen them.
"I'll ask that one such as yourself does not speak to my wife."
There was suddenly a hand tight about Irene's forearm. She lost her grip on Ianthe as she was hauled unceremoniously to her feet. She found herself staring into the watery blue eyes of a man. She recoiled from him. His skin was a translucent greyish film stretched over the stark bones of his face. His lips were narrow and dry and twisted into a cruel smile. The expression exposed teeth that were a fetching shade of brown. "Your wife," Eirene repeated. This man was old enough to be Ianthe's father, her grandfather even. She cast a slow, appraising eye over him. He was richly attired, his chlamys an expensive yellow, his chiton finely woven and trimmed with a repeating pattern in the same hue as the cloak. It was pinned at his shoulders with matching gold brooches, and behind him, watching her with shrewd, narrowed eyes, was Peiros. Eirene looked between them, fear blooming like a weed in her belly.
"Yes," snapped the man, "my wife."
He had made no move to retrieve Ianthe from the dirt. She sat there, blinking doe-eyed into the distance, that brilliant smile still plastered over her face. She did not seem to notice the dust on her face, nor the twig that had knotted itself in her hair. "Ianthe," said Eirene. Desperation made her voice break. "I am very happy," said Ianthe brightly. Her eyes slid past Eirene and her expression became sultry. "I'm in love."
"Didn't I just tell you not to speak to her?"
The man, Ianthe's husband, puffed himself up. Perhaps he thought it made him impressive. He looked like a broody hen fluffing up her feathers so as to appear intimidating. Eirene noticed for the first time the squat plain jar clutched in one spidery hand.
"Now, if you'll kindly remove yourself from my path."
He turned towards Ianthe. "What is that?" blurted Eirene. She felt sick to the depths of her stomach. Desire brandished openly. He was not even ashamed enough to conceal it.
"I beg your pardon."
His eyes flashed and his skeletal fingers twitched towards the flashy little blade strapped at his waist. What were the odds he didn't know how to use it? Or at least that he wouldn't dare to use it on her? It was a bet Stavros might take. Eirene supposed she had more in common with her cousin than she thought. "Tell me what's in that jar," she demanded. "Tell me what you've done to my friend." Peiros let out an audible snort. "I'll be going now," he said, addressing Ianthe's husband and totally ignoring both Eirene and Ianthe. "I'll see you in the summer." He turned on his heel and strode away, disappearing into the narrow back streets without a backward glance. The man barely seemed to notice Peiros's departure. He waved him off without looking. His eyes, fixed on Eirene, had narrowed with astonishment at her impertinence.
"Perhaps that sour face of yours is a blessing, girl," he snarled. "You will never know the taste of desire. Oh, you are lucky that Leandros is already set on a wife. How I'd long to see you brought to your knees before him."
"So there is desire in that jar, is there? Of course there is." Eirene hurled the words at him as if they were stones. "How else could you convince Ianthe to marry such a dried-out old fish of a man? The Ianthe I knew would never—" She had gone too far. But it was too late, and an instant later she found herself flung against the rough walls of the brothel, her head colliding with the aged wood before she crumpled to the ground. He had slapped her across the face. A stinging backhand that left a smouldering patch of fire behind it. Stunned, she dropped Phoebe's medicine into the basket with the dyes. She put her hand to her flaming cheek. Tears, of pain, of a fury that encompassed her until she was shivering with it, welled in her eyes. Her tongue had become a dead, leaden thing. She could not stand, let alone manage a single word, as Ianthe's husband dragged his silent wife to her feet and marched her away. Eirene watched them go, tears stinging her eyes. There had been nothing left of her friend in that doe-eyed, obedient girl. The Ianthe that Eirene had known was gone. 4. Eirene. Eirene returned to a quiet house, the door propped open with a sandal, one of Phoebe's, to let the cool air in. The downstairs room was empty, the hearth burning low, and the air sweet with the scent of drying herbs. It was a comfort, but Eirene could not escape the memory of Ianthe's blank face, nor of Peiros slinking off into the shadows. Eirene kicked off her sandals. Clutching her basket to her chest, she began to creep up the stairs. Her feet were light and practiced. She could have been a spirit moving soundlessly across the earth. That was until the side of her foot collided with something round and solid that went skittering loudly down the stairs, shattering the silence. The stopper for one of Stavros's wine jars. Eirene swore under her breath, frozen in place as it clattered onto the floor downstairs. If she was lucky, Stavros would be sleeping again, or at least would have no interest in emerging from his room to investigate his cousin's comings and goings. She was not lucky. Stavros's door banged open, and her cousin stumbled onto the narrow landing. His eyes, bloodshot and unfocused, slid over Eirene and back again before settling on her face. His features twisted in a sudden, fierce anger. "And where have you been?" Eirene lifted the basket up in a hopeless sort of shrug. "I was at the market, Stavros. I go there almost every day. Don't patronize me." He stumbled down the stairs towards her. Was he still drunk? The sour smell of wine reached her, and her belly writhed with revulsion. There had been a time, the merest of memories now, when Stavros had been kind and mild-mannered. That Stavros would never have spoken to her like this. But that was before the symposiums, and the brothel, and the drinking, and the debt. "Where is it, then?" snapped Stavros. He had reached the step above her. There was an arm's breadth of space left between them. Eirene blinked upwards. Stavros was not a tall man, but he towered over her like this. "Where—" She cleared her throat. "Where's what?" Stavros's face twitched, and Eirene fought back the urge to cower beneath his furious gaze. "The money," he snarled. "You've been at the market all morning, no? What do you have to show for it?" Eirene couldn't help it. She glanced at the basket nestled in the crook of her left arm. The little jars of dye and the medicine for Phoebe were clearly visible, and her purse was almost empty because of it. When she looked back at Stavros, his eyes were fixed on the dyes. "Eirene," he said quietly, "I consider myself a reasonable man. Don't you think so?" "Yes," said Eirene. Her hands were trembling. Slowly, she moved one foot backwards, feeling for the step beneath her. She could run. If the wide black expanse of his pupils was anything to go by, the previous night's drinking still held Stavros firmly in its clutches. He might not catch her. Behind Stavros, the door of Eirene and Phoebe's room opened a crack. Eirene glimpsed a pale strip of her sister's chiton, a flash of dark eyes and hair. Slowly, Eirene returned her foot to the step. She would be brave now, for Phoebe. If she couldn't stand her ground against Stavros, she'd have no chance against Leandros if he came for her sister. "Explain this to me, then. What's in the jars?" She could have lied, but Stavros's mother had been a weaver too, the finest in the whole of the Ionian Islands, if Phoebe was to be believed. Stavros knew what dyes looked like. "Dyes," she said hesitantly, "for Phoebe's weaving. The brightly coloured pieces sell for much more, so I thought—" "You thought," interrupted Stavros. "Eirene, you can think when it's your money that you're spending." "But it is. What have you ever done to earn a single coin?" Eirene swallowed down the furious words. Her priority now was Phoebe, half hidden behind the door, listening. "I'm sorry," she said. "I can try to take them back, or sell them on. And, desperately grateful that she had not stopped into the brothel to pay off Stavros's debt there, she dug in her purse and pulled out the last few remaining coins. "There's still this." Stavros put his hand out wordlessly, and she pushed the coins into his palm. He pulled open his own purse and dropped the handful of bronze inside. Eirene fought to keep her expression neutral as he yanked the ties closed again. Those were her earnings. He had no right to them. She clenched her fists and stayed quiet. After a lengthy, agonizing silence, Stavros spoke. "I trust this will not happen again." Eirene shook her head. "It won't." "Good." He moved without warning, shouldering past Eirene and stumbling down the final few stairs. Eirene leaned against the wall. Her shoulders were trembling. With fear or fury, she was not certain. She did not move until Stavros had disappeared from view, until she heard the slap of his footsteps on the hard ground outside, and knew that he was heading for the village with a purse full of Eirene's coin. How little of it would be left when he returned? Eirene knew the answer to that question. She scowled. "You shouldn't have done that." Phoebe pushed the door fully open and stood in the frame, her arms crossed, her spindle tucked beneath them. Eirene sighed. "Done what?" "The dyes." Phoebe nodded at the basket. "I don't need bright dyes, I meant what I said," Eirene interrupted. "The colourful pieces do sell for more. I'm investing." She stamped up the remaining stairs and skirted past Phoebe into their room. Besides, Stavros can't spend dyes. Phoebe made a noise in her throat, half irritated huff, half sigh of resignation. "Must you aggravate him? He's not all bad, and—" Eirene was not really listening. There was something off in the room, something sweet and burnt and faintly rotten hanging in the air. She sniffed. "Do you smell that?" "What is it?" Phoebe broke off from her defense of Stavros with a splutter, swiftly moving to stand in between Eirene and the window and the little brass brazier that stood beside it. The stick she used to walk when she was unwell leaned against the wall. "Nothing," she said, her cheeks darkening with the lie. A soft plume of smoke was rising from the brazier. "You're a terrible liar." Eirene turned to deposit the basket of dyes by the loom. In between burning whatever was still smouldering by the window, Phoebe had clearly been busy. Something was hung out on the loom, threads pulled tight with the weights Phoebe had inherited from their aunt, bright colours woven in between them. Eirene reached out for the loom and ran her fingers absently over the wooden frame. Then she turned back to Phoebe, narrowing her eyes as her sister shifted awkwardly where she stood, her stance wide, the spindle now clutched in one hand like a weapon. "What did you do?" Phoebe faltered. It was clear that she was debating whether or not to lie again. Then she wilted and stepped aside. "It was the plum," she said miserably. "I thought it'd be a nice gift, since I like to offer something to Athena before I start weaving, and the plum looked so golden and tasted so wonderful that I—" Eirene frowned. "A burning plum doesn't smell like that." "Well, that's what I thought too, but—" Phoebe gestured helplessly to the grate. Eirene crossed the room and peered into the brazier. She was half expecting to see the singed wing of a moth or the blackened tail of a mouse. Something that would explain the scent of decay, which only grew stronger the closer she got. But that wasn't what she found. In fact, it took her a moment or two to understand exactly what she was looking at. "Oh," she said. The plum hadn't burned exactly. It had melted into a thick brown sludge that was emitting sporadic puffs of smoke. The stone, intact amid the remnants of the flesh, was grey and wizened. It was surrounded by a few charred sprigs of rosemary. Phoebe had clearly tried to disguise the smell with another slightly less revolting one. "I'm not sure Athena wants that." She forced herself to smile even as her insides churned. She had known there was something wrong with the fruit Leandros had sent. Next time she was throwing every bit of it in the river. But what if next time was already too late? She looked closely at her sister, searching for some sign of poison or enchantment. But all she found was her own worry reflected back at her in her sister's eyes, her mirror image in this and everything. "Stop examining me." Phoebe shoved Eirene away. "Do you want to do something useful? This wool needs spinning. Then I can try out these dyes and put the best ones aside for your tapestry." She offered Eirene the spindle. Eirene obediently took it, letting it hang from her hand, clutching the distaff in the other, feeling for the tension. It was a process as familiar to her as breathing. Automatically, she ran the whirl along her thigh and set it to spinning. The rough wool twisted into perfect thread as she leaned back against the wall, relaxing into the position she knew she could hold for hours, feeding the wool in with a practiced ease. Here, in this room, with Phoebe at her side and the thread spinning between her fingers, she could almost forget the threat that lurked in the world beyond. "There," said Phoebe, sounding relieved. She took up her own position at the loom, seated on a high stool. The loom had been meant for a standing weaver, but Eirene had hacked it apart, then put it back together at half height. Phoebe checked the tightness of the last woven row and the position of the staves before lifting the shuttle with its trailing tail of blue thread. "I love this colour, don't you?" She pushed the shuttle through the gaps in the columns of taut thread. Eirene hummed her agreement. She wrapped the spindle with the new thread and set her whirl to spinning again. Then she paused. She recognised that shade of blue. Phoebe had been delighted when she'd pulled the spun threads from their bath of dye. She'd kept it aside, as she did all the best colours. "For your tapestry, Eirene." She narrowed her eyes at the tapestry. Rows of wavering greens and blues, a pale brown foot taking form. The detail was intricate. Phoebe would never normally take such care. "Phoebe, what are you making?" Phoebe's shoulders stiffened, but she did not turn around. "Your tapestry," she said lightly. "I'm always talking about it, but I've barely made any progress. I'm always so consumed with making things to sell, and I thought that this should be my priority now." Her priority now. Eirene swallowed. Phoebe had always intended this tapestry to make up Irene's dowry. There was certainly no urgency there. So Phoebe must be worried for herself, for her own ability to continue. Could she know about Alexandra? Poor dead Alexandra, who had left her widower in want of a new wife. "Oh," Eirene said. She could not bear to argue now about money and priorities and how she wasn't sure she'd ever get married anyway. "What's it going to be?" Phoebe relaxed a little. "You'll see," she said. "It'll be beautiful, I promise. Now get back to spinning. I want to see how that pink colour you've brought takes to the wool." "Yes, mistress," said Eirene. But she did as her sister asked, swallowing down the rest of her words. They worked in companionable silence, content just to be together, consumed with their own tasks and their own thoughts, the soft sound of twisting wool, the click of the shuttle against the frame of the loom, and the clay weights bumping together. Eirene considered asking Phoebe what she knew of Alexandra, but that would mean breaking the quiet satisfaction of the moment, of making something together, perhaps to deliver news that did not need to be shared. Phoebe had nothing to be afraid of. Not really. Eirene would make sure of it. 5. Eirene. Eirene awoke with a terrified jolt to pounding on the door downstairs. "What?" mumbled Phoebe, and the bed shifted under her weight as she lifted herself up onto her elbows. She was cocooned in her blanket, her dark hair falling from the neat braids she slept in. "What's that?" "Someone's outside," said Eirene groggily. She hadn't bothered to braid her own hair, and pieces of it were stuck to her face. She spat out a curl. "But who?" Leandros. The name tore through Irene's hazy thoughts like an arrow through a rabbit. It could be no one else. Before, his gifts had been left silently, but today something was different. She didn't pause to think. She bolted upright and hurled herself from the bed. Her chiton had become unpinned in the night, and she swore as it slipped from her shoulder. There was no sound from the other room. Stavros must still be sleeping, but he would not be for long. The pounding came again, and Eirene jolted like she'd been struck by lightning. She grabbed at the folds of her chiton, pulling it up to cover her chest. "My brooch!" she shouted at a bewildered Phoebe. "Can you see it?" Phoebe sat up, lifting the mess of their blankets up. "Yes, it's here. Throw it!" Irene's heart was racing like a prize stallion, and she knew she must seem wild. Phoebe would not understand her panic. Phoebe did not know about Alexandra. Phoebe's expression was exasperated. She pulled the brooch from where it had caught on Irene's blanket. "Eirene!" "Throw it!" snarled Eirene. She cupped her hands and held them out. "Oh, never mind." She darted back to the bed and snatched the brooch from Phoebe. "Get up. Leandros is here. He's here. He must be." She fixed Phoebe with her most urgent look, wishing she'd had the courage to say this the previous night. "Listen to me. Alexandra is dead." She didn't wait for Phoebe's response. She turned away from her sister, not fast enough to miss her face twisting with grief and understanding and terror, and hurried back across the room, shoving the brooch through the fabric at her shoulders. She snatched up her sash from where she'd discarded it the previous night, yanking it tight beneath her breasts. The pounding on the door had stopped. She had to get there before Stavros. She didn't know what she would do when she got there, but she would do something. She sprinted out of the room and onto the stairs. There was still no sound from Stavros's room, and she allowed herself to feel a momentary thrill of victory. She had beaten him. Now she just had to outsmart whoever was at the door, which couldn't be too difficult. Eirene had always been sure of her own cleverness. The punishment for this hubris was swift and decisive. Eirene skidded to a halt halfway down the stairs as she heard the main door opening. No! How? "Leandros," said Stavros, his voice slurred with sleep and surprise. No, no, no! Leandros had come himself. Even if Eirene had wanted to move, she wouldn't have been able to. Good morning to you." She could hear a rustling of clothing as Stavros talked. She could picture him hastily rearranging the chiton he'd slept in, doubtless wine-stained and crumpled. The drunken bastard must have fallen asleep on the floor of the main room. Today of all days. "Will you come inside and have a drink?" "Stavros, my friend," came a clear, cool voice. "If only I had the time to drink with you in your charming little house. But I have other business to attend to." "Of course," said Stavros quickly. "I do not recall you at the tables of late, but if this is about some debt—" "Debt? Stavros, you are a wit." Leandros let out a sultry laugh that made every hair on Irene's arms stand up. She crept silently down the stairs, her heart in her mouth. She had to stop this somehow. She had to— "You surely know by now what I wish to ask of you," said Leandros. "But if you are somehow unaware, allow me to enlighten you. There is something of yours I crave greatly for myself. I hope you will be willing to share it with me." There was a low animal sound behind Eirene. She turned sharply to see Phoebe behind her on the stairs. There was naked fear in her face. Wordlessly, Eirene reached her hand out, and Phoebe took it gratefully. Her skin was clammy, her grip tight. Eirene could feel the violent hammer of her pulse. Downstairs, Stavros was mumbling something incoherent. "What's mine is yours, my friend. And what could I possibly have that you do not already—" "I speak, of course," interrupted Leandros, "of your fair cousin, Phoebe. Her beauty is renowned, as is her gentleness and her skill on the loom. Give her to me as a wife, and I will be honored if you too will call me cousin." He lowered his voice. "I will let you think on it. 3 days, then you will bring her to me, I hope." For a moment there was silence. No other sound but the wind and the birds, and the terrible screaming gaining strength in Eirene's mind. Then Stavros spoke, the words falling over one another in their haste to escape his mouth. "Yes," he kept saying, "yes, of course, yes, you will have her. Whatever you want, Leandros, it is yours. And we will not make you wait 3 days. Tomorrow, my friend, tomorrow. I would be honoured. Phoebe, too, I am sure, will be." "I'm glad to hear it," said Leandros smoothly. "I have brought a final gift for my bride-to-be." Stavros let out a surprised oof. Leandros must have handed him something heavy. "She may not be certain at first," Leandros went on. "It is a hard thing to leave your family for your husband's house." Eirene had to strain to catch his parting words. "I hope you will let her know how sincerely I desire this match." Irene's heart stopped. The threat was clear to her. Phoebe would become Leandros' wife of her own volition, or she would be enchanted into wanting him anyway. "Goodbye, Stavros," said Leandros. "I will see you tomorrow." The door slammed shut. Eirene pulled her hand free from Phoebe's and threw herself down the last few stairs, startling Stavros so much that he dropped the gift Leandros had just bestowed upon him. "Eirene," he snarled, "you better not have been eavesdropping." Eirene said nothing. She dropped her gaze to the ground, where the last of Leandros' gifts lay. Her stomach twisted. It was a pomegranate. The biggest pomegranate Eirene had ever seen, ruby red and glistening wetly, like some enormous hatchling fresh from its shell. It should have been grotesque, but there was something bizarrely enticing about it. Eirene didn't realize she'd begun to move until she was stooping to scoop it into her arms. "Stavros," she said softly, cradling it like a lamb. How she wanted to tear it open, to gulp down the sweet seeds. She forced herself to look away from it. "Stavros, you can't." "That is for Phoebe," said Stavros sharply, cutting her off as if he hadn't heard her. "It's a gift from her betrothed." He smiled suddenly, and the effect was ghastly. "Phoebe is to marry Leandros." "It is decided, then?" Eirene spoke through gritted teeth. "Phoebe's fate is decided for her, and you can't even pretend that she had the slightest choice in the matter." Stavros's face darkened as she spoke. "She's not a sheep to be taken to market, and Eirene." Phoebe emerged from the stairwell like an apparition, her footsteps silent, her feet bare, her face drained of its colour. Her expression was no longer fearful, just perfectly, horribly blank. "Phoebe," said Eirene, but Phoebe's eyes slid past her to fix upon Stavros. "Stavros," she breathed. Her voice quavered on his name. "I cannot marry him. Alexandra is dead. Did you know that? Please, don't." "Don't," echoed Stavros. "Don't!" His voice grew louder. "You do not command me, little cousin. You forget your place. I am head of this household, and you will go to him if I demand it." Phoebe shook her head and backed away. Her eyes were bright. She blinked rapidly, dislodging a single tear from her lashes. It trickled over her hollow cheek. "He does not want me," she said. "He doesn't know me." "Know you?" Stavros laughed. "Why should that matter?" Another tear slipped down Phoebe's face, then another. Eirene's chest seemed to be caving in on itself, to see her sister like this, to have no way to stop it. Leandros' words rang through her mind over and over in his cool, cruel voice. "Let her know how sincerely I desire this match." Stavros spoke now in a low, desperate voice. "Cousin," he pleaded, "he is a descendant of Eros, a demigod. He has a magic of his own. Think what such a marriage would mean for us." For us, repeated Phoebe. Are you marrying him too, Stavros?
So you will do it?
He could be gentle when he wanted to be. Kind, even. But there was always that glint in his eyes, and he could return to spitting rage between one breath and the next. She will not, exploded Eirene. I can speak for myself, Eirene, snapped Phoebe. Phoebe! Phoebe sighed and wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her chiton. She was deliberately not looking at Eirene. She straightened again, pulling her shoulders back with clear intent. I don't have a choice. I think we all know that. I would rather go to Leandros with my own mind. No, 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 no! Irene's grip on the pomegranate had grown fierce and white-knuckled without her noticing. It gave way beneath her hands, the thick skin tearing open with the wet noise of a knife through the throat of a goat at slaughter. It felt like a huge, mutilated heart in her hands, sun-warmed and wet against her skin as if it had been yanked fresh from her body. Thick, ruby-red juice dripped down her arms, coating her from wrist to elbow in the time it took for her to inhale sharply and drop the foul thing to the floor. It rolled against the hem of her chiton, leaving a bloody print behind. Stavros smiled that awful smile of his again. Good. Then it's settled. You can't, said Eirene. She and Phoebe stood at opposite ends of their room, glowering at each other. You cannot go. You act as if I chose this, snapped Phoebe. You know what Leandros is, Eirene, what he's capable of. If he wants me, I have no choice but to be his. We could run away, said Eirene desperately. Tonight. Run? Phoebe's laugh was cruel. They could be vicious with each other when they needed to. Of course you'd think about running. You're the one who can still run, whose body can still do anything you demand of it. We have no horse, no donkey, no cart, and no money to buy them. It will be weeks before I could have anything new to sell. Besides, every man for miles will recognize us and return us to Stavros the moment we are spotted. Perhaps not, said Eirene, but Phoebe would not be interrupted. She was flushed with emotion. And what if we did get away? I would lose my loom, you would lose your garden, and we would have nothing. And you cannot imagine that Leandros will waste any time pining for me if I were to be gone. We don't have any friends left to condemn in my place, but someone must go, Eirene. Leandros will have a wife, some poor girl locked up in that house of his. Better that it be me. Finishing her tirade, she sucked in a pained, gasping breath and sat down abruptly on the edge of the bed. She was shaking all over. Eirene stared at her sister, at the person she cared most for in the world. She would die for Phoebe, had always whispered it in her prayers to the gods on the nights where Phoebe seemed to cling to life with only her fingertips. Take me instead, Eirene would tell the sky. Let me die so that she might live. She had meant it then. She meant it still. I will go, said Eirene. Phoebe lifted her head slowly. What? I will go, repeated Eirene. If someone must go, let it be me. Disguised as you, of course, she added. Stavros will never agree. And Leandros would not want her as a bride, she knew that. She was too short and too strong, and she scowled too much. And she needed to stop cutting all her hair off. That's what Damon had told her anyway, after she'd told him she was scared of being married off, and he'd laughed in her face. But Eirene was certain she could convince Leandros to keep her. He was an ambitious man. She could use that. You cannot go, said Phoebe. Did I not just say the very same thing? What makes this so different? It is different because you do not have to, and I... Listen. Eirene hurried to her sister's side, grabbing Phoebe's hands in her own. I will not be Leandros's wife. Phoebe shook her head, exasperated. Eirene, a wife is what he wants. Not forever, I mean, said Eirene. Just long enough for you to finish my tapestry. You said it yourself, we will have no money and no way to make it, but if you finish it, then we will." Phoebe shook her head again. "Eirene, no. That tapestry is yours. It's for—" "And I was never going to need it anyway," said Eirene gently. "And if I do, then perhaps you will be so good as to make me another one. But for now, I will go to Leandros in your place, and, when the weaving is done, I will slip away, and we will sell it, and then we will take the money and leave." "Leaving Leandros to prey on some other poor creature?" Phoebe's voice was doubtful, but Eirene could see that she could be convinced. She pushed ahead. "I will be in his house," said Eirene. "There must be a secret to desire. I do not believe that so distant a descendant of the gods could have such innate power. I know about herbs and medicine. This cannot be so different. So I will find what makes desire. I will destroy it. Then we will be safe, and every other girl on Zakynthos too." "What if you can't? What happens then?" "I can. But I need you to finish your weaving, Phoebe. Stavros will be so angry. We will not be able to stay here." "And why can't you be the one who stays, who earns the coins? What can I do in a matter of weeks? Plant some seeds? Grow a really big rosemary? No, it has to be you that stays." Finally, Phoebe nodded. Slowly, uncertainly, but a nod nonetheless. "You will need a veil," she said carefully. "Yes," agreed Eirene immediately, even if she wasn't certain what the veil was for. She would have agreed to anything, so long as it kept Phoebe from throwing herself into Leandros's clutches. Phoebe raised an eyebrow, her composure returning. "To hide your face, so that you are believably me?" "Ah," said Eirene. "Right. We can use an old cloak, perhaps." "Yes," said Phoebe. She stood up and dashed to the chest that held their clothes and blankets, ready to be piled back onto the bed when the cold weather returned. She threw it open. "Here," she said triumphantly, digging out a faded blue shawl. "No time to re-dye it, so we will have to make do. It'll hide your hair, though I wonder—" Her eyes darted around the room, landing on the loom and the knife that lay beside it, the little blade she used to cut the loose threads when they were tied off. "No," said Eirene, understanding immediately. "I'll cut my hair. I can braid the pieces in with yours somehow," said Phoebe. "I will have to pretend to be sulking in bed, of course, but if Stavros looks in, shorter hair will make it much more believable that I am you." "No," said Eirene again. Phoebe loved her hair. She rubbed oil into the ends every evening and pulled the curls into loose plaits to protect them. Eirene valued her own hair very little, but she could not take Phoebe's from her. "The veil will hide my hair well enough," she said firmly. Phoebe bit her lip. "But what if—" "No," said Eirene again. "Promise me you won't." Phoebe sighed. "Fine. We will just need to pin the veil very carefully." "And I will need my herbs," said Eirene. "Perhaps I will need to sedate Leandros. Or," she smirked, "incapacitate him. Some Alexandrian senna will do nicely, I think." "You are a monster," said Phoebe, but she was grinning. Eirene grinned back. "When I need to be." That evening found Eirene's satchel laying by the door of their room, stuffed full of herbs. The veil was folded neatly beside it. Eirene herself sat up in bed and squinted at them through the half-dark. Phoebe lay beside her, breathing quietly, utterly exhausted by their afternoon of frantic preparation. Stavros had disappeared into the village. Even his cousin's impending marriage could not keep him from the brothels. Eirene crept from the bed silently, repinning her chiton and tying her sash tight. The realization had come to her slowly, but now she was certain of it. It had to be tonight. There was too much that could go wrong if she waited until the morning for Stavros to march her to Leandros' house himself. There were too many opportunities for him to discover the ruse and force Phoebe to go in her place. So Eirene would go tonight, alone, and she would make sure that Stavros could not bring her back. She wound the veil round her face and hair, as Phoebe had shown her, then shoved 6 pins into it haphazardly, doubtlessly ruining the whole effect. She picked up the satchel and moved as quietly as she could towards the door. A hand caught her by the wrist and yanked her back. Eirene smothered a frightened yelp. She'd been so occupied with the veil that she had not heard her sister waking. "Phoebe!" she hissed. She could not make out Phoebe's features through the dark, but she heard the pain and anger in her voice. "You were going to leave without saying goodbye." "I have to," said Eirene desperately. "I have to go now, before Stavros can stop me. You know I have to. What if he makes me take the veil off? What if he tries to make Eirene accompany us to the house and discovers that Eirene is a dirty, rotten liar? There's too much at risk, Phoebe." She had expected her sister to argue, but Phoebe, who had been woven from the same threads as Eirene, who was as she was and who thought as she thought, knew the truth of her words. "You're right," she said simply. "You have to go tonight." Without warning, she yanked Eirene into a tight embrace. "But you'll come back alive, or I swear on the sticks I'll bring you back from Hades just to kill you myself," she hissed into Irene's ear. "I will come back," said Eirene. She could not quite bring herself to swear it. "I know. Then let me go." Phoebe loosened the tight circle of her arms a fraction. She sighed. "I hope you know what you're doing." Eirene gently detached herself from her sister's grip. "So do I."
6. Lamia. From the pitifully small window in her tower room, Lamia could see all the way into the village, so she was the first to catch sight of the girl struggling up the path. The girl? Lamia blinked. She had been half asleep, leaning out into the cool rain and dreaming up patterns in the shifting shadows. But now she was wide awake. A girl? Surely not. The figure must have been a phantom, an apparition, some figment of what her father would affectionately call her overactive mind and weak eyes. After all, what girl would come here, alone, at night in such a torrent? Lamia turned deliberately from the window and fidgeted with the linen bandages encasing her left hand as she cast her eyes over the room. It was dark, lit only by the single lamp her father allowed, and the silvery moonlight to Eirene. She sat at an awkward angle on top the rickety wooden table in the corner with its heap of ancient knuckle bones, and the shelves piled with curling papyrus and sticks of charcoal worn down to the stubs. All things she was certain of, that she could see and touch and know to be true, unlike the girl. But she had looked so real. Lamia turned back. The wind had the night itself trembling. One of her shutters had been stolen away by a storm much like this. But she braced a hand against the one that remained and peered out again into the dark. Not a phantom, that much was clear, as the clouds shifted in the sky and a beam of moonlight shone on the trees and the path and the girl upon it. She was short and sturdy-looking. Her hands were clenched fists at her side. Her face was turned from the wind. She had hidden her hair beneath a clumsy veil, but each fresh gust pulled free a tangle of dark, curling strands. Lamia's stomach gave a little leap of excitement, followed almost instantaneously by a rush of trepidation. What business could this girl have here, alone as she was? The last person to walk up that path, alone, at night, had been the physician, and he had come to take Alexandra's body away. Still, the girl came closer and closer, each step bringing some new detail into view. She wore a neat white chiton. The raiment was clean, and Lamia could see no holes in the fabric, though perhaps she was merely too far away to see, but it was too short. It hung only to the middle of the girl's calves. Her veil was dark blue, and she had a leather bag slung over her shoulders. The girl walked with a quick, determined gait. It would not be long until she reached the door. There was no servant waiting there, as there never was this time of night. The pale-faced serving girls and rowdy kitchen boys were all sent back to their homes in the village, so she would have to knock and wait for Peyros to come. Lamia's pulse quickened. There was a hiding spot in her rose garden that would give her a perfect view of the girl's arrival, so long as she got there in time. It was too marvellous an opportunity to pass up. She left the shutter open and crossed the room as quickly as she could. The sheepskins thrown across the floor muffled the thump of her boots, that distinctive sound that betrayed her uneven gait, and stopped her slipping on the stone beneath them. The tower stairs were another matter. Lamia thrust open the door to her room, a sad wooden affair many years past its prime, and stepped cautiously onto the small circular landing. Sometimes she liked to wait here for a few moments, to prepare herself for the task ahead. But she didn't have time now. She walked to the top of the stairs, took a sharp, quick breath, and began. She descended the steps slowly, both hands, one wrapped in yellow linen bandages, clutching the rope that ran along the outer wall of the tower. It was a laborious task on a good day, and today was a bad one. Because of the storm, her leg didn't like the rain. She stood facing the rough stone, lowering her injured leg, her left, stiff and inflexible at the knee, onto each step, pushing down on her toes to make sure she had sure footing before following it with the other. She moved cautiously, more slowly than she needed to. She had learned not to rush the hard way, slipping on a slick patch of stone and tumbling to the foot of the tower, breaking one wrist and spraining the other. The worst of the damage had been done to her leg. Her father had been beside himself when he reached her, bounding down the stairs in a panic, hauling her up by the broken wrist and crushing her against his body. She remembered the way he'd held her, petting the hair as if she were a kitten, and how he'd trembled with rage and terror. "What if you died?" he'd whispered as she'd screamed into his shoulder, her left leg dangling uselessly beneath her. "Lamia, you are too precious to lose. What would I do without you?" Lamia remembered staring blankly at her ankle, wretched sideways and already purpling, and at her knee, which didn't seem to be where it had been before. 5 years later, it had never healed. She could hold the cap between her fingers and move it about, push it back into its old place for a moment before it slipped off again. She bound it every morning to keep it stable, but it still hurt. It never stopped hurting. There was another landing halfway down the tower, another small space in front of another battered wooden door that Lamia kept a careful distance from, and she paused there, as she always did, an arm's length from the warped panels. Her leg, as it always did when she hadn't left her room all day, was seizing up, cramping painfully. She braced her foot against the wall and grunted as pain shot up through her calf. If she didn't press the cramps out here, she knew her leg would crumple beneath her the instant she tried to take another step. But the girl, Lamia could not miss her. It was worth the risk. She pushed off the wall and put her weight back onto her injured leg. The pain was a crack of lightning. She was too hasty, as she always was. The leg gave way. Lamia fell backwards, throwing an arm back instinctively to break her fall, her hand connected with the door. Lamia gasped, but it was too late to redirect her fall, and she tumbled bodily into the wood. She fell from the door to the floor into a crumpled heap, scrambling back as swiftly as she could. The door hadn't moved, and she'd known it wouldn't. In all the time she'd lived here, and that was as long as she could recall, it had been locked. But in her nightmares, in dreams that were hazy and slippery and suffused with terror, Lamia stood upon the landing. The door was always ajar, just a little, and her heart knew that something monstrous lay behind it. Lamia yanked herself to her feet, fingers curling into the grooves in the stone wall. The cramps had subsided, but in her hurry to return to the stairs, she was still close, too close, to falling again. It was impossible to see it from the ground, but the tower tapered as it rose, and the lower steps were slightly less steep, Her leg was still spasming, shooting pains travelling up from her ankle to her hip, so she went the rest of the way on her rear. Her father hated it when she did that, but he was not here to see. At the bottom of the tower was a third and final landing. Lamia stood, keeping as much as her weight on her right leg as possible. As far as Lamia knew, the door off this landing wasn't locked, but she had just a little desire to test it as she did the one above. Beyond the door lay a room, and that room had belonged to Alexandra. Just the sight of it was enough to bring the memories rushing in. The day her father had brought her home, the tenderness with which he presented his young wife to Lamia.
"What do you think, my sweet girl?"
Alexandra's gentle smile, the dimples in her cheeks, and the kindness in her round brown eyes, her slender arms, her curled, bloodless fingers. Lamia recoiled from the memory. They'd never let her see the body, but her mind had still conjured up some horrific vision of it. And sometimes she dreamed of Alexandra sprawled out in the storeroom they'd found her in. Lamia could almost see the blood soaking her pale peplos, could almost taste it, hot, coppery in the air. A distant knock split the quiet of the night air. The girl! She was here. Lamia scrambled to the tower door and opened it as quietly as she could, inhaling deeply before slipping out into the night. She crept down the narrow path that cut through the gardens, the roses curling above her, until she reached the wall of the main house. She clung to the wall, taking her weight off her injured leg, and peeked round the corner. She had meant to hold her breath, to stay as silent as possible, but hardly a heartbeat had passed before her stunned exhalation was a white fog in the cold air. But Lamia didn't care. She hardly noticed. She was too busy gazing out at the girl. With so little distance between them, she could see that the girl was not just a curiosity. She was a wonder. She was even shorter up close and prettier than Lamia had dared hope. Lamia liked pretty things. From what she could see of the girl's face between the drape of the veil, she had light brown skin, a long straight nose, thick black brows, and dark curling lashes. The satchel slung across the girl's body was stuffed so full that she'd not been able to buckle it. A sprig of some kind of plant was hanging out of the side. The wind had pulled almost all the girl's hair from her veil now, and as Lamia watched as she raked her hands, elegant long-fingered hands, through the cowls before shoving them back beneath the veil's drape, she huffed audibly and turned her face to the trees, away from Lamia. Lamia's stomach twisted in disappointment, even with the veil concealing so much. Lamia had hoped to memorize every visible detail of the girl's features before she was gone again. Her father would think her strange for it, had said as much, his eyes raking over her face, the curl of his lip, unreadable, when he'd found the stack of messy drawings hidden in the chest with Lamia's chitons. Portraits, hundreds of them. Every girl Lamia had ever laid eyes on. "I like drawings," Lamia had explained to him, and there were always men streaming in and out of the house, the same faces over and over, but the women were rarer, did not seem to stay so long. Drawing them was a way to see them again, and it passed the time. The door opened and Lamia shrank back, hiding from Peyros's searching gaze as he stepped out of the house. When he spoke, he sounded uncharacteristically uncertain. "Oh, it's you. How did Peyros know this girl?" Lamia risked poking her head round the corner again. "My name is Phoebe," said the girl, even muffled beneath the veil. Her voice wavered. If it hadn't been such an innocuous little thing, just a name, Lamia might have thought she was lying. But what was in a name? "You've met my twin sister, I suppose. We are very alike."
"Phoebe," repeated Peyros. "You are very alike. I thought your master is expecting me, I believe," said the girl.
Said Phoebe, though the name did not seem to quite fit her. She lifted her chin in an unmistakable gesture of insolence. There was a little of Lamia's father in her arrogance. In him it could be frightening, but in Phoebe it was a wonder. Lamia liked her very much. "Tomorrow, I admit, but I could not wait another moment. I come at his request, for I am to be his wife."
7. Eirene. Eirene felt as if she had stepped into another realm. The entrance hall was enormous. What she had assumed from the number of windows and the height of the walls would be 2 stories was a single room. And what a room it was! It was lit with hundreds of lamps, each glowing a soft, captivating yellow. The light spilled onto the floor, less a floor than a work of art, the grandest mosaic Eirene had ever seen. What must have been thousands of tiles had been painstakingly laid to give the impression of a garden. Roses swirled about Irene's feet, attended to by a swarm of perfect, tiny bees. Twisting green foliage burst up around the blossoms. Beneath the overlapping curves of leaves, there was the distant impression of thorns. "Step carefully," they seemed to say. Eirene tore her gaze away, reluctantly. The rest of the room was no less grand. Every bit of wall not taken up with windows and heavy wooden doors was draped in vibrant cloths. A gigantic tapestry covered the entire left-hand wall. Eirene recognized Aphrodite, lounging nude in the clearing of a forest, her body entwined with the supple limbs of a man, his face hidden in her thick hair. The colours were vivid and lovely. Eirene could not fathom how much such a piece could have cost. The tapestry shifted in the breeze blowing in from the open door behind her. No, not a tapestry, Eirene realized, drawing closer. A curtain. As the curtain rippled, she glimpsed a narrow corridor behind it. A shadow flashed on the floor, a servant moving silently through the house, perhaps, before the curtain fell back once more. The most astounding piece of weaving she'd ever seen, and Leandros was using it as a curtain. Across from Eirene, the room opened out onto a dimly lit courtyard. There was no curtain there, no wall at all, only a procession of columns, intricately carved and painted in the brightest of pigments. Eirene could not make out the precise details, but she imagined she could see the curve of a woman's thigh, the drape of a swan's wing, the majestic jut of a stag's horn. Birds, doves, their plumage pearlescent in the lamplight, fluttered sleepily about the tops of the columns where the carvings made recesses for nesting, and called to one another with soft, melodic coos. Something large shifted in Irene's peripheral vision, and she turned automatically to look. Her sense of awe and wonder vanished in an instant. Her hands flew to her mouth just in time to stifle a sharp, involuntary scream. At first, all she could see was an enormous mass of shifting, sand-coloured fur, marked with what seemed in that moment to be 100 black, staring eyes. Something, a tail, lashed impatiently against the floor. A leg stretched out, claws scraping against the edges of the tiles. Irene's heart skipped in her chest, then doubled its pace. Then the creature, the monster, whatever it was, turned in a neat circle. It lifted its massive head to stare at Eirene with a final set of eyes, this time huge and golden, and blinked, slowly, deliberately. Its wide jaws seemed to unhinge, and Eirene found herself looking into a dripping pink maw edged with vicious yellow teeth. Eirene laughed, a startled sound that might have been a cry. The cat, because somehow it was a cat, a massive, beautiful cat with an elegantly spotted coat, 100 times bigger than any cat had the right to be, finished yawning and fixed its eyes again on Eirene. There was a surprising humanity in its expression. It looked, Eirene decided, a little offended. "I wasn't laughing at you," she told it quickly. I was just surprised. I thought you were a monster."
"She is a monster," Peiros said sulkily. He had closed the door and moved to loom over her shoulder, keeping a careful distance from the cat. "Just wait until she's hungry. She doesn't shut up." The cat, who had up until then been silent, looked from Eirene to Peiros, narrowing her eyes. "Meow," she commented. The sound was wholly unexpected, halfway between a rumbling growl and a toadish croak. "Shut up, Daphne," said Peiros, but there was a waver in his voice. He edged away. Eirene couldn't help it. She began to laugh in earnest. What was this place? It was nothing like she had expected. "If you're quite finished," said Peiros irritably, "I will take you to my master." Leandros. Eirene sobered immediately, and she kept quiet as she followed Peiros into the courtyard and across it. The cat, Daphne, crept silently along beside her, her tail swishing back and forth. Eirene took in the grandeur here less excitedly. The fountain was, like everything else, massive and intricate and beautiful, but it was owned by Leandros. It had been bought, there was no doubt, with the wealth that came from the sale of desires. There was the faint smell of old wine in the air, and the sand that covered the courtyard was cold and coarse and kept working its way in between Eirene's sandaled toes. At the far side of the courtyard, Peiros swept aside a curtain, smaller but no less grand than that in the entrance hall, and led her back into the house proper. The rooms on this side were smaller, lower, stacked one on top of the other. Peiros ushered her towards yet another curtain, plain this time. This part of the house was not, it seemed, for guests, and Leandros had abandoned some of his pretensions for practicalities. Still, the enormous cat padding at Eirene's side served as a reminder that this was not a normal house. Peiros pushed her through the curtain and into a small, untidy room. It was some kind of study, with a wide wooden desk and yet more curtains, thick and dark blue by the window, and shelves upon shelves of scrolls and quills and assorted oddities. Eirene tried not to look like she was staring too hard. This room was a trove of not just wealth, but knowledge. She might have spent hours, days, weeks here, were she left alone. And yet, all of it had come at a price paid not by Leandros, but by the village girls as they disappeared one by one into the houses and beds of rich men. Perhaps this trinket or that one had been bought with the money from Ianthe's new husband. Perhaps this little brass statue at the edge of one shelf, a dancing girl, her leg kicked back, was the value of Clytie's life. Daphne padded across the room and batted at the bottom of the blue curtains, where they pooled against the stone floor. Then, apparently finding something of interest there, she made a low grumbling sound and vanished behind the draped fabric. Eirene felt her absence more keenly than she had expected. The monstrous creature had put her peculiarly at ease. "Sit." Peiros directed Eirene towards a modest, uncomfortable-looking chair with a blanket hanging over its narrow back. When he made no move towards it, Eirene picked up the blanket herself, shook it out, and arranged it over the chair. A vicious thrill surged through her at the sight of a single red stitch amongst the cream. Phoebe's mark. This was her handiwork, then. Perhaps she should make some pretense of pleased recognition. She was supposed to be Phoebe, after all. But when she snuck a sideways look at Peiros, he had already moved back to the curtain, one hand reaching to pull it closed again. "Stay here," he said shortly. "I will find the master." Eirene debated hurling some kind of scathing retort his way. If Leandros had actually been expecting her rather than her sister, she might have done it. Instead, she settled on silence and sat down primly, her hands folded in her lap to indicate her preparedness to wait. She had a plan. She'd gone over it 100 times as she'd walked here, and she would stick to it.
She would be Leandros' wife. She would find out everything there was to know about him and the desires he sold, and then she would use that knowledge to destroy him. A wide smile spread across her face. Peiros disappeared into the hall, the curtain swishing shut behind him. Once she was sure he was gone, Eirene yanked the veil from her face. The relentless brush of fabric across her skin had started to make her feel sick, and settled down to wait for her husband-to-be. She was not left waiting long. She had just begun to fidget, investigating where Daphne had vanished to, before the curtain was thrust open and Leandros strode in. Daphne emerged immediately, bounding across the floor and running into the hall Leandros had just come from. Leandros ignored her. "I knew you'd come," he announced to the room at large. He did not look at Eirene, and she used the opportunity to inspect him closely. He was beautiful, yes, as lean and leonine and lovely as everyone said, but it was ruined by his preening. Smugness seemed to emanate from him like an unpleasant smell. "Was it the pomegranate that swayed you at last? I am partial to them myself, you know. Of course, I should have expected such fine taste from my future The word wife never quite made it past his lips. He had turned to face her, and sheer astonishment seemed to render him temporarily speechless. His brow furrowed over his clear blue eyes. His full pink lips parted in a bewilderment so charming it must have been deliberate. His hand had been outstretched towards her, the fingers curled as if to beckon her forward. Now his arm fell to his side again as he gazed at her. He claims he is a descendant of Eros. Eirene could believe it. Leandros' unnatural loveliness had no other explanation. It made her skin prickle with unease. Leandros seemed to recover his senses at last. He made a show of blinking away his surprise, his long golden lashes fluttering. "Phoebe," he said. There was an edge of irony in his voice. "You are just as beautiful as your cousin boasts." As your cousin boasts. Stavros was such a bastard. Eirene picked at the blanket and said nothing, trying not to linger too long on Leandros' disbelieving tone. She knew she wasn't as pretty as the rumours would have said, because the rumours were talking about Phoebe. "I must confess, though, my dear Phoebe," Leandros added, once it seemed to become clear to him that Eirene had no intention of responding. "I had expected your hair to be longer." It was going to be such a joy to ruin him. Eirene lifted her head and offered him a bared-tooth grin. "I cut it," she said. "I like it short. Phoebe's is longer, as you say, and she is beautiful. But I am not Phoebe." This time, Leandros' surprise might actually have been genuine. He gaped at her like a speared fish, if the fish was somehow blessed with the radiance of a god. "My name is Eirene. Phoebe is my sister, my twin, but I have come in her stead." Leandros recovered some small part of his composure. "As her delegate, you carry a message from my wife?" Eirene squared her shoulders. "No, I come for myself." She paused, then added, as boldly as she dared, "And Phoebe is not your wife. Not yet, anyway." Leandros' face twitched. She wasn't sure if it was in anger or something else. He wasn't even looking at her anymore. His attention had settled on something behind her, something at floor level by the room's only window. She resisted the urge to twist about in her seat and follow his gaze. And then, to her great astonishment, Leandros laughed, a rich, ringing sound that filled the room. "All right, then," he managed at last, between charming peals of laughter. His eyes returned to meet hers. "Why have you come, then, Eirene, sister of Phoebe, who is not yet my wife?" "I come with a proposition," said Eirene carefully. She needed to be slick and convincing, every bit as snake-like as she knew he was. "Oh?" He raised an eyebrow. "Don't marry Phoebe." There. Perfect.
Oh. The second eyebrow joined the first. Then his astonishment seemed to abate. He relaxed his brows and flashed her a vicious smile, a mouthful of white teeth. But I am in want of a wife, my dear Eirene. Eirene took a deep breath. Then marry me. Before he could say anything, she ploughed onwards, the words spilling out of her like seeds from an upturned sack. We shared a womb. We are of the same flesh. We are the same age, of course, but I am much cleverer. Phoebe, she's gentle and kind and sweet. But you seem like a shrewd sort of man, and I doubt you will find her an adequate companion. It hurt to slander her sister so unfairly, but Leandros needed to want Eirene. I, however... She found that she was leaning forward in her chair, her palms upturned as if to offer the vulnerable flesh at her wrists to him. I can read and write faster and better than Phoebe. I can do arithmetic, add together coins and that sort of things, and manage an income. I know how to turn a profit, and I know about herbs. Everything that grows within a week's walk, I can find and name and grow myself if you give me a few winters to get the conditions right. This, where the rest had not, seemed to catch his interest. His expression of feline disdainful amusement softened. His eyes narrowed, and he drifted a little closer. Mirroring him, Eirene leaned forward even further. Her words came fast and high, and she forced herself to slow down, to sound considered and careful. And I know they're good enough for your needs. Just this morning, Peiros bought every herb I had. I'm a fast learner, and I'm determined. I'll complete any task you put to me. I can run fast, and I'm strong. She sucked in a final triumphant breath. Phoebe can weave, but she will still weave for you if I am your wife, so long as I ask her. Whereas I will do nothing for you if she is yours instead. I will never sell to your servant again. I will poison your wife against you. I'll poison you if I have to. Phoebe trusts me, and I am very persuasive. Think on what you would lose. There was a pregnant pause. Leandros's brows had shot up again. You seem better suited to be some sort of apprentice or assistant than a wife, he said at last. Don't you think? A good deal for you, then, don't you think? Eirene hurled the words back at him. Multifunctional. And then, when he made no reply, so what if I would be a better apprentice? I'd be a perfectly fine wife, too. What would Phoebe have on me? She is prettier than you, said Leandros mildly. With more hair, I gather. You are pretty enough on your own, said Eirene flatly. No woman will look anything but plain as your wife. At your side, I am as lovely as my sister is. She was near shouting now. She softened her words abruptly. That is not lovely at all. Leandros gave her a long, hard look. Then, without warning, he turned and strode to the other side of the desk, where he sat down, rested his elbows on the polished surface, and made a temple of his hands. Well then, Eirene, he said, you have convinced me. She stared at him. Surely it could not be that easy. This was Leandros. He was a liar, a wicked charlatan who was clever enough to have a whole island hoodwinked. There was a trick here. I have? I mean, that's... Wonderful, offered Leandros. He picked up a pen from atop a neat stack of papyrus that would have cost Eirene a month's earnings, and spun the slender length of reed between his fingers. I will send word to your cousin, informing him of my choice. First, though, I have just a few terms. Terms, repeated Eirene. What do you mean, terms? I am sure you have heard the rumours. Rumours? Well, Eirene certainly had heard rumours. That Leandros knew how to capture desire itself. That he could make the ugliest of courtesans beautiful again and change even the most faithful of hearts. And that he sold this magic to the highest bidder. Rich men in want of pretty young wives to promenade about, or greedy brothel owners desperate to make their girls the loveliest, and to charge the patrons the highest fees.
Eirene had not just heard the rumours, she'd seen the evidence with her own eyes, in the desolated market, in Ianthe's vapid gaze and her happy words. Eirene was suddenly afraid. What if Leandros' terms involved the desires he brewed? What if he expected her to drink them? To be as Ianthe had been, a hollow shell of her former self, pronouncing herself in love. Her throat tightened. She clutched the arms of her chair, digging her fingers into the blanket that Phoebe had woven. That brought her back to her own mind somewhat. She was doing this to make sure Phoebe didn't have to. If Leandros wanted a stupid, enchanted wife, he would take one, terms or not. So yes, she had heard the rumours, and she could not let him know exactly how much they frightened her. She rubbed her fingers over the knot in her throat until it loosened enough for her to say quietly, "Which rumours exactly?" "That I am a son of Eros, of course." Leandros beamed. "A son of a son of a son of the sun. The son of Aphrodite herself." Oh, was that it? Irene's derision must have been clear on her face, because Leandros's bright smile slipped. "I've heard them," she said politely. "Are they true?" Leandros tossed his head of perfect golden curls. "Of course they are true." The wild head-tossing disturbed the pen he held enough to flick a drop of ink onto the topmost sheet of papyrus. Eirene fought back the urge to roll her eyes. "All right, then," she said. "The terms?" "You don't seem interested in the story of my ancestry." "It is late," pointed out Eirene, "and if I am to be your wife, there will be much time to discuss it later." His wife. It seemed only hours ago, it had only been hours ago, that she had been in the apothecary, crowing over her good fortune and the weight of the coins in her purse. How had it all gone so badly wrong, and so quickly? She stroked little circles over the blanket and counted her breaths in and out. She was doing this for Phoebe. Once in Leandros's clutches, she would have been lost forever. 4 tasks, said Leandros abruptly, as Aphrodite gave to Psyche so that she could prove her devotion to Eros, to show that she had earned him as her husband. Eirene frowned, racking her memories for the story. 4 tasks. It was familiar, but what had the tasks been? Her frown deepened. Hadn't one of them been going into Hades? Eirene was hardly capable of that. What tasks? "Ah, you must allow me some secrets, my dear Eirene." He tapped the side of his nose with the top of the pen. Was the little spot of ink it left behind a calculated move? It was endearing, adorable, and it drew attention to the perfect symmetry and sharp slant of his nose. If Eirene had ever had an interest in the beauty of men, his might have swayed her, but she hadn't, and it didn't. In fact, all this pageantry only made her dislike Leandros all the more. She didn't trust a move he made or a word that came out of his mouth. It was all a carefully constructed illusion. Perhaps there was desire in every breath she took, in the pomegranate he'd sent, in the plums Phoebe had eaten. She swallowed down the bile that had risen in her throat and forced herself to smile. Surely a little more information than that is permissible. 4 tasks, repeated Leandros. Set by myself, though I can promise you that I'll be reasonable. Upon their completion, you will be allowed to stay here as my wife. Eirene did not allow herself to relax yet. Your wife, she echoed. She narrowed her eyes. And you will leave Phoebe be. Swear it. He laughed. As you wish. Swear it. Leandros sighed theatrically. Your mistrust of me does you no credit, my dear. When Eirene did not cease her glaring, he threw his hands up in mock defeat. I swear it. He nodded towards the statues that flanked the hearth, a woman beautiful and naked and smiling knowingly, and a man, as nude as his mother, clutching a bow and gazing dreamily into nothing.
Let my ancestors be witness to my promise. If you complete all 4 tasks to my satisfaction, you will be my wife. If you fail, you will leave this house and I will have your sister, as I originally intended. Satisfied?
If there was a trick, Eirene could not detect it. She nodded shortly. Satisfied.
8. Lamia. Satisfied, said Eirene, curtly. The bargain was struck. Thank the gods. Lamia couldn't stand to stay concealed for much longer. From her hiding place, behind the curtains, she shifted uncomfortably. Her foot was cramping again, and she ground her toes into the floor, stretching out the jerking muscles. If she had a little more time, she'd have chosen a better place to eavesdrop from, somewhere she could sit. But, as it was, she'd hardly stepped behind the curtain before the door had banged open, and the girl, Eirene, Lamia had known that she was lying about her name, was being ushered inside. Lamia had worried that Daphne, who had spelled her immediately and rushed behind the curtain to greet her, would give her hiding place away. But Daphne had disappeared the moment Lamia's father had arrived. "Good," she heard, rather than saw him getting to his feet. His chair creaked. "I will allow you to sleep on your decision." "Wait," interrupted Eirene. There was a new note of panic in her voice. "One more thing." A pause. Then the chair creaked again. "Yes, Eirene, dearest. What is it?" "My cousin," said Eirene hesitantly. "Your cousin?" "Stavros. When you sent word, he might come to try to see me." "And you would have me turn him away?" Lamia's father tutted. "I suppose, as your husband, I must take some responsibility for your family. Just don't tell him of our bargain. He won't allow it. Just don't let him take me away," said Eirene. There was a shuffling sound as she moved. "Tell him I was overwhelmed with love." An ironic note entered her voice. "Tell him I was overcome with desire. He will be happy to be rid of me, I'm sure, if you just tell him that. Please." If only Lamia could see. It was infuriating not to know what was happening in each of these long pauses, but she could not risk being spotted. She was not explicitly prohibited, but... "Very well, then," her father was saying. Lamia squirmed where she stood. "And what will you have me tell him when you fail, and I come to claim Phoebe in your stead?" "I will not fail." Irene's voice wavered, the same way it had as she'd lied about her name. Lamia's father laughed softly. "I will call for Peiros, then, and have him take you to your room, unless you have any more demands to make of me." From the silence, Eirene did not. Lamia heard her father placing the pen down, and then a distinctive metallic ring. The little brass bell that always graced his desk. At the sound, the curtain to the room opened instantly with a smooth swish. "Ah, Peiros. Will you take our guest to her room? The lower tower room will do." A pause, one that might have gone by unnoticed by anyone else. But Lamia, like Peiros, had frozen at the words. Her heart had skipped a beat, and it stuttered to a start again as her mind whirled. The lower tower room was Alexandra's room. Her father was putting Eirene in Alexandra's room. Alexandra's sweet smile, the dimples in her cheeks and the kindness in her round black eyes. The memories always returned the same order. Lamia bit down on her cheek, hard enough that her mouth was soon filled with the taste of copper and salt. Painful, but it did what she needed it to. The memories slipped away, She did not see Alexandra's pale hands, the hopeless, grasping fingers. In the room beyond, there were footsteps. Peiros, heavy, certain, and then Eirene's. Hers was lighter, hesitant at first, but she seemed to grow bolder as she was led away. "Good night, Leandros," she called, and there was a note of challenge in her tone. "I look forward to your first task." The door closed with a soft thud, and Eirene was gone. The study fell into quiet again. Then, "Come out, Lamia." Lamia went still, stiller than she had been before. Every muscle in her body was tense and immobile. He couldn't, surely not. How could he know? She'd been so quiet. "Out." This time it was a command. "You're lucky I let you stay and listen. You wouldn't have liked it if I dragged you out in front of our guests, would you?" What else could she do? She was like a mouse in a trap. Slowly, Lamia pulled the curtain back and stepped out into the room. On instinct, she hunched her shoulders, bowed her head, and clasped her hands. She stared fixedly at the floor as her legs screamed in protest. It rarely bore weight for this long. "There you are, my sweet girl," said her father. He did not sound too angry. Tentatively, Lamia lifted her gaze from the flagstone and looked directly at him. He was smiling. "Sit," he said invitingly, gesturing to the chair Eirene had just vacated. The rush of relief was instant. Lamia sagged into it gratefully. "I am sorry." The words fell from her lips in a garbled rush. "I only wanted to see her. I heard her saying that she was to be your wife, and I wanted to see her, to see what she was like." "And?" Her father's smile grew. Lamia searched his face for a hint of the answer he wanted from her. Nothing. "And?" "And how did you find her? Are you well pleased with the addition to our little household?" "Oh!" Lamia allowed herself to relax. Yes. I can't see how I wouldn't be. It is, as she said herself. She's clever and strong and very determined, and she knows all about herbs. Picking and growing and brewing. She'll help you, won't she?" She was rambling, she realized, and she shut her mouth with an audible snap. Her father had pulled a knife from his belt and was cleaning under his nails. He did not look at her. "You think she's pretty?" Lamia had no answer to that, none that she was willing to share. Did she think Eirene was pretty? Lamia thought all women that she'd seen in her life were pretty in their own ways, but Lamia had only seen Eirene briefly, half her face veiled. It was Irene's voice she liked most, and the whetted resolve that each spoken word held. "Well," she said eventually, "does it matter?" Her father hummed as he dug dirt from under his thumbnail. When he was finished, he dropped his hands, though he did not replace the blade in his belt. "I suppose not," he said. "All right," said Lamia. "But you like her?" "I suppose I do." "I'm glad." He leaned against the desk, stretching his limbs out lazily like a cat. "Lamia?" "Yes, father?" "If I catch you spying on me again," he said pleasantly, fixing her with his warmest, gentlest smile, "I'll rip out all your fingernails, one by one, and stay away from Eirene. Is that understood?" Lamia shivered, a sudden chill flooding her limbs, and flexed her bandaged fingers. She refused to glance down at the blood-spotted linen. It was not an idle threat. "Yes, father."
9. Eirene. Eirene woke with a start to banging on her door. She bolted upright, scrabbling to pull her chiton back into place. She'd been tossing and turning all night, and it was rucked up round her waist. "Phoebe?" she muttered blearily, before she remembered where she was. Not back at home, in the room she shared with her sister, but in the small, dark room at the base of the tower, in Leandros' house. She shivered, though the air was warm. The room was dusty and bleak, little in it besides the long, narrow couch she lay upon. The unlit hearth was a shallow indent in the floor in one corner, ringed with raised stone, and a rickety table stood beneath a single window. There was a broad brass bowl set atop it, alongside a small oil lamp. "Eirene!" There was another bang on the door, and it flew open to reveal Leandros. He held a bulging sack in each fist. "Good morning, Eirene," he said brightly. He strode to the centre of the room and slammed the sacks down onto the floor. One sack toppled, the loose ties falling open, and its contents spilled across the floor. Eirene blinked at it in bewilderment. It was an erratic mix, lentils and wheat berries, and, she narrowed her eyes, what looked like thousands of fine black seeds. All of them were coated in a layer of dust and sand. "Your first task," announced Leandros, and Eirene snapped her attention back to his unnervingly lovely face. He looked very pleased with himself. He pulled a third empty sack from his belt and tossed it down beside the others. "You must sort the contents of these sacks, poppy seeds in one, lentils in the other, wheat in the third. The sand you can leave. I'll have you sweep it up later." Eirene had the peculiar sense that she was missing something. The sacks were large, of course, and the contents thoroughly combined. It would certainly be a tedious task, several weeks on her hands and knees picking out seeds, but not a difficult one. Well, the poppy seeds might be a challenge, but— "You have 3 days," said Leandros. "What?" Eirene stared at him aghast. 3 days! 3 days! She looked again at the sacks, at the sprawl of seeds. She had estimated weeks, but there must be ways to speed up the process, perhaps tossing them up in a bowl to bring the lighter pieces to the top. Or water. Did lentils float? She didn't think so. She tried to remember tipping them out to soften in a battered pot of boiling water. Perhaps. "And 3 nights, if you need them," said Leandros, as if this made much of a difference at all. "But by the morning of the 4th day, I expect them all to be separate. And you'll be confined to this room, of course. These tasks are yours alone, to prove that you truly possess the strength and intellect you claim you do. If we see that you've left the room, you will have failed." But Eirene's plan to borrow every sieve in the village fizzled out like kindling dropped into a puddle. "Or you can leave now." Leandros' gaze darted from Eirene to the seeds to Eirene again. He was smiling, a wide, vicious display of teeth. Oh, the bastard. He was so convinced that she wouldn't agree. She wanted to slap that smug look off his face. Instead, she did the next best thing. She yanked the blanket aside, stood from the bed, and did her best to keep her surprise at just how cold the floor was from her face as she stalked across it to Leandros. She stopped an arm's length away and glared up at him. "I'm staying here," she hissed. Leandros looked back at her, a smile playing over his mouth. His eyes were so very blue. He didn't look human. Eirene refused to look away. She couldn't let her fear show. Not now. She gestured to the heaps of seeds and sand. "How—" she cleared her throat. "How did they all become mixed like that?" If she hadn't been watching him so closely, she might not have noticed the shadow that passed over his features or the brief, angry twist of his perfect mouth. "Something got into the storeroom," he said shortly. "An animal. Some kind of wild thing."
10. Lamia. The roses were whispering again. It was only the wind, really. Lamia knew that. But there was something in the way their heads seemed to turn to her, to dip in towards her, petals rustling that made her feel that they were trying to tell her something. She reached out through the window for the nearest rose, a glorious pink, and pulled it to her. "Look at you!" She cooed to it as if it was a fledgling, tracing the petals. "So pretty, so—" She broke off, frowning, her fingers stilling. She peered closely at the rose, searching for imperfections she'd felt beneath her fingertips. There! A small tear in one of the inner petals. Perhaps one of the birds that nested in the tangled thicket had done it, catching her claws as she flew to her young. Lamia could fix it. She adjusted her grip. Then she pressed the tips of her bandaged fingers against the thorns that sheathed the stem of the rose. Blood bloomed where she had broken the still healing skin open again, and the pain was so sudden and bright that it brought tears to her eyes. Lamia cried easily. She had to. She brought her free hand, undamaged, unbound, to her face and brushed a single tear from her lashes. She paused, cocking her head. She could make out the murmurs of voices from the tower below. It snaked up the stairs, growing fainter and fainter until she could distinguish none of the words. But she knew from the familiar rumble of one voice that her father was speaking, and from the higher, sharp sound of the other that Eirene was replying. Eirene? Still here? How long would she stay? Perhaps she would stay as long as Alexandra. Perhaps there would be 4 short, lovely years where Lamia would not feel quite as alone. And maybe it would end, as it had before, with a cold, white body and terrible, rippling emptiness. The voices had stopped. There were footsteps on the landing again. Lamia strained to listen, her every muscle tense and still as she waited for the sound of boots upon the stairs. The sound that would tell her that her father was on his way, with a small bronze bowl in his palm and a blade in his belt, and that he would not leave again until he had what he needed from her. His secret ingredient, the one that united every desire he brewed. The tower door slammed far below, and there was silence. Not today, then. Lamia lowered her hand, the tear clinging, pearl-like, to her index finger, and held it out into the sunlight. The roses that grew up from the garden far below curled round the window. The young birds in the vines chirped hungrily. "Me too," she told them. Hunger was beginning to gnaw at her belly. She could go to the kitchen, of course. Her father always reminded her that the main house was her house too, and that she could go where she pleased. But she couldn't forget his words from the previous night. What if he caught her sneaking bread from the hearth, and thought she had come to spy on him again? Would he really pull out her fingernails? There were still 8 left, after all. No, she wasn't that hungry. Not yet. The tear still sat, a perfect dewdrop atop her finger. Lamia drew in a breath and kept it, concentrating her eyes on the tear where it shone in the sun. In her other hand, she clutched the stem of the rose with its single imperfect petal. A heartbeat. Then the tear began to glow, first like the light of a lamp, flickering faintly as she fought to take hold of it. Then a torch, then brighter and brighter and brighter, flaring up endlessly until it seemed that there were 2 suns before her. Helios, blazing in the sky, and the inferno burning at her fingertip. It was warm, growing more so with each moment until it was uncomfortable to hold. Then it began to hurt. The light blinded her. She squeezed her eyes shut against its assault. An instant later, it winked out, the magic of the tear already spent. The heat receded. Lamia let go of the rose so that it sprang back, brighter than it had been, perfect once more, and allowed herself at last to exhale. There was a single crust of bread left from the day before. It would be rock solid by now, but as the sun climbed and then began to fall, Lamia kept catching herself staring at it, wondering whether she could soften it in yesterday's equally stale water until it became something close to edible. No, she wasn't hungry. She wasn't. But the crust clung to the corner of her vision like moss to a tree. She could bear it no longer. She retrieved the crust and sat back in the patch of light at the window, crumbling it between her palms. She tossed the crumbs out into the air and watched a throng of songbirds rise and dive and scrabble over the scraps. Though the birds themselves were plain, their flight disturbed the rose bushes, until the whole garden was swaying with reds and pinks and oranges. Eventually, the crumbs ran out, and the birds quietened, and the sun set in a glorious wash of colour. Far below, Eros would be barring the door for the night. She had free rein of the gardens and the main house in the day, even if she did not use it, but the night held countless dangers for a girl like her. You can never know what was waiting in the dark, her father always said. Better the tower be shut up, better she be alone. A final fluttering of wings broke the quiet, the last sparrow settling into her nest, tucking her ugly little pink babies beneath her wings. Lamia swallowed down a sudden surge of longing for her father. He could be kind, sometimes, and her birds were not true company. Her father loved her as much as he hurt her. He protected her. He only used her magic to keep them safe, and, besides, Eros, who Lamia despised and distrusted in equal measure. Her father was the only person left in the house at night time, now that Alexandra was gone. Except that wasn't true. Not anymore. Lamia sat bolt upright, the last crumbs falling from her skirt to the floor. It was only when she was halfway down the stairs, pressing the cramp from her toes, that Lamia paused to consider her plan. Her father only prohibited her from spying on him, nothing else, and yet creeping around the tower at night still felt like such a betrayal that her body trembled with it. The tower is mine, she reminded herself. It's mine, and I can go where I please, whatever time of day it is. In fact, it seemed even more hers at night than in the day. None of the dangers her father always warned her of would ever reach her here. Not the men from the village, captivated and disgusted by her magic in equal measure, or the philosophers, like her father, who sought her tears and would stop at nothing to get them. And these philosophers, her father would tell her, his face still and serious, were not kind and gentle like he was. They would not protect her. They would steal her away to use her power only for evil. Her father used it to make things beautiful. He used it for love, and though he could never risk letting Lamia out to meet them, he assured her that she was the reason that a dozen young women were happily married to generous and wealthy husbands that adored them. He made it clear that these young women were very keen on the idea of husbands, even if it was one that has always baffled Lamia. Still, her father had sincere appreciation for beauty. He would not begrudge Lamia this excursion, not when she went to witness what must surely be the most startling example of loveliness that has ever set foot in his house. The cramps subsided, and she set off again, considerably buoyed by this argument. Even clutching her lamp, an addition that meant she could not hold onto the stair rope with both hands as she tended to prefer, she made it down the final flights of stairs without too much difficulty. The stiffness of her joints the previous day had eased a little with the weather. She stopped on the lowest landing and stood, head cocked, listening. From Alexandra's room, Eirene's room now, she reminded herself she heard nothing. In the main house, someone was snoring, a low, regular rumble. She crept towards Eirene's room. It had been barred from the outside, so Lamia had no choice but to pull the bolt out of its bracket, wincing at the metallic scraping sound. The door, mercifully, was far quieter. It swung open on oiled hinges. It was as if it had been prepared for her to pass through, silent and unnoticed. She moved towards the couch, skirting the cold hearth, and the handful of humped shapes scattered about the room. What were they? She dipped the lamp and frowned as its light fell upon. Were those seeds? Seeds and sand mixed together in messy piles? There was a brass bowl half filled with yet more seeds, abandoned beside a heap of empty woven sacks, and an extinguished lamp. Strange things to adorn the floors of a bedchamber. But Lamia was not dissuaded. She stepped over a final pile and drew level with the couch. At last, Lamia's lamplight reached the girl curled there. At the sight of Eirene, the blanket pulled above her shoulders and her face turned towards the tower wall. Lamia's heart skipped. She hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath. She let it out slowly, loath to allow the sound to rouse Eirene. She wanted to see more. She had to. She leaned closer, captivated by the arch of Eirene's brow, by the sweep of her cheekbones and the dissatisfied curl of her mouth as she slept. She had a squarish jaw and full, perfect lips. She seemed to glow with vitality. Here was a girl who lived in the light. The orange flicker of the lamp caught on Eirene's long lashes, fluttering as she dreamed, and the little scar above the bridge of her nose, and the fine dusting of hair over her cheeks. Lamia would never have been able to see such detail from a distance. It took her breath away. She could have watched Eirene forever. Nothing could have disturbed her admiration. Except, of course, it could. As Lamia leaned in closer, precariously close, too close, a single drop of oil spilled from the lamp and landed in the center of Eirene's flushed cheek. Lamia drew in a sharp breath and swung the lamp away. The light flickered wildly, and the next droplet of oil fell into the ragged skirt of her chiton. But it was too late. The damage was already done. For a single heartbeat, Lamia thought that Eirene might not awake, that somehow she would not have felt the oil now cooling on her skin, and would slumber on, lost in anxious dreaming. But then Eirene opened her eyes, and her dark gaze fixed itself upon Lamia.
11. Eirene. Eirene awoke to a phantom bending over her, its pale face horribly close to hers. Naturally, she shrieked, a pitiful, gasping sound issuing from her throat as she scrabbled back against the wall, kicking off her blanket and attempting to put as much distance between her and this thing as she could. "Stay back," she panted. Her eyes adjusted slowly to the light, and she cast about wildly for a weapon. "Don't think I can't hurt you." The empty lamp was on the floor, somewhere out of reach, and her knife was back in her satchel, tucked beneath the far end of the bed. She sucked in a determined breath. No matter. If it came to it, she'd use her teeth. Very few people expected to be bitten by a girl her size. "I don't think that you can't hurt me," said a hesitant voice. "But I do wish you wouldn't." If Eirene had expected a voice, this was not it. It was far too human, soft and young and unmusical. Eirene squinted in the direction of its owner. She exhaled. It was not a phantom. It was a girl. A mistake easily made, it had to be said. The girl was tall and very slender, with a long, gaunt face and thin, reddish-brown hair hanging to her waist in limp strands. In the flickering light of the oil lamp, her skin was pallid, olive washed out so that it was almost grey. Eirene could see through to the blue-green tracery of veins beneath the surface. With her back pressed against the wall, Eirene put a hand to her breast and sucked in harsh breaths until the frantic flutter of her heartbeat returned to its usual steady thud. Her fright gave way to annoyance. "What do you mean by sneaking in here like that?" she snarled. Her voice broke on the last word. "And in the middle of the night, too! What is wrong with you?" "You're angry," said the girl. Her eyes were very large. Her nose was ever so slightly crooked, as if it had been broken and clumsily reset. She chewed on her lower lip. "Of course I'm angry. You can't just materialize and—" "Oh!" Eirene clenched her fists. "How did you get in? The door's barred." She remembered the screeching protest of metal as Leandros had pushed the bar into place. The girl looked bewildered. "It's barred from the outside, and I came from outside." Eirene wished she had something clever and scathing to say, but a large number of her thoughts were still wandering, lost, through a fog of sleep. She settled for a furious glare. If the girl noticed, she did not let it bother her. "I'm Lamia," she offered, and she took a hesitant step closer. "And you're Eirene." "I know who I am," said Eirene hotly, "and I don't care who you are." Then she narrowed her eyes. Everyone knew that Leandros dismissed his servants at night time, and if this girl was not a servant— "Sorry," said Eirene, "but who are you?" Lamia furrowed her brow. "I'm Lamia," she said again. Then, with a small, bright smile playing at the edges of her mouth, "I thought you didn't care." "I changed my mind," said Eirene. She inched closer to Lamia, scooting over the stretched skins of the couch and plastering a broad smile onto her face. She had been sorting the seeds one by one before, blowing the sand from each individual lentil and making slow, painful progress. But there would be easier ways. Perhaps this strange waxen girl could get her the things she needed. "Are you a servant?" Lamia deflated. "I suppose he didn't tell you about me." "Who didn't? Leandros?" "I suppose he didn't tell you about me yet." This Lamia seemed to be saying to herself more than to Eirene. "But that makes sense, because he can't trust you. Yet." "All right." Eirene was struck by a sudden mortifying thought. If Lamia wasn't a maid, was she something else to Leandros? Something closer? "You're not his lover, are you?" she demanded. Lamia looked young, 15, 16 perhaps, and certainly too young to bed a man like Leandros, who must have been nearing 30. That said, Eirene herself was only 17 and was meant to be marrying Leandros. Only the fact that she intended to destroy him and flee before that could happen would stop the match. After seeing Ianthe with her husband, she was not so sure little things like age mattered to men like that. "Lover?" spluttered Lamia, who seemed to have taken several long moments to process Irene's question. Her face was incredulous. "I'm his daughter." "Oh." Eirene relaxed her jaw. Then she frowned. "Wait, daughter?" Lamia dropped her chin a little. "As I said," she mumbled, "he really didn't tell you." Eirene had not once heard tell of Leandros having a daughter, but here she was. Damn. It wasn't too likely that Lamia would be willing to help Eirene defy her father then. But Eirene would try to convince her anyway. "Look," she said quietly, in the low, gentle voice she reserved for Phoebe when she was pulled under by her worst fevers. It was a voice that, beneath the words, said, "Please, trust me. He probably didn't tell me to protect you, somehow." It was a feeble excuse, but Lamia visibly perked up. Eirene hurried to continue. "I have a sister, a twin sister. Her name is Phoebe, and I'm doing this," she indicated the floor scattered with grains, "to protect her. You understand family, Lamia. I can see that." Lamia narrowed her eyes at the mess of lentils and grain and poppy seeds. Her lips parted, her features shifting into an expression of slow realization. This is your first task? Eirene startled. You know about the tasks? Damn again. There was no chance she could just trick Lamia into working against her father then. She knew what Eirene toiled for, and it would have to be outright defiance. Lamia ignored the question. Why don't you want Phoebe to marry my father? Because Phoebe is... Eirene broke off. Lamia was tall, and Eirene felt at a peculiar disadvantage, hunched up in the bed as she was, her suspicions sprouting and blooming. She sat up properly, swinging her legs over the edge of the couch and peering up into Lamia's narrow face. But how do you know I didn't want her to marry him? Did Leandros tell you? Lamia's waxy skin bloomed with sudden colour. She ducked her head. He didn't tell me exactly, she admitted. And what exactly does that mean? I overheard? Eirene shot to her feet. How much did Lamia know? How much did she know about Eirene when Eirene knew nothing of Lamia in return? You eavesdropped, she hissed. Is that what you're saying? Lamia backed away, her hands up. Why are you so angry? If I know what's happening, I can help. Eirene stopped dead. Lamia was still backing away, her eyes darting to the ground and then back to Eirene with each step. You can help? Leandros didn't say you couldn't have help, said Lamia. Not that I heard. I don't know what you're doing with the grains, but maybe I can be of use. I'm an extra pair of hands at the very least. She offered Eirene her palms as proof. One hand was wrapped in pale bandages. The fingertips were dotted with dark colour. Eirene looked away quickly, meeting Lamia's eyes again. They were wide and hopeful, and an inexplicably captivating shade of light brown. An extra pair of hands, Lamia had said. An extra pair of hands attached to a body that wasn't locked inside this room. Eirene narrowed her eyes at Lamia's outstretched palms and let out a soft huff of breath. She could do this. She would do this. Can those hands get me a sieve? A sieve. A sieve. Repeating the word only strengthened Irene's conviction. And water. I need to wash the sand off the seeds once I've separated them. And it'll need to be a fine sieve. For wine, if you have one. She'd seen Stavros use such a sieve each time he drank through to the bottom of a jug of wine, where the grape seeds and skins collected in a dark sludge. He'd pour the last dredges of wine through the sieve and into a bowl. Then he'd sit by the hearth and tip the bowl back to his mouth, draining it in a single swallow. His eyes would be bright and empty. Eirene shook off the memory and continued. It won't separate the lentils and the wheat berries, but... The plan solidified in her mind with each word she spoke. But I can use the water. The lentils will sink and the wheat berries will float. She paused, frowning. No, that's not right. They only float if they've been hollowed out by insects. But you'll be there to help me, and the bigger seeds are easier to sort by hand. You can see I've already done a good number of the lentils, and... She looked up at Lamia, her words swallowed up by the grin she couldn't stop spreading across her face. She was going to complete the task. She was going to save Phoebe. But Lamia was shaking her head. Can't you... She looked down, twisting her hands in the skirts of her chiton. There was a messy stain in the material. Can't you ask Leandros? Eirene blew out her cheeks in exasperation. Of course not. He wants me to fail. He would never bring me such things. And if I leave myself, I forfeit the whole thing. It is clear that he does not wish me to succeed, and he will certainly not help me to do so. I can't leave either. Eirene stared. What? Lamia's flush deepened until her whole face was pink. Not right now, anyway. It's night-time. So? Everyone will be sleeping then. You won't even be seen. Lamia's lip trembled. The tower door is locked at night. To protect me. She brightened. To protect us. So unlock it. Locked from the outside, with a bar. Eirene laughed. It was a hard, vicious sound. Locked from the outside to protect you. Do you know why my room is locked from the outside, Lamia? She did not wait for Lamia to reply before ploughing onwards. "It's to keep me in." "My father doesn't need to keep me in," protested Lamia. "The door is locked for my safety." "Using a bar?" Lamia's eyes darted from side to side, as if she sensed the trap. "Using a bar," she confirmed eventually. "So why don't you have the bar on your side? Lock yourself in every night. That would be far safer, no?" Lamia's face hardened. "What if my father needed to get in?" "Why would he?" challenged Eirene. "What could be so urgent that he could not just call for you and have you unlock the tower yourself? It seems to me that you're making excuses, Lamia, and—" "I can't leave," snapped Lamia. She was trembling, bright tears glistening in the corner of her eyes. "So I can't do what you want. There's no need to taunt me, to question me. I've been nice to you." Eirene rolled her weight back onto the balls of her feet. She'd been leaning forward without meaning to, as if ready to spring onto the shaking girl standing before her. They regarded one another silently for some time. Then, "Please," said Eirene. Her voice cracked, a nice touch. "Please, Lamia, just try. I need you to try." She hurried over to the bowl she'd left on the ground, half the lentils picked out, the wheat berries and poppy seeds and sand still a hopeless mess. Her lamp had burned out before she'd had a chance to pluck out the remaining lentils, and she'd had no choice but to give up for the night. "Look," she said, "if I could just sieve out the sand and the seeds, then I could—" "No," said Lamia. Eirene froze, her hand hovering over the bowl. "No, you won't even try." I can't disobey my father." Eirene lifted her head very slowly and fixed Lamia with her most hateful look. "Can't or won't?" Lamia said nothing. She lowered her head, refusing to meet Irene's eyes. How could she refuse when she knew what was at stake, when she knew how much Eirene had to lose? Her cowardice was infuriating. Eirene could not bear it. "Get out!" She thrust her hand into the bowl and threw a handful of seeds in Lamia's direction. "Useless, disruptive, interfering wretch!" Lamia twisted away from the spray of seeds. "I can't," she protested miserably. "But, Eirene, we can still be friends. I just can't—" "Out!" When Eirene reached for the metal bowl at her feet, Lamia made a startled noise and scurried for the door. There was an awkward tilt to her gait, one leg that swung out a little with each stride. "Coward!" Eirene yelled after her. "I'm sorry," wailed Lamia. She pulled the door open and tucked herself behind it, her pale, frightened face peering round the edge. "I want to help. I just—" "No, you don't." Eirene turned her face away. Her rage had petered out into exhaustion. She shouldn't have allowed herself to hope like that, so recklessly, that Lamia could help her, that Lamia wanted, truly, to help her. When she spoke again, she directed her words at the dusty stone floor. "Just go, please." She did not look away from the stone for a long while. When she finally lifted her head, Lamia was gone. She'd left her oil lamp behind, carefully tucked into the corner beside the door. A pitiful gift in the face of what she could have given Eirene. But it was something, and Eirene was rapidly running out of choices and time. Eirene sighed, watching the echo of the flame through the curved bowl of the lamp. Then she got slowly to her feet and went to retrieve it.
12. Lamia. For the first night since her death, Lamia did not dream of Alexandra. What she did dream, over and over, was the look of surprise and fright and then disgust on Irene's face. As she had looked upon Lamia, each iteration of the memory sent a thrill of self-hatred through Lamia, so that it was almost a relief to be yanked out of sleep by heavy footsteps on the tower stairs and the familiar sounds of her father calling her name. "Yes?" Had there been a touch of irritation in his voice? Lamia fought free of her blankets, fear already pressing at her stomach. He must have found out about her visiting Eirene, and he would punish her severely for it. Her fingertips prickled. Lamia drew in a quick, shallow breaths. She had fallen asleep in her clothes. The brooch at one shoulder had left a stark mark on her skin, but at least she would not have to keep her father waiting as she dressed. She perched on the edge of the bed and carefully retied the wrapping round her knee, wincing as she bent the sleep-stiffened joint. Then she pulled on her boots. Her fingers only shook a little as she yanked the laces tight and knotted them deftly. "Come in," she croaked. The curtain was flung wide, and her father sauntered in.
"It's dark in here,"
he said, glancing about. Lamia froze. He must have noticed the missing lamp. He moved closer, so that the light from the small window found his features. Lamia blinked. He didn't look angry. In fact, he was smiling.
"I must get you another lamp, my sweet girl."
He beamed at her, flashing his teeth, but Lamia's eyes had already slid down to his hands and the little bowl dangling from his fingertips. Ah, that is why he was here. The prickling in her own fingers sharpened as she was relieved to feel tears already welling in the corners of her eyes. At least he would not have to hurt her so very badly today. "Hello, father," said Lamia reluctantly, picking at the bed frame and bracing herself for the pain that must soon come. But her father did not stride over and haul her to her feet as he usually did on days like these. Instead, he took a few more leisurely steps towards her and regarded her with what might have been fondness.
"I do not say it enough what a jewel you are, my dear Lamia."
Lamia's gaze flickered back to his face. He was still smiling, his features lit with genuine happiness. Thank you?" she managed. She let herself relax just a little. Her father's joy was infectious. He glowed with it.
"Yes."
He took another step towards her.
"I am not a reflective man. It is a flaw, I know, and I allow myself to frequently forget what we have accomplished together."
"Ah," said Lamia. It seemed better to be concise, given she had no idea what he was speaking of.
"We are beloved here,"
said her father grandly.
"We have brought contentment, beauty, love, and the villagers gladly give up their coin. They revere my name as they would yours if they were wise."
If they knew it, thought Lamia, remembering Eirene's confusion.
"But we must know this adoration is not for us alone."
His face was suddenly serious, his fingers twisted on the bowl.
"And they must know this too. My next symposium will be a celebration of our beloved foremother, Aphrodite, reminding my guests who the love they cherish is truly from. I will urge them to turn to her and worship too, to burn the thigh bones of sheep and pour out their wine in libation."
This did not seem to have anything to do with Lamia. She nodded, warily. Her father let out a dramatic sigh.
"It will not be a small undertaking, my sweet girl. I must beg of your tears."
There it was. Lamia raised her shoulders in a wordless half-shrug. There was no need for him to make such a show of asking. She had never denied such a request. She could not.
"Ah, you are my precious thing," he said, fixing her with his most adoring stare. "Lamia, I would give you the world if I could. It is what I owe you."
He lifted the bowl.
"It will be quick. I have business in the village."
Lamia nodded slowly. Her father's words were clear. Lamia was valuable. This was a partnership. The thought filled her with sudden confidence. Eirene's words kept ringing in her ears. "It seems to me that you are making excuses, Lamia." She could leave, if she wanted to. But did she want to? Lamia felt her courage waver. "Can I come with you?" She blurted before it could flicker away completely. He looked like she coughed in his face. "Come with me? To the village?" "Yes, the village," said Lamia. She got to her feet so that he was not looming over her quite so much, so that she felt less like a small child, and took a hesitant step towards him. "Don't you think it's time?" She tried for a smile. "I'm all grown up now, and I have to see the world, eventually." Her father did not return her smile. He was frowning, a furrowing of his golden brow that deepened with each second. Slowly, he began to shake his head. "Lamia." She had never heard him so hesitant. "Lamia, my daughter, perhaps in my enthusiasm I spoke too highly of our fellow islanders. There are so many of them, and they are not like you and me. They were born here. They will live their whole lives here, and they will die here. They have not seen the world as we have. They are fearful, easily driven to hatred and violence against that which they do not understand." Lamia didn't remember anything of the world, but she understood what her father was saying. He sighed. "Still, if you are very eager to go, I will not stop you. I suppose I cannot protect you forever." All Lamia's courage had trickled away again. She remembered again the look on Eirene's face when she'd awoken to find Lamia standing over her, how it made Lamia want to curl up into a ball and hide. And that was just one girl. How would Lamia feel with an entire village looking at her like that, ogling her otherness? Her leg, her awkward gait, the sallow features of her face. Lamia sagged. "No," she said. "No, you're right. I suppose I wasn't thinking." "I suppose not," agreed her father. He stepped forward and unfolded his arms. She leaned stiffly against him. "Poor Lamia," he said to the top of her head. "Don't think I blame you. Of course, you're curious. Of course you want to see the world. But the world is not kind to girls like you. You must understand." When she said nothing, he pulled her harder against him, wrapping his arms more tightly round her until it was an effort to breathe. "You are so breakable, my sweet girl. But they would only see your peculiarities and think you are the danger. They aren't kind to things that are different, things that are ugly. They would see you gone just to feel safe or made a public spectacle, a mockery of you and your strangeness." Again, Eirene's face flashed in Lamia's mind. She shrank into herself. Her father was right. Of course he was. Who but her own father could have any kindness for her? She pressed her face against his chiton so that he would not see the tears prickling in the corners of her eyes. "But I won't let them. Of all the world, I am the only one that will always protect you." He gently pushed her away from him, moving his hands to her wrists. As he looked her full in the face, his eyes went to hers, then lower, to trace the path of a single tear over her cheek. His mouth twisted just a little. "But I can't protect you alone. You have to help me, Lamia. Can you help me?" Lamia nodded wordlessly. She knew what was coming, and she was grateful that the rest of the tears came easily when he moved his fingers over the delicate insides of her wrists, where her pulse fluttered, a moth trapped in a jar, and pinched hard, his fingernails cutting into her flesh like butter. Afterwards, he held the small brass bowl to her face and coaxed her tears into it. Then he left and returned a short while later with a tray laden with olives and figs and bread. It was plain food, but when Lamia took her first bite of fig, her mouth filled with saliva and she was suddenly ravenous. She tore into the bread, swiping pieces through the small dish of olive oil that accompanied the food. She ate one-handed while her father wrapped a white linen bandage round her injured wrist. She tried not to look at it. The sight of blood blooming in the 5 crescent-shaped wounds set her stomach twisting uncomfortably. It was not his fault. The tears needed to come, somehow. When he was finished, he pressed a kiss to her forehead and left the room, leaving the curtain open. Lamia looked down at the tray. Her hunger had dissipated as quickly as it had come. The last bite of bread tasted stale and clung to the roof of her mouth. She was desperate for air. She took the tray to the window and shook the crumbs out into the tangle of roses. The birds took up their usual flutterings and frantic chirpings, but Lamia barely heard them. Her hands were sticky from the figs when she put them to her cheeks, rubbing her palms over the skin of her face until they too were tear-damp and shimmering. Then she cupped them together and watched as the shimmer became a glow that became brighter and brighter. Lamia turned back to the room. It always seemed to exist in half-shadow, hiding the best and worst of it. Lamia's light fell upon dusty corners and charcoal stains on the blankets and crumbs, on the poorly kept skin spread out over the floor. The light, cupped in her palms, was growing uncomfortably warm. Lamia drew in a shuddering breath, and the light pulsed brighter, the heat flaring with it. It hurt, badly, but she did not let go, not until the pain was sharp as a knife against her skin, until she could focus on nothing else. Even then, she acquiesced its power reluctantly. There was nothing quite like the feeling of magic, the shining of the light on her skin, and the way it thrummed and danced and burned inside her. As the light fractured and dissipated, Lamia looked down at her palms. One was still wrapped in bandages, with pinpricks of blood at the tip of each sore finger. The other, though, was bare, the skin uncovered, red, raw, and blistered.
13. Eirene. Eirene had had enough of lentils for a lifetime. After 2 days of sorting the wretched things, the air had assumed their earthy scent, and Eirene kept finding them caught in the folds of her chiton, between the sole of her foot and her sandal, even in her hair. The sky was flushed with sunset when she tossed the last brown seed into the sack, and she was gripped with such euphoria that she managed to forget for a moment that there were still thousands of wheat berries and poppy seeds to sift through, and barely 1 day and 1 night left to do so. She stood, stretching out her shoulders and arching her back against the tightness that had come from so many hours folded over the piles of seeds. She paced twice round the cramped little room, rolling out her wrists and wincing at the stiffness in her knees. After another day of this, she'd barely be able to stand. She thought of Phoebe on the other side of the village. Was she stretching out her tired joints too, smearing salve on her fingers to soften the calluses? Eirene would make sure that whatever they both suffered was worth it. She would be victorious. Eirene ducked down to the floor again and reached for the lamp Lamia had left. Eirene paused, her hands cradling the cool earthenware. Lamia. The thought of her made Eirene feel itchy. She wasn't entirely sure why. Perhaps, deep down, she knew she had been unfair. None of this was Lamia's fault, after all, and she hadn't deserved to be screamed at so viciously. If Phoebe was here, she would be eyeing Eirene with pointed displeasure, arms folded across her chest. "She's a coward," Eirene would argue, hearing the whine in her own voice. She always knew which arguments she would lose the moment they began. "You would never leave me like that, just because it risked angering Leandros." "Yes, but, Eirene, not everyone is the same. You don't know why she acts that way. Perhaps she has her reasons." "Stupid reasons," Eirene would grumble. "You don't know that," Phoebe would say gently. "She was afraid, and you only frightened her more. Why should she help you? You thought only of yourself. And you let your anger get the better of you," Phoebe would say. "You have to apologize." "God damn it," said Eirene out loud. Because Phoebe, or the part of Eirene that Phoebe always occupied, was right. Well, there was nothing she could do about it now. Eirene shrugged off the memory of Lamia's wide, hurt eyes and lit the lamp. The oil was running low, but dark had fallen, and Eirene could hardly see what she was doing without the lamp's steady shine. She rolled her shoulders once more, banished any last lingering thoughts of Lamia, then resumed her work. She was making good progress. The wheat berries were easy to sort from the poppy seeds and sand. She had swiftly developed a method of tossing the mix up in loosely cupped hands, allowing the smallest pieces to fall through her fingers. She would be left with a handful of gritty wheat berries each time, which she deposited into a gradually filling sack. The hours crept by, and the heap of wheat at the bottom of the sackcloth grew slowly but surely. Exhaustion became a steady drumbeat against her eyelids. There was no time to sleep. Eirene shook her head hard in an attempt to clear it, slapped her cheeks and rubbed her gummy eyes, hissing as sand crept in between her eyelids. She emptied another bowl of its wheat berries and thrust the empty dish into the dwindling heap of unsorted seeds. When she dug her fingers into the mixture, they felt something that was certainly not grain. A rough, stiff fragment that fitted easily into the palm of her hand. She frowned and pulled it out. In the flickering lamplight, she could make out a neatly woven piece of fabric. Its edges were jagged, as if it had been ripped from a larger garment without care, and a stain marred its surface. The stain was long dried, and when Eirene brought it to her nose and gave it a tentative sniff, it smelled of little but lentils. Eirene tossed it away with a scoff. It vanished into the dark shadows beneath the couch. "Probably the only scrap left of the last poor soul set this task," she said out loud. This amused her, and she managed to sort the grain from almost another full bowl before the boredom and the fatigue crept into the edges of her consciousness again. She tossed the remaining poppy seed and sand mix onto the floor and groaned. When would this be over? Her mouth was dry with sand and grit, and running her tongue around her cheeks and across her lips did little to alleviate the discomfort. Her head, too, had begun to pound in time with her heart. Her eyelids were so heavy they might have been made from stone. Each of her blinks seemed to last longer and longer until finally she closed her eyes and could not bring herself to open them again. Relief washed over her, followed an instant later by a crashing wave of exhaustion. She was so tired. Her head dropped forward and she bolted upright again, snapping her head back. Her eyes shot open, but her vision was a dark blur. She had to rest. She had to. How could she work like this, all but blind and slumping over every few minutes? Just a little while, she promised herself. If her eyelids had been heavy before, now they were even more so. She doubted Atlas himself could have held them open. She'd just rest them for a moment. Through her eyelids, she could see the soft light of the lamp. It faded into a smudge of the night sky, swirling with stars. "Just," she said aloud, the word dissolving into a yawn as the sky opened its maw to swallow her. "A moment." Eirene woke with a jolt. It took her a while to orientate herself, to understand why every part of her ached as it did. She was curled into a tight ball on the stone floor of the tower room, her head pressed against the cool surface. The lamp had burned out, but the room was bright. Her ears seemed to echo with the memory of some recent sound. It had woken her. The pattering of something. Feet, perhaps, on the stone floor. Lamia? Her head snapped up and she looked about wildly, squinting into the sudden harsh light. But Lamia was nowhere to be seen. As the world swam into hazy focus, she saw that the door was closed. Not Leandros either, then. Or Peiros. So what had it been? She shifted, and something hard pressed into her knee. No. Oh, no. Slowly, Eirene looked down. There were lentils everywhere, scattered over the stone and clinging to the rough fabric of her chiton. The sack she had finally filled, had toppled over, spilling its contents everywhere. They mixed with the unsorted heap, sinking in amongst the sand and seeds. All that work, all that time, a waste. Eirene let out a soft wail and fell to her hands and knees, scooping up handfuls of lentils that had not become mixed again and thrusting them back into the sack. What time was it? How many precious hours had she lost? And, more importantly, how many remained? She staggered to her feet and stumbled to the window, craning her head up to the sky. Her breath was rapid and uneven, and the sun was a bright blaze of light above the tower. Even as she watched, it seemed to creep lower. Past noon. Well past noon. She had slept away most of the day and set herself back half a day more in her careless upset of the lentils. She would not finish in time now. Not unless... Eirene largely considered herself an honest trader. She only overcharged those she knew could afford it, who only wanted her tinctures to soothe some invented complaint anyway, and she hardly ever sold a cough cure that was nothing more elaborate than a teaspoon of honey dissolved in water, with a sprig of rosemary tucked into the jar for effect, of course. She tried to be ethical when she could afford it, but she certainly could not afford it now. She threw herself back down on the floor and scooped up a handful from the unsorted heap. Sand and poppy seeds spilled beneath her fingers as she dashed to the window again. Once there, she went very still, chewing on her lip until she tasted blood. What would Leandros do if he found out? It could not be worse than what would happen if she failed. Phoebe would be here instead in this disgusting little room, and Eirene would be left with Stavros and his foul temper. Eirene set her jaw. Her heart writhed like a songbird in a trap. Her panic had settled in her throat, digging its claws into her flesh. She could hardly breathe. She could lose everything if Leandros knew of her deception. But everything for Eirene was very little now. She cast the handful of seeds and grit from the window, flinging them as far from her as she could. There was a short, merciful moment in which the seeds showered to the ground and seemed to settle. Then there was an explosion of sound, of movement, the fluttering of what must have been thousands of wings as birds burst from the trees, the shrubs, the carefully maintained rose bushes. Thrushes, wagtails, sparrows, and finches all descended on the meagre scattering of seeds. They seemed to be screaming at one another in an unbearable cacophony that was trapped inside her skull and furiously trying to escape, turning her mind to pulp, shattering her bones. She backed away, pressing her hands to her ears. But it was too late. Everything, all of it, was too much. The noise, the task, the failure. Phoebe, Leandros, Lamia. Too much to do, too much to prove, too many depending on her, too many destroying her. Even the touch of her hair on her cheeks and the brush of her chiton over her skin was a sudden and unbearable agony. Too much, too much, too much. Eirene cried out, an awful, anguished sound that she could hardly believe was her own, and then she crumpled to the floor,
and sobbed.
14. Lamia. The cry split the air as a sharpened blade might part flesh, a raw animal sound of agony. Lamia shot to her feet, staggering as the pain in her knee flared beneath this sudden assault of weight-bearing. She leaned against the wall. She had been stretched out on her bed all day, massaging her temples against the vicious pounding of a headache. The cry came again, quieter, more human, thick with despair, and this time recognizable. Eirene? Eirene! What had happened? Was she hurt? Was she ill? Did she need help? Another cry. Lamia clenched her hands into tight fists. No, that wasn't a sound of pain. Not the physical kind, anyway. Lamia was not quite sure how she knew, but she did. This was the sound of grief, of the deepest, most desperate kind. Understanding came gradually to Lamia as she remembered Eirene's words. Her name is Phoebe. That helpless gesture towards her impossible task. I'm doing this to protect her. This sound was one of failure, then, of knowing that she had not managed to save her sister. She had not completed the task. But there was time left, wasn't there? The situation could not be completely hopeless. Not yet, anyway. Water and a sieve. That was what Eirene had asked for. Lamia looked out of the window to the sun, where it tipped heavily towards the horizon and then on the path. She could certainly make it to the kitchen and back before the tower door was locked for the night. There was no sign of Peiros making his return, and even if her father caught her, he would understand, wouldn't he? Eirene did this for her sister, because she loved her, because she wanted to protect her. Lamia's father would do the same for her. She knew he would. That decided it. She changed swiftly into a clean blue chiton, pinned the shoulders with the brooches her father had gifted her long ago, and made for the door. The stairs were their usual painful labour. When Lamia reached the landing in the centre of the tower, it was an immense relief to lean against the wall and stretch out the cramps in her foot. She could still hear the soft sounds of Eirene's pain from the bottom of the tower. I'm coming, Lamia told her silently. Just wait. Lamia thought she'd been caught 2 steps into the garden, when a shape melted out of the bushes and fell into step beside her. She gasped, hands flying to her mouth, heart leaping from her chest and into her throat. But it was only Daphne, with a small dead bird in her mouth and an air of smug self-satisfaction. Hello, said Lamia through her fingers. I wish you wouldn't eat my sparrows. Meow, said Daphne, through a mouthful of feathers. With Daphne at her side, it was almost too easy for Lamia to walk through the garden to the little side door leading to the main house, push it open and step inside. It led to the quieter part of the house, her father's room, where the servants, except Peiros, were never permitted. Today was not a symposium day, which meant that the rest of the house would be similarly deserted. Besides her uneven footsteps and Daphne's soft padding, there was nothing to be heard, and she crept towards the back of the house. Her father's chambers and the workshop she knew existed somewhere below, were divided from the rest of the house by a heavy wooden door, in front of which was hung an even heavier curtain. She had asked him about it once, when he was in a fine mood, and she thought he might humour her question with a response. I'm not a light sleeper, Lamia, he had told her gravely. And this is not a quiet house. Would you have me waking up at every sound? She had rarely known the house to be anything but quiet. Still, she kept her step as light and slow as she could, and she passed her father's curtain and made for the kitchen. She couldn't stamp down the fear that he would emerge from his room. or Peiros would return from his errand and catch her. And it would be perfectly fine if they did. Lamia reminded herself sternly. She was doing nothing wrong. She was allowed in the house before dark, even if she rarely went. It wasn't worth the painful descent of the tower stairs just to, irritate her father by hovering over him as he tried to work. He laboured all day, brewing his desires and searching for new ways to protect her. He did not want to be harassed by his naive little daughter. She walked into the kitchen and stopped dead, frowning, her eyes darting over the room. Lamia had a vague sort of awareness of her father's coming and goings. She watched him stride away from the house almost every evening, so she probably should have realised earlier how rarely he ate in his own home. The kitchen showed this neglect starkly. The great hearth had burned down to all but embers. The air, which smelled not of sweet herbs and honey and sizzling fat, but of must and the slightest note of rot, was barely warm. A handful of skewers lay beside the smouldering ashes, each coated in a thin sheen of congealed grease, and the piles of beaten metal platters and pans stacked on shelves were covered in thin layers of dust. As for the door to the storage room, where sacks of grains and beans were stored, it was gone. Lamia blinked. The door had not just vanished, it had been removed. This removal had clearly been done with some force. The stone was crumbling, gouged away, where it had once been joined to the wood of the door. Lamia barely registered, taking the few stumbling steps towards the storeroom before she was brought up short by a sudden, violent surge of nausea. It came on so abruptly that she had no time to suppress it, to brace herself against it. She doubled over, gagging, feeling that there was something monstrous and rotten nestling in her stomach that had chosen this moment to fledge. Her mouth tasted of copper, as if she'd been running hard, as she hadn't done in years, until she was panting and exhausted, her heartbeat a frantic rhythm from somewhere near her ears. Lamia had never felt nausea so brutal. She staggered back from the empty doorway and collided with Daphne. Daphne made a startled, furious sound and bolted. Lamia fell hard, head spinning, landing gracelessly on her back. Pain jolted through her as she let out a breathless howl of anguish. Lamia knew what it felt like when something was broken, and this was not that feeling. It was enough to snap her out of the awful haze of nausea. With a final twist that made her retch, the grip of her stomach let go. She lay on her back, splayed like a slaughtered lamb, until her heart had slowed enough that she would not faint when she sat up. Even so, she pulled herself upright cautiously, hissing through her teeth as her back screamed a constant note of protest. She had to get out. She was halfway to the door leading back into the house when her mind caught up to her limbs and she slowed, coming to a stop a few paces from the doorway. She eyed the corridor beyond with sick longing. But she could not go back, not yet. Eirene needed her. A sieve and water. Reluctantly, Lamia turned back. She kept her face turned pointedly from the storeroom and skirted the edge of the room, towards the precarious heap of empty wine jugs piled by the door that led outside and the trough where rainwater for washing was collected. They had clearly been left with some intention of rinsing that had never been executed. The smell of the vinegar was sharp and unpleasant and blessedly sobering. Lamia walked closer, breathing in the acrid fumes. She could have cried when her gaze fell upon a little sieve discarded beside the jugs. It was clogged with a silt that clouded the bottoms of wine jars. It smelled terrible, but it was perfect. Lamia snatched it up before, like the storeroom door from the wall, it could be torn away. She pulled the silt out with her fingers as best as she could before thrusting the sieve through her belt. Now for the water. She picked up the biggest jug she thought she'd be able to carry once it was full, which was not that big at all, and manoeuvred it and herself out through the open courtyard door on the opposite side of the room. It was cool and dry outside, but the fountain bubbled away merrily. A trio of ducks eyed her suspiciously from the basin. Daphne, now lounging in the patch of sun, lifted her head and narrowed her eyes at Lamia. She was clearly still unhappy about being tripped over. "Sorry," Lamia told her. She set the jug down, then reached over the ducks with her hands cupped into the streams of water cascading from the fountain centerpiece. She brought the dripping handful to her mouth and drank deeply, washing away the bitter, bloody taste. She could not wash away everything, though. The memory lingered like a bad smell. What had happened? She was ill often, and did not always remember the details afterwards. But she could not recall ever feeling like that. It was frightening, disorientating. Would it happen again? She ducked down to retrieve the jug. When she was safely back in her room, she would have plenty of time to think it over. Time Eirene didn't have. Lamia's hands trembled as she dunked the jug into the trough and watched the water rush inside. Once it was full, she cradled it against her chest and hurried back into the kitchen. Her grip was lopsided and water sloshed over the rim. The sieve in her belt slapped against her flesh, and her chiton grew more soaked with each step she took. But she could not bring herself to stop to adjust it. She just wanted to leave the kitchen and the awful fog of dread that hung invisibly within it. She stepped out into the corridor, then shrank back into the shadows, pulse climbing higher as something moved at the far end of the passage. Peiros. He would have seen her, she was sure, had his attention not been directed at the curtain that usually concealed her father's room, now thrust aside. She could see her father's golden fingers wrapped round the bright cloth. "Returned, the brothel." Peiros was speaking in a low, urgent tone. Lamia could hardly discern every second word. "The new price. Expensive." "Too expensive?" She had no such problems discerning her father's words. She could have almost believed that his clear, scornful voice was audible all the way down in the village. Lamia shrank further behind the curtain. "The price I offer them is more than generous. They don't believe that it's the natural charm of their girls or the foul vinegars they call wine that brings the clients back, do they?" "It seems that way." "Huh!" The sound was entirely devoid of amusement. "It would be a pathetic excuse for piss, let alone wine. Half the girls are missing their teeth, and they'd be just as plain with them. It is desire that brings those slobbering drunkards back. Desire, and nothing else." "That's what I tried to tell them," said Peiros. "But they would not listen." Lamia frowned. She understood the individual words, but strung together like this, she could make neither heads nor tails of them. What could desire have to do with these drunks? And she had no idea what a brothel was, but that didn't sound relevant either. Desire was for helping people to be happy. It was for helping them fall in love. "I will speak with them myself," announced her father. The heavy tread of his boots receded as he moved towards the courtyard. Lamia allowed herself to exhale. She had been so close to being caught. "Get your cloak." A pause. Lamia peeked through the gap in the curtain. She could only see the side of Peiros's face, but his craggy features were twisted with bewilderment. "My cloak?" "Yes, your cloak, Peiros. You're coming with me. I need someone to stand silently in the doorway and look thuggish." Another pause. This one more offended than confused.
Of course. There came the shuffling of cloaks and the creak of the main door as it was wrenched open. Her father was still muttering furiously. The words, "ungrateful," and "exploiting my goodwill," seemed to feature quite a lot. Peiros was making calming noises of agreement. The sound stopped abruptly as the door slammed shut. Lamia, waiting, concealed behind her curtain for a full 50 heartbeats before she dared to step out into the open again. She hadn't been caught. She hadn't been caught. She let out a surprised, delighted laugh. It echoed in the empty hall, the space ringing with her jubilance, her heart racing with the thrill of her victory, water slopping over the edge of the jug with each painful step. Lamia made for the garden, for the tower, for Eirene. Eirene was still working. Through the door, Lamia could hear the rustling of her skirts as she moved, and the gentle patter of seeds falling into their sacks. Every so often, there came a miserable little snuffle. A thin strip of light shone in the gap between the door and the wall. Propping the jug of water up on her hip and jamming the sieve in under her arms, Lamia yanked at the bolt on the door with her free hand, and all movements on the other side ceased. "Eirene?" she called out softly. "Eirene, I have brought—" A rapid slapping of footsteps, and then the door was yanked open a sliver. Eirene, barefoot, her hair pulled untidily back from her face, stood in the opening and looked up at Lamia through the gap, her dark eyes narrowing as her arms crossed. Lamia had forgotten how short she was. "What do you want?" demanded Eirene. She had been crying. Her face was puffy and her lip trembled. There was no venom in her voice, not like last time. She gripped the edge of the door so hard her knuckles were white. Lamia stuck her knee in the gap and tried to push the door open. Eirene stubbornly resisted. "Let me in. I brought the things you asked for. I don't have a bowl, but I've got the sieve and the water, and once my hands are free, I can go." She all but fell into the room as Eirene abruptly stepped back. She was saved from hurtling to the floor and subsequently smashing the jar by Eirene. She caught Lamia by the top of her shoulders and held her steadily until she could find her footing again. She was alarmingly strong. When Eirene released her, Lamia had to resist the temptation to look down at the flesh of her arms to see if Eirene had left a mark. She wouldn't have minded. "You're too late," said Eirene simply. Lamia gave her what must have been a blank look. But I thought you had 3 days. Until tomorrow morning, I thought—" "How can it be?" Eirene cut her off before she could finish. "It's not long enough," she said miserably. "I tried, Lamia. I tried. But it's just too much and it's too late." Her face twisted with sudden fury, and she glared at the items bundled in Lamia's arms. "Leandros will return to me tomorrow morning, and he will find my task incomplete. If you'd only brought me what I've asked for earlier, maybe I could have done it. I could have saved her, but now—" Whatever she had meant to say was swallowed up in a soft sob. A single tear streaked over her grimy cheeks, leaving a trail in the dust and sand that clung to her skin. "It's not too late," said Lamia stubbornly. "I'm here now. I can help." "Help?" repeated Eirene dully. She wiped the tear from her face with the back of her hand. "Yes, help," said Lamia. "Think about it. There's an hour or so of daylight left, and then the whole night. There's not too much left to do, is there? With 2 of us, and the sieve and the water. Well, I don't quite understand what those are for, but you seem to know. All things together. It'll be easy." Eirene was gazing at her with utter despair. Even like this, she was beautiful, luminous.
Lamia had the urge to touch her, to press her mouth to the hollow where the line of Eirene's throat met her shoulder, where her pulse flickered. It was a good thing that her hands were still full, preventing her from doing anything so strange. "It'll be easy," she repeated, her voice filled with more conviction than she truly felt. "I promise." "The lamps had all burned out," said Eirene. I fell asleep and left one burning. Unless you have another one, maybe two, it doesn't matter how long the night is, so long as it's dark." "Light," Lamia grinned with a heady rush of pleasure. Water and Siv aside, here was a way she could help. She knew about light. "You leave that to me."
15. Eirene. Eirene would just have to take Lamia at her word. She didn't have a choice. "Fine," she said stiffly. "And you'll help me?" Lamia's smile was wide. When she wasn't lurking in the dark like a scared little mouse, she was actually quite pretty. There was a little more colour in her cheeks, a brightness to her light eyes. "If you'll let me." The joy on her face was too precious to destroy. Eirene grunted. "Come on then, you can separate the poppy seeds." While Eirene used the sieve to remove the last lentils and wheat berries, Lamia sat by the couch and dumped handfuls of sand and poppy seeds into the water bowl. When Lamia swirled her slender fingers through the slush, the poppy seeds would rise to the top, leaving the sand behind. Then Eirene paused in her sifting to scoop off the layer of little black seeds and spread them out atop her blue shawl to dry. The number of seeds increased steadily, and Eirene dared to allow herself to hope again. Maybe they would make it in time. Lamia was a steady, quiet presence. Eirene stopped watching her like a snake that might strike at any moment and started watching her just for the sake of looking. She relaxed. Her mind wandered. Perhaps that was why, when Lamia pushed her hair back from her face and left a streak of poppy seeds and sand across her cheek, Eirene didn't think twice before reaching out. It was only when her thumb touched Lamia's cheek, her other fingers resting beneath the hard jut of her jaw, that her mind caught up. She froze. Lamia, too, had gone perfectly still, a flush rising on her skin, her lips parting. "You've got a bit," said Eirene, stiltedly. What the hell was she doing? She forced herself back into motion, swiping her thumb across Lamia's cheek and brushing away the seeds. She sat back, clearing her throat. "All gone," she said, as casually as she could. Lamia gazed at her, with eyes so wide they were almost perfectly round. Her lips were still parted. Eirene could see the white gleam of her teeth. "Thank you," she said. Eirene cleared her throat and swept the poppy seeds from the surface of the bowl, turning swiftly to deposit them on her shawl, grateful for the excuse to hide the flare of heat in her own face. "You're defying your father to do this," she said suddenly, staring resolutely at the seeds. "Yes," said Lamia. "I know." "That's brave," said Eirene. "Before, when I called you a coward—" "I am a coward," said Lamia. "I shouldn't have left you. I've never been brave." "You're not," said Eirene. "You came back." There was a pause. Eirene shot a surreptitious look at Lamia, watching the rise and fall of her thin shoulders as she breathed. "Maybe a little," said Lamia at last. She smiled. "Not as brave as you." Eirene laughed softly. "I'm terrified of heights and spiders. Hardly heroic." "You came here instead of your sister. You're doing my father's tasks. That's not easy." Eirene shrugged. "I don't see it that way. I don't have to be brave. I just have to keep going." Lamia said nothing, a strange expression on her face. Eirene cleared her throat again and returned to sorting her seeds. They faltered in their rhythm again when Peiros came to lock the tower door for the night. When they heard the rattle of the bar, Lamia went very still, her hands braced on the floor beside her, as if she was preparing to thrust herself to her feet. Her face twisted with something Eirene recognized from Phoebe, pain, swiftly suppressed but unmistakable. Eirene waited for the tower door to open, but there was no further sound beyond the twitter of nesting birds. Clearly, Leandros was not worried about the girls he'd locked inside the tower, though he should have been. Eirene cleared her throat. "Are you all right?" Lamia had already returned to her sifting. She looked up, brow furrowed. "Why wouldn't I be?" Said Eirene. "You winced just then." "Oh, yes, well," Lamia flushed. "My leg. My knee, really." "It hurts." Lamia looked uncomfortable. "I suppose." Eirene eyed her satchel, tucked beneath her bed behind the sprigs of herbs she'd tied to the frame to keep them dry and to override the dank, dusty smell that the room had had when she'd first arrived. In the bottom of the satchel was a cluster of neat little jars. "I might have something that'll help, if you'd like." Lamia looked bewildered. "Help?" "Make it hurt less, I mean. It might not work. It's a bit old, since Phoebe has the fresh batch, but..." Lamia was still looking at her as if she'd suddenly revealed herself to be a hydra and grown a handful of extra heads. "But I need to help you with the seeds," she said slowly. "You only have a little time left." "It won't take long," said Eirene. "I have a paste, something I make for my sister for her wrists. She weaves. You just have to smear it on. It's made with saffron, then hyoscyamus bark, poppy juice, hogweed, resin." She counted them off on her fingers. "Then wax and lamb fat. Soil." "Wax, lamb fat, and soil?" "It's a paste," said Eirene defensively. "That helps everything bind together." "And it won't make me sleep?" "No." Eirene felt distinctly that she was missing something. "Why would it make you sleep?" "I just thought... Never mind. That's very kind of you to offer," said Lamia stiffly. "May I see it?" "Yes," said Eirene, relieved. She stood, stretching out her sore muscles, and went to retrieve the satchel. "Here." She found the jar and passed it to Lamia. Lamia lifted the lid and peered doubtfully at the dark, clumpy paste inside. She stuck her finger into it and examined the admittedly quite unappealing blob of gunk with interest. "I know it looks disgusting," said Eirene quickly, "but just smear it on your knee and it might help. I can do it, if you like." Lamia's shoulders stiffened. "Oh, thank you." She scraped the blob of paste on her finger back into the jar and wiped her hands clean on her skirt. "I don't think I'll use it now, actually. Would you mind if I took it with me when I go?" "Oh," said Eirene, pushing down a flare of hurt. "Yes, that's fine." Lamia didn't want her medicine. That was fine. Phoebe would have told her not to take it so personally. The paste did look like river mud, and Eirene had definitely made Lamia uncomfortable by offering to apply it herself. What had compelled her to do that? "It's getting dark," said Lamia abruptly. "I promised you light." "Oh," said Eirene. "Yes, please." She had to focus on what was important, finishing the task, saving Phoebe, finding the secret of desire and destroying it. "If there are lamps in your room, I can go and get them, or..." "Not lamps," interrupted Lamia. She tucked the jar into the sash at her waist. A sly smile twisted the edges of her mouth, and her eyes shone like a cat's in the dark. Eirene wasn't quite sure what to say to that. She nodded slowly. "All right, not lamps. Torches, then?" Lamia's smile only widened. "No, not torches." She spread her arms wide, an echo of Leandros' sickening showmanship. On her, though, it was somehow endearing. No false bravado. She was perfectly earnest, her face lit with childish delight. "Just wait." She leaned over and grabbed Eirene's knife by the handle where it had been peeking out from the satchel flap. Eirene stared. What do you need that for? Lamia waved off the question, manoeuvring herself back into her sitting position. She examined the blade closely before wiping it clean on her skirts. "Tell me about your sister," she said. Eirene blinked. "What?" "Your sister," repeated Lamia. "This is for her, isn't it? And so was that paste. So I want to know about her. What is she like?" She leaned forward, playing idly with the knife. "What makes you love her enough to sell yourself to my father?" Eirene swallowed. Phoebe is... She pictured her sister's careful, measured stare, the dance of her hands on the loom. The words caught in her throat. She missed her. Had they ever been apart this long? 3 days felt like forever. Was Phoebe all right without her? Eirene cleared her throat and tried again. "Phoebe is a weaver. People don't realize how hard weaving is. It's not just making pretty things. It's mathematical and technical and incredibly physical, and Phoebe is the best." "The best?" "Besides Athena," amended Eirene. It was not wise to claim weaving prowess over Athena. "I wish I could show you one of the things she's made." "Are you close?" "She's my best friend," admitted Eirene. She looked down at her hands. "We didn't grow up here, and our parents are dead, so I suppose it feels like Phoebe is all I have to remind me of them. She's the only proof that I existed before Zakynthos and all of this." "Where did you grow up?" Lamia's voice was strained. "Ithaca," said Eirene. "My parents started planning to leave the moment we were born. Well, back then, you didn't keep 2 daughters on Ithaca if you could help it. My uncle, a merchant, lived on Zakynthos, so it seemed to make sense to come here. We left Ithaca when I was 7. She snorted. Ironic, really. "Ironic?" The word was clipped. Eirene shot Lamia a quizzical sideways look. "Well, the curse..." She broke off as her mind caught up with her eyes and was appropriately horrified. Lamia was holding the knife between her hands like a bridge, the handle pressing against the soft skin of one palm, the tip of the blade pushed against the other. Blood dribbled from a small wound. "Lamia," said Eirene. "Lamia, stop." She did not get to finish. With a sudden, decisive movement, Lamia thrust her hands together and the knife entered her flesh with a short, slick sound. Her face twisted. A strangled, shrill noise tumbled from Eirene's lips. She jumped to her feet, lunging for Lamia as if she could undo the blow, close the wound, push the blood already dribbling over Lamia's wrists back in her fragile veins. "Leave it!" Lamia's body curved protectively over the knife and the blood. Tears glistened on her cheeks among the fingerprint streaks of sand and stray poppy seeds. "It's shallow!" "What the fuck are you doing?" Eirene snatched at the blade and Lamia blocked her. "I can't believe you just stabbed yourself. She let out a string of filthy expletives. "Why are you being mean again?" Lamia shuffled away from Eirene as well as she could, with both hands still braced on the knife. "I'm helping you. Can you just..." "By impaling yourself on my knife? Is that a joke? Give it to me." "Fine." Before Eirene could react, Lamia gave the knife handle a vicious twist and pulled it free at last. Blood spattered the floor as she tossed the knife aside. Eirene dived for it. Lamia made no move to stop her. Whatever she had hoped to achieve, she seemed satisfied that it was done. Still, Eirene held the knife childishly behind her back and glowered at Lamia. "What was that?" She ground the words out between gritted teeth. Tears were streaming down Lamia's face in earnest now, blood dripping down her arm. She wiped her hands roughly on her chiton, leaving sandy, bloody smears on the light blue. Then she touched her fingertips to her wet cheeks and dropped her chin in a short, satisfied nod. "I'll show you," she said simply. She clambered to her feet, leaving another bloody mark on the floor, and crossed to the window. Her body blocked the moonlight, and the room darkened further, until Eirene could see little but Lamia silhouetted against the night. What was she doing? Knife still held behind her back lest Lamia try to recover it, Eirene took a small step towards her, then another, and another and another, until she stood at Lamia's shoulder. Together, they looked out at the darkened garden and at Lamia's hands, outstretched in the night air. Was something supposed to be happening? Eirene had the impression that it was. She counted her heartbeats as she waited, reaching 50 before the silence and the anticipation grew too much. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lamia got there first. "Promise me that you won't be afraid." Her voice was very small and earnest. Irene's heart jumped. Not with fear, as Lamia seemed to anticipate, but with an anger that shocked her. Who had told Lamia that anyone could ever be afraid of a girl like her, with her goodness and fearfulness, who would only wield a knife to turn it on herself? Her outstretched fingers were pale, and so thin that Eirene could see every bone. She could have snapped them like twigs. Perhaps someone already had. Eirene remembered the bandages, gone now, that had encased Lamia's hands the first night they'd met. She clenched her fists. "Promise," said Lamia again, cutting through Irene's spiralling thoughts. "I promise," said Eirene quickly. "I promise. I won't be afraid." Lamia looked at her then, a lightning-quick flash of the whites of her eyes. "Good," she said. This time, the weight was only a single heartbeat. The tears clinging to Lamia's fingers began to glow. At first, Eirene could do nothing but stare dumbfoundedly. The light grew slowly, pulsing faintly, spreading over Lamia's hand until she might have been Midas, her touch brilliant and golden. When it began to curl outwards, ribbons of starlight dancing between her fingers, Eirene could not stay silent. She drew in a sharp breath. Lamia lifted her head at the sound, tilting her face towards Irene's. Her eyes were cautious as they searched Irene's features. Eirene could not have guessed what Lamia was looking for there, and, besides, she stood no chance of schooling her expression into a more appropriate one anyway. She was sure every feature revealed her naked awe. The corner of Lamia's mouth quirked up, and then she was beaming, as radiant as the light cupped in her palms, as the starlight dancing up her arms and dripping between her fingers. Her eyes, when they met Irene's, were like molten gold. "Are you afraid?" Eirene shook her head mutely. She should have been. This was magic, real magic, magic that should have belonged only to the gods and their kin. But wisps of light floated away from Lamia like shining threads of fog, and it was so enchanting that Eirene could have watched forever. But she didn't have forever. She only had a night. She realized she had been leaning forward, her own fingers stretching out towards Lamia's. Their hands brushed. Lamia startled, and a shower of sparks fell into the dark. Eirene snatched her hands away. "The seeds," she said breathlessly, ignoring the strange fluttering in her belly. We have to go back to the seeds. There's not much time left." Even illuminated in the sparkling, spiraling light, Lamia's face was unreadable.
16. Lamia. It was the birds that announced the day, breaking the silence of night with their high chatter and jolting Lamia from her reverie. Her lights had unexpectedly lasted the night. She'd been afraid she'd need more tears and had spent the last few hours scheming a way to wrestle the knife back from Eirene. But somehow, her magic had burned steadily on and on without a fresh bout of pain. She could feel it strain on her, though, building like a slow pressure in her head. She was going to have an appalling headache later. Her mouth was painfully dry, and her stomach ached. It was worth it. "It's morning," said Eirene, almost dreamily. She looked down at the heap of unsorted seeds before her, and Lamia followed her gaze. A few handfuls at most. They had nearly made it. "Morning," echoed Lamia. The full impact of the word struck her a heartbeat later. "Morning." She sat bolt upright, a clump of sand and seeds falling from her slack fingers into the water bowl. If it was already morning, her father would be returning soon to assess Eirene's completion of her task. He could not find her here. Lamia pulled in a trembling breath, forcing air through her throat that was tight. The stubs of her ruined fingernails seemed to pulse, an echo of pain. Eirene, humming as she worked through the shrinking pile of lentils and wheat before her, hadn't noticed Lamia's distress. She tossed a handful of wheat berries into its sack and turned to grin at Lamia. The smile slipped from her face at the sight of her. Lamia's distress must have been clearly wrought in her features. Lamia sat very still. "I have to go," she breathed. "I should never have stayed this long." Eirene blinked. "What?" Lamia stood, using the crouch as a crutch. Her leg was stiff and sore and trembled alarmingly when she tried to put her full weight on it. "What if my father finds me here? When did he say he'll come for you? I have to go." She slashed her arm through the air in a sudden movement that was almost unexpected to her as it was to Eirene. He reeled back, eyes wide. The tendrils of light that had been floating about the room, casting a comforting glow over them as they worked, vanished in an instant. Lamia's eyes went to the small pile of unsorted seeds. Her words came out strangled with their own urgency. "Can you finish without me? Will you make it? You're leaving now?" The haze of confusion in Eirene's eyes cleared slowly to be replaced with a grim understanding. "If you're going, you have to take the sieve," she said urgently, thrusting it towards Lamia. "And the jug." "But you still need them." Lamia indicated the remaining heap of unsorted seeds. And where would she hide them? She was already dreading the ascent to her tower room. It'd be twice as hard carrying the jug. "God damn it!" snarled Eirene. She scooped the pile into the sieve clumsily and shook it over the bowl. Sand and poppy seeds showered into the water. Eirene gave it a final forceful shake before tipping the mess of lentils and grain that remained onto the floor. She jumped to her feet and crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides. She pushed the sieve into Lamia's hands. "It'll be fine," she said, although whether the words were intended for Lamia or for herself, Lamia wasn't quite sure. "Leandros won't come right away. I'll make it in time." She ducked down to retrieve the jug. Lamia wavered. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure that you getting caught here or Leandros seeing these things wouldn't be good for either of us. Go!" Eirene balanced the jug on top of the sieve. Then she put her empty hands on Lamia's shoulders and gave her a little push. "Go! Now! Quickly!" The dismissal stung, even though it was Lamia herself that decided it must happen. Her legs screamed in protest as she took her first step, but she was long used to the pain by now. She lifted her chin, ignoring the first of the tears prickling at her eyes, and left Eirene alone.
17. Eirene. Hurt flashed across Lamia's face as Eirene pushed her towards the door. "I didn't want you to leave," she wanted to snap, her hackles already raised. "Don't look at me like that. I wanted you to stay." It was a ridiculous thought. If Leandros returned to find his daughter here, he would know that Eirene had not completed her task alone. He would cast her out into the cool morning, and then he would go for Phoebe. Eirene put her head down. "Bolt the door," she said to the floor, as Lamia slipped through the door, the sieve and jug clutched awkwardly in her slender arms. Lamia made no reply, but Eirene soon heard the telltale scrape of the bar being pushed back into place. Eirene threw herself back to the floor, hands already outstretched to skim the poppy seeds from the surface of the water in the bowl. She didn't bother to dry these ones, just threw them straight in the sack with the rest. Let them rot. Distantly, she heard the uneven thump of Lamia's steps on the tower stairs. There was a curl of unease in her belly as she thought of her. What kind of creature was she, to have such power? She was Leandros' daughter, but Eirene had never heard rumours of him plucking light from the air as if it were mere daisies from the grass. And what else could Lamia do? What other secrets were there to discover here? She could not dwell on that now. She had to finish her task. It was only these 3 days of practice that allowed Eirene to work as quickly as she did now, her fingers plucking out seed after seed. She blew a few stubborn grains of sand from a handful of wheat and tossed it into the sack. Almost there. She was so close. Lamia's steps had faded away. That was when she heard it, the clatter of the bar blocking the tower door as it was lifted from its brackets. No, no! She would not fail like this, with half a handful of lentils and wheat berries left to separate. She cast about wildly for a place to hide them. Not under the narrow couch, far too obvious. She could bury them in the cold ashes of the hearth, perhaps, but a cursory examination of the pit would yield her deception. In her satchel? No, ridiculous. And casting them from the window would do her no good. The maddening twittering of the garden birds still came from the garden. They would descend on the seeds as they had before, shrieking, and Leandros would know of her treachery in a moment. There was only one thing for it. Eirene scooped up the little heap of seeds and tipped it into her mouth, just as the bolt to her door rattled. She dashed across the room and blocked the swing of the door with her foot, her mouth still full of the gritty mixture. She tried to swallow and almost choked. The door banged against her foot, crushing her littlest toe. She was grateful for the mouthful of dry seeds and sand. It muffled her low cry. "Eirene, the door, if you please." Leandros sounded irritated. "You cannot prolong your task just by keeping me out." His voice became soothing and kind. "It's all right if you've failed. No one will think any worse of you. Honestly, I'm not sure anyone was expecting anything else. Just let me in, and we can work this out together." Eirene's hatred for him flared, bright and furious. How dare he speak like that when she knew what he was? How dare he feign humanity while he threatened her sister and imprisoned his own daughter? Eirene grimaced as the door smacked into her foot a second time. She managed to choke down a little of the seed mixture. Sand scraped against the back of her throat. She should have washed down the seeds with some of the filthy water left in the bowl. "Eirene, that's enough now." She would win this. She would beat him. Eirene forced herself to swallow again and again. The sensation of grit and the vile taste brought a memory bubbling to the surface. She and Phoebe, so many years ago, sat by the riverbank and making cakes from the mud. Their parents had still been alive then, and they'd shrieked with laughter when Eirene had returned, sobbing, to the house with grime all over her face. Phoebe had duped her into sampling their creations, and the rough slab of mud had not tasted of honey cake as Eirene had so naively believed it would, but of mud. "Eirene!" Eirene choked down the last of the seeds and finally stepped back from the door. It flew open, narrowly missing her face, and Leandros all but fell inside. His usual smooth gold complexion was blotchy with his irritation. Eirene pushed her hatred down inside herself and gave him her sweetest smile, mouth closed lest he notice the sand she could still feel stuck between her teeth. She cleared her throat and put her hand over her mouth in what she hoped was a coy gesture. "Sorry," she said. "My hair was a mess." "What?" said Leandros, distracted. His eyes had passed over Eirene and focused upon the 3 neat sacks of seeds and grain piled together in the centre of the room. At first, he didn't seem to be able to process what he saw. Then, once he'd looked from grain to lentils to poppy seeds, back to grain again, half a dozen times, incredulity spread slowly across his face. Eirene's heart gave a smug little skip. While he wasn't looking, she surreptitiously wiped her teeth on her chiton sleeve. Eventually, Leandros turned back to her. He'd schooled his expression into something closer to his usual tranquil superiority, but she could still see disbelief in his eyes. Disbelief and the first spark of suspicion. And then something else. He looked almost impressed, pleased in that smug, feline way of his. "I have done as you asked," Eirene announced cautiously. "They are sorted. What is my second task?" Leandros shook his head. "You're already thinking about your second task. You are eager, little Eirene." Eirene scowled at him. How was she ever going to find the secret to Leandros's power and destroy it for good if she was stuck in this room? She needed to finish the tasks, and she could not deny that she'd felt a cold thrill of satisfaction at besting him, at completing what he'd clearly believed to be an impossible challenge. "I don't like to be idle," she said eventually. "Nor do I," said Leandros. His eyes were wide and blue and framed by thick golden lashes. They darted about the room, lingering on the hearth, the couch, the windowsill. Eirene had been right not to try to hide her failure there, no matter how uncomfortably the grit and seeds were sitting in her belly. "But alas, your second task must wait. I have important business tonight, and—" "What business?" Another young wife robbed of her mind and rewarded with a husband twice her father's age? Another girl stolen from her sister, her father, her friends? A shadow passed over Leandros's features. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and as deadly as a viper, coiled to spring. "I do not know when I impressed on you this idea that you can interrupt me, but let me correct it now. The blood of gods flows in my veins, and if you seek to be my wife, you will show me the proper respect. Must I show you my hand?" With inhuman swiftness, he raised his arm to strike. Eirene flinched, squeezing her eyes shut and turning her face from the blow so quickly that something twinged painfully in her neck. But the impact did not come. Instead, it was a feather-light touch. Leandros traced the line of her jaw with the soft pad of his thumb. She could hear the slow rhythm of his breathing as he cupped her face and gently turned her back to him. "There, that's right. You stay quiet." His grip on her skin tightened, pressing into her cheeks and forcing her mouth into a parody of a pout. She had the sudden terrible fear that he could crush her skull like an eggshell in his perfect hands. Did he want her to speak now? She could not bring herself to, so she shook her head in as much of a nod as she could manage, with his fingers still digging into her cheeks. "Good." At last, he released her. It took all Eirene's willpower not to flee to the opposite end of the room. If she did, she felt certain he would pursue her, like a cat playing with its food. She had to be meek, uninteresting. She slowly opened her eyes and, too afraid to meet his gaze, stared fixedly at the end of his nose. "Since you asked so nicely, I will tell you, my little wife-to-be." Leandros's tone was light, conversational. It was as if the past few minutes, with their threats of violence and retribution against Eirene's insolence, had never happened. "I am holding a gathering. I am sure you have heard of my symposiums, and this will be the grandest of them all, with free-flowing wine and a troupe of actors from the mainland, and the best cuts of meat burned on braziers in honor of my goddess. It will be a glorious celebration." His expression was one of distracted self-satisfaction, his eyes half-lidded and one corner of his mouth pulled up. "Aphrodite will smile kindly upon me when she sees how I have led these people to their knees in worship of her." He fondled the shining cuff on his wrist, a single rose cast in gold and bent into a perfect little circle. If she hadn't feared his immediate retribution, Eirene might have asked why exactly Leandros seemed to seek Aphrodite's favour. Was he not of her blood? Though, Eirene supposed, she shared blood with Stavros and she despised him. Perhaps Aphrodite felt the same about Leandros. It was a pleasing thought. Leandros clapped his hands together, and Eirene's attention snapped back to him. "Well," he said cheerily, "I shall leave you to your day in peace, little Eirene. Go where you will. This will be your house soon, after all." He moved to leave, but paused at the door. "If you survive the next tasks, that is." The door shut behind him with a soft thud. Survive the next tasks. Not finish the next tasks or complete the next tasks. Eirene couldn't stop the convulsive shudder that ran through her aching body. It was followed by a wave of fatigue so fierce that she stumbled. How much had she slept these last few days? A few hours each night at best, tossing and turning fretfully. She took an unstable step towards the couch, then another. She should use this time to find out more about Leandros and his secrets, to expose whatever nefarious source his magic had. She did not believe that Aphrodite would have gifted such a talent, love itself, or something that made a cruel mockery of it, to a man such as Leandros. He was too sly, too smug, too sudden in his rage, though Aphrodite did keep Ares as a lover, so perhaps she did not fear the rage of men as mortal women must. And then there was Lamia, his daughter, but so utterly different from him. And her powers, her fantastical control of light born of pain. What kind of goddess must her mother have been? Eirene would have to ask her. Exhaustion guided Eirene to lie down and draw the moth-eaten blanket over herself. She should wait until the symposium began to go snooping anyway, until the house was bustling with activity and no one would notice her slipping into Leandros's private rooms. And she was so very, very tired. She hadn't meant to close her eyes, but she could no longer see the dingy little room before her. Instead, she saw Lamia. Lamia as she had been when the light had first blossomed between her fingers. Eirene was not sure she could have erased the image from her mind if she'd wished to. Lamia beaming down at her hands, starlight shining in her cupped palms. Eirene found herself smiling. It couldn't hurt her plans to grow closer to Lamia. Perhaps she knew something of Leandros's power that would otherwise take Eirene weeks of searching to uncover. Maybe all Eirene really needed to do was gain Lamia's trust by showing her what her father deprived her of, by bringing her out into the world that existed beyond the grey walls of the tower. Eirene would like to see what she looked like in the sun.
18. Lamia. By the time Lamia mounted the final stair, she was more exhausted than she remembered ever having been, staying awake all night, and the strain of using her magic for so long threatened to overwhelm her, and she all but fell through the curtain to her room. It took every bit of her restraint not to throw herself down on the bed and fall fast asleep. But there were so many things she had to do first. She hid the sieve in the chest that held her clothes, which she knew her father would never touch. The jug she sat down on the far side of the bed so that it would be concealed from someone standing at the door, but would not look suspicious if discovered. Then she attended to herself. There were dark crescents of sand and poppy seed beneath her fingernails. The thought of her father seeing them, of realizing how she had betrayed him, was enough to keep her wide awake. She picked at her nails until they were something like presentable. She changed her chiton swiftly, ran a comb through her thin hair, and twisted it into 2 neat braids. Then, when she was at last content that she looked as she always did, like a girl who rarely left her tower room and had certainly spent the night there, she pulled off her shoes and got into bed. The jar of Eirene's ointment pressed into her belly, and Lamia pulled it out from her sash, lifting the lid to examine the thick brown paste once again. Surely it couldn't work. The only one of her father's medicines that had ever touched the pain in Lamia's leg had also dragged her into sleep. What could this do? But it was worth trying. Lamia pulled her skirts up above her knee. She carefully unwound the wrapping round the joint, then dipped her finger into the jar and smeared it all over the exposed skin. She swallowed, remembering Eirene's offer to apply the ointment herself. It had felt too vulnerable a thing, exposing herself like that, letting Eirene touch her here. Still, as Lamia massaged the paste in, she couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like if Eirene's hands, instead of hers, were carefully circling the slipped kneecap. Eirene's fingers brushing the pale skin of her thigh, Eirene replacing the lid of the jar and rewrapping the joint in strips of pale linen. Lamia hid the jar among her bedclothes, then nestled beneath the blankets. When she closed her eyes, she saw Eirene's face. If Lamia had hoped for an easy sleep, she had hoped in vain. She dreamed of a room where the walls were made of grey, rough-hewn stone, where a woman towered over her with a riot of flames burning around her face, casting her features into shadow. All except her eyes, huge, shining, golden. And they were enchanting and lovely, and somewhere in the back of Lamia's mind they invoked a strange pang of recognition. Blood dripped from the corner of the woman's mouth. She smiled. She reached for Lamia, and somewhere, far away, something thudded. Lamia bolted upright, smothering the scream that bubbled against her lips. She could not have been sleeping for long. The light outside was still the soft glow of morning, and Lamia felt just as tired as she had done before. What had woken her? Somehow, Lamia was sure it had not been the dream. She had nightmares all the time, and only rarely was she granted the escape of waking. Instinctively, she reached for the stack of papyrus that always graced her bedside and the slim stick of charcoal atop it. The dream was fading, as dreams were wont to do, and Lamia felt an urgent need to capture it. Once the charcoal was cradled between her fingers and the papyrus spread out on her lap, Lamia's movements became automatic, instinctive. She sketched the arc of the woman's neck and the curve of her chin in long, light strokes. The cut on her palm from the knife and the night before was still sticky. It seemed only logical to tear it open again and use her fingertips to daub the swirl of the woman's hair and the bright slash of her mouth. But it was wrong. She discarded the sheet and started on another, then another, and another. So absorbed was she that she didn't hear her father's ascent until his footsteps clattered on the top landing. Belatedly, she realized that it must have been his entrance to the tower that had awoken her, and that he must have just come from Eirene. Eirene? Had she finished her task in time? Had she made it? There was no time to worry about that now. Lamia scrambled to hide her drawings beneath the mess of her blankets, wiping the charcoal from her fingers as best as she could. She was just about presentable by the time her father pushed the curtain aside, stepping into the room and spreading his arms wide. The brass bowl from Lamia's tears dangled from his fingertips. His eyes met hers, and he beamed.
"There you are, my sweet girl. I have a favor to ask."
It was only sheer exhaustion that lulled Lamia back into sleep, her wrists smarting where her father's nails had cut into them. This time, she dreamed of fire, of a roiling in her belly that bent her double. When footsteps on the stairs brought her back to waking, it was as if she'd been yanked from the sea, from drowning. Was it her father? Come again? Lamia sat up, threw her legs over the side of the bed, and strained to listen over the sound of her own racing heart and deep, panting breaths. The steps were too light to be those of her father, and for a moment she thought it would be Alexandra, but of course, Alexandra was gone. Lamia's stomach twisted, bile rising in her throat, not just scun. Alexandra was dead. A slim hand with calloused light brown fingers rounded the edge of the curtain and paused there, digging into the woven fabric. A throat cleared. Said Eirene. Lamia? Oh, said Lamia. Eirene was here. Eirene was still here. Her heart leapt. Surely, then, she had been successful. Yes, it is. Lamia, I'm Lamia. She bit down on her lip. What was that? Right, said Eirene from behind the curtain. So, can I come in? One moment. Sorry. Lamia scrambled to pull on her boots, lacing them tightly over her knees. She had expected her injured knee to be especially bad after the night spent sprawled on the floor of Alexandra's, now Eirene's, room. But it was no sorer than usual. Stiff, but the sharp pain she had feared didn't come. Eirene's ointment, Lamia realized. It had actually helped a little. She sat on the edge of the bed. Come in. Eirene pushed the curtain open and took a tentative step inside. When her foot came down on the sheepskin floor, she jolted, pulling her leg back. She looked down, frowning. Nice floor. Lamia ignored that. She was too busy taking in Eirene, her stocky frame, her dark curls falling just past her chin, her wide stance. You did it, she said. What? Your task. You did it. You won. Eirene shot her an incredulous look. Of course I did. We did. Her expression softened, and she offered Lamia an uncharacteristically sweet smile. We make a good team, don't we? Lamia's heart fluttered. She swallowed. I think so. You know, I tried your paste on my knee. It hurts a little less. Oh, good. Eirene smiled, widened. I didn't think you wanted it. Lamia shrugged. Well, I did. Be careful with it, cautioned Eirene. Even if the pain is numbed, its cause will still be there. Lamia shot her a withering look. I know that. It's my leg. She stood, letting it take her weight slowly. It's better I move it. It stops it stiffening up so much. Right, Eirene nodded. That makes sense. Maybe we could go for a walk then? I was hoping you could help me with something, actually. Another task? No. Eirene shook her head emphatically. No, this is something fun. Something fun? Repeated Lamia, doubtfully. There was a brightness to Eirene's eyes that made her think there was more to this than Eirene was saying. Yes, something fun, said Eirene. She bounded over to Lamia and took her hand, fixing her with a beseeching expression. Now that I'm no longer confined to my room, I'd love to see the rest of the house. Maybe you could give me a tour. This is not fun, wailed Lamia. She dangled out of the window in Eirene's room, panting and sweating and staring with abject terror out into the darkening rose garden. When she'd agreed to show Eirene around the house, she hadn't realized that Eirene had meant right now. Her father had guests. She could hear their distant chatter from the main house, and he always barred the tower door when they were around. He didn't want them bothering her, but, as Eirene had cheerfully pointed out, that meant the only way to leave was this. Do you need help? Eirene sounded unconcerned. I can push this foot. Lamia felt the softest brush of fingers against her uninjured leg before she snatched it away. No! She wriggled herself through the narrow window as quickly as she could, toppling into the garden. Ow! She managed to avoid landing on her head, but one hand caught the thorny stem of a rose. Lamia! Eirene stuck her head through the window, frowning when she saw Lamia sitting on the ground. "I could have helped you!" Lamia tried not to look sulky as she pulled the thorn from her palm. Why had she agreed to this? "I didn't need help. Are you coming?" "Obviously." Eirene wriggled through the window with a fraction more grace than Lamia had. At least, she managed to avoid the roses. She stood up, wiping mud from her skirts. "Come on." "Are you sure my father won't see us?" Now she was here, outside and breathing in the cool scent of nighttime. Lamia was beginning to regret her ready agreement. Was she truly so easy to manipulate that Eirene only had to smile and ask, and Lamia would do whatever she wanted? She felt her shoulders sag. She had proved her father right. She was easily led, weak-willed and stupid. She would never survive a day on her own. "There'll be 100 people here at least, if my cousin's reports are to be believed," said Eirene confidently. "And there's no easier place to go unnoticed than a crowd." "My father is an observant man," said Lamia quietly, following Eirene towards the side of the house. Eirene waved a dismissive hand. "He'll be far too busy with his rich merchant friends to look closely at the unwashed masses." "I'm not unwashed," said Lamia, stung. "It was a figure of speech," said Eirene. "Come on, let's see how many people there are." Without waiting for Lamia's response, she marched on, heading towards the front of the house. Lamia took the opportunity to sniff at her chiton. Fine, perhaps she was a little unwashed. Eirene came to a stop at the side of the house, the same place where Lamia had paused mere days ago to watch her arrival. Together, they peeked round the corner. Irene's cousin had been faithful in his reports of the numbers of attendants. People were pouring inside in a steady stream, all dressed in bright colours. The moonlight glimmered off the gold that adorned their wrists and throats and brows. Daphne weaved between them, a gold collar studded with gems wrapped round her muscular neck. It had made her irritable. She pressed herself too closely against legs, nipped at the trailing hems of gowns, swiped at sashes. When an elegant man in a deep blue chiton reached out a hand towards her, fingers crooked and beckoning, she snapped at it viciously. The man yelled in surprise. Daphne made a chuffing noise, like a laugh. Eirene let out a whistle. "Leandros knows how to draw a crowd." She turned to Lamia. "I've already seen the main entrance in the courtyard. Let's go in another way." Her eyes darted away, just for an instant, as she said with casualness that seemed somehow feigned, "I'd love to see your father's workshop. You know that I'm a little of a potion maker myself, medicines and things. To be able to see the place where desire itself is made." She trailed off suggestively. "I can't show you the workshop," said Lamia, horrified. "That's beneath my father's private rooms." At least she was fairly sure it was. She'd never actually been there herself. Eirene frowned, opened her mouth, closed it again. Her lips twisted as if she'd made a decision. "What can you show me, then?" Lamia considered it. "The kitchens?" she said eventually. "The menagerie?" "The menagerie?" "It's not so much of a menagerie anymore. Daphne ate the deer, and one of the swans." Eirene stared at her wordlessly. Lamia tried for a smile. "The other one's fine, and the dolphin is still there." "Daphne didn't eat it." "Daphne doesn't like getting wet," Eirene sighed. "The kitchen sounds fine." "All right." It was Lamia's turn to take the lead, walking back to the rose gardens at the rear of the house. There she paused, frowning. She could hear voices, female voices, ringing into the night. "More guests, do you think? But why are they using the back entrance?" "Not guests," said Eirene, wryly. "Servants and performers, outrager. Women aren't permitted to join the symposium, not as guests, anyway." "Why?" Lamia felt a burst of indignation. She had no interest in symposiums. That kind of crowd terrified her. If she thought about it for too long, she would fall into nightmares of them turning on her, pointing and laughing, driving her out with flaming sticks, as her father has always told her they would. But the exclusion of any women felt profoundly unfair. Eirene patted her shoulder. Excellent question. I wish I knew. I'm assuming the kitchens are this way? She moved away from the walls but kept her head low, hiding her face. Reluctantly, Lamia followed. Eirene had been right that there were no guests here. The lack of jewels and finery was a stark contrast. There was a group of girls in plain dresses weaving in and out of the broad back entrance that led to the kitchen, unloading flagons of wine from a cart. Another cluster leaned against the wall, murmuring as they leaned into one another, heads down. As Lamia and Eirene grew closer, Lamia began to pick out snatches of the conversation. "A little on the eyes and the lips does the trick," one girl was saying urgently. "A dab atop your collarbones," said another. "So they'll stare at your breasts," giggled a third. "A smudge between the legs," someone suggested in a sultry voice. "And you'll take home more coin than you've ever had before. I'll get you a good price, girls. I buy from Leandros himself." "What are they talking about?" asked Lamia uncertainly. Eirene shot her a quick sideways look. "I don't know," she said without her usual confidence. "I thought you were showing me the kitchen." She broke off, her eyes wide and fixed on the entrance to the kitchen. Lamia followed her gaze. A girl had just walked out of the house, a girl with thick black curls that fell halfway to her waist, huge brown eyes and high cheekbones, and a thin, almost fragile frame. Lamia looked from the girl to Eirene, from Eirene to the girl. Her own mouth was already shaping the name when Eirene, looking as if she'd seen a ghost, finally said it. "Phoebe," she breathed, and then she had taken off, sprinting towards her sister. Phoebe looked up just as Eirene barreled into her, catching her in her arms and crushing her against her chest. Lamia wavered where she stood, uncertain whether to follow or stay back. She settled on slinking closer, tucking herself into the shadow beneath the eaves and leaning against the wall. "What are you doing here?" Eirene demanded in a low, urgent voice. "Are you stupid? Have you lost your mind since I've been gone? What if Leandros sees you?" Phoebe stiffened and pulled away. "It's not stupid to worry about you, Eirene," she hissed. "They always need more serving girls at these things. They don't care at all who I am. I'm just here to pour wine." "Those jugs are enormous," said Eirene. "Phoebe, I'm worried about you. You look—" "I'm fine," interrupted Phoebe. "I've just been weaving lots, and I'm not actually carrying the jugs. I just needed a way to be let in so I can look for you." "Leandros could still recognize you," said Eirene stubbornly. "So would Stavros. Is he here?" "He's here," said Phoebe shortly. "I expect he wants to try to catch a glimpse of you. You should have seen him when he realized you were gone, and then when Leandros showed up. Leandros went to the house again to say he'd changed his mind, that he wanted you instead. He kept his word." Eirene sounded surprised. "I wasn't sure you'd convince him," admitted Phoebe. "At first, I thought he was coming for me, and I was so scared, Eirene, and then I felt like a wretched creature for being relieved that he wasn't. I can't believe I let you talk me into this. It should be me here." "We've been through this," said Eirene. "What the hell could I do at home?" "Well," began Phoebe, but Eirene was already speaking again. "How is the weaving coming along?" Phoebe seemed to light up. "Oh, it's beautiful," she said, beaming. "It's turning out just as I always hoped it would. I've never made something so lovely,
Just wait till you see it. The colours, Eirene. I knew it would be, said Eirene, laughing. It'll fetch a price like nothing you've imagined. Lamia felt a peculiar fluttering in her stomach. She longed to make Eirene laugh like that. Phoebe's smile faltered. I hate to think that soon it will be gone. We'll steal it back one day, said Eirene. She squeezed her sister's shoulder. I promise, all in good time. Yes, well, Phoebe chewed her lip. Eirene, I have to remind you, these things take time. It will still be a few weeks until I'm finished. A few weeks at least. It doesn't matter, said Eirene, waving off the words. I'm safe, as you see. And a matter of weeks cannot change that. Take the time you need. I really do worry about you. Don't be patronising, said Phoebe. Not while you're putting yourself in so much danger. She leaned closer. Are you close to discovering— Wait! Eirene stiffened, then whipped about. Her eyes searched the dusty yard until they found Lamia. Phoebe, she said, her voice full of false brightness. Let me introduce you to Lamia. Eirene beckoned and Lamia approached slowly, cautiously, feeling as if she was a feral cat still distrustful of humans. Phoebe's eyes narrowed. Phoebe, this is Lamia, said Eirene, her smile forced. She's Leandros' daughter. Lamia, this is Phoebe. Hello, said Lamia. Phoebe opened her mouth, then shut it again. She and Eirene exchanged a look. Hello, she said. Good, now we're all friends, said Eirene. Phoebe, please go home. You've seen me. I'm fine. I won't, began Phoebe, but Eirene cut her off. Go, please, she said. I don't want you here. Phoebe flushed. Even Lamia, though the words hadn't been for her, felt the sharp sting of rejection. I mean, said Eirene, gentler, I don't want to be worrying about you. She touched her sister's wrist. I want to know you're safe. Please, Phoebe, just— She broke off as a man, a stranger, loomed out of the doorway, glowering down at her. Where's your wine jug, girl? We— began Lamia. You two. He turned on her. Get those jugs and get inside. When none of them moved right away, he advanced on them. Lamia let out a squeak and made for the cart stacked with the stopped jars of wine. They really were enormous. She awkwardly lifted one into her arms, then Eirene was at her side, doing the same. Between one moment and the next, Phoebe had vanished. Inside! Bellowed the man. Lamia and Eirene did as they were told. He followed them into the kitchen and flapped them towards the courtyard. There are cups that need filling. Quickly! Eirene drew up beside Lamia and leaned into her, so close that Lamia could feel the warmth of her breath. The jug was heavy, and Lamia's knee twinged in protest at the new weight. Follow me, whispered Eirene. Walk to the furthest corner of the courtyard. Then we dump the jars. If you see Eros or your father, turn around. Don't let them see your face. She squared her shoulders and marched into the courtyard. Lamia followed close at her heels, weaving across the courtyard and round the fountain. There were 2 ducks bobbing about in the water. Drunken men kept tossing them grapes, which they fought vigorously over. They reached the far side of the courtyard, and Eirene stopped, glanced round, then shoved her jug of wine under the table. Lamia followed suit. The man who had shouted at them was still standing by the entrance to the kitchen, scowling out into the courtyard. Keep your head down, hissed Eirene, scurrying away from the abandoned jugs. Lamia ducked her head obediently, the circlet of braids atop her head bobbing with the movement, and followed close behind Eirene. Their hands were still tangled together. Careful,
whispered Eirene, as she tugged Lamia behind a lush display of foliage. "Ow!" said Lamia, though the sound was muffled as Eirene pulled her face first into a large fern. "Sorry," said Eirene. She let go of Lamia's hand. Lamia hadn't realized how warm Irene's fingers were. Their absence was like leaning into a cool wind. "We can wait here until he goes away." Their view of the wooden stage was mostly hidden by a rowdy group of men who were clearly intending to drink as much of the free wine as they possibly could. They took great gulps from their cups between slurred words and staggered into one another each time they moved. Every so often, one would upend his cup onto his clothes to a great chorus of jeers. They took no notice of the two girls lurking in the shadows behind them. Lamia adjusted her skirts compulsively. "Are you all right?" whispered Eirene. She was distracted, her eyes darting around the courtyard, drinking in the crowds. "I'm not sure," whispered Lamia back. She fussed with her skirts again, checking they covered as much of her legs as possible. "You're certain we won't be seen?" "I'm certain. Look, it's almost time for the theatre." Eirene nodded towards the stage. "No one will be looking over here soon, and we can slip away." The drunken group in front of them had begun to holler some kind of drinking song, but Lamia hardly noticed them. All her attention was now fixed on the troupe of actors that were wandering across the stage, tapping their bare feet against the floor and frowning, talking quietly to their companions. There were 3 of them, all lithe young men with round cheeks and soft curls and lips that were full and feminine. There was something fascinating in the way they moved, almost dancing over the smooth wooden veneer of the stage. Lamia flexed the fingers of her free hand. She longed for the familiar feel of charcoal between them. How would she capture their grace, their serenity, a smudge to their limbs, perhaps, to hint at their etherealness? Light flared suddenly from the stage, and the chatter in the courtyard faltered. The actors stilled. The drinking song came to a clumsy, tuneless end. Someone dropped a cup, and the resulting clatter might have been a strike of thunder. Lamia found herself holding her breath until the last clang faded into nothing.
"My dear friends,"
a loud, clear voice spoke into the quiet. The words filled the space like an unpleasant smell, crowding in amongst the cluster of drinkers who seemed to stand a little taller, to tighten their grips on their half-empty cups. Only one man on Zakynthos could have that effect. Lamia's grip on Irene's fingers tightened for a split second before going slack, a compulsive sort of shudder. If she tried to leave, he would see her. That was the only thought that kept her from dropping Irene's hand completely. It had been a mistake to come here, a terrible, foolish mistake. How could she have ever thought to stay hidden from him?
"Welcome,"
said Leandros, striding onto the stage and turning his keen blue gaze upon the audience.
"I am so pleased you could all be here tonight."
19. Eirene. The actors hurried from the stage, disappearing behind the curtain that was draped behind it. As the curtain fell back into place, Eirene caught sight of the room it concealed. Clothes and masks and props covered a low, blocky table.
"Let us not waste time with pleasantries," declared Leandros. "You know why you are here. To drink, to eat, to laugh, to celebrate the glory of the gods who grant us such a life."
The crowd cheered, and Eirene found herself so caught up in the energy of the moment that she almost whooped along with them. She'd spotted Stavros, face down on a table, his upturned cup spilling wine over the wood, and the relief of having one less person to fear was a comfort.
"We gather tonight in honor of Aphrodite and her divine son, Eros," proclaimed Leandros. "My beloved relatives," he added with a coy wink. Enjoy the performance and drink deeply, for the wine flows freely tonight. More cheers. Leandros nodded to the crowd, his eyes sweeping the faces of those closest to him. There was no way he could pick the two of them out from the crowd, but Eirene still ducked instinctively behind a broad leaf. Really, they should leave. But they could watch for a few moments, surely. Eirene peeked out to see Leandros descend from the stage and throw himself into an empty chair at the frontmost table. He made a lazy beckoning gesture, and a very pretty woman in a flowing blue peplos materialized beside him. He said something to her, and she laughed and climbed into his lap. Eirene pulled a face. "Who is that?" asked Lamia quietly. Eirene quickly smoothed her features. She said, "A friend of your father's, I suppose." She was fairly sure it was one of the women they'd seen outside, discussing where to smear desire so they would be irresistible. Leandros pressed his face into the woman's neck. His hand crept beneath her loose skirts, and her eyes fluttered shut. "Friend?" repeated Lamia, in a horrified whisper. Eirene was saved from replying by the striking of a gong. The sound reverberated through the hall as the shortest of the actors retook the stage, now clad in a woman's robe belted above the waist. His face was hidden behind a mask carefully painted with full lips, long lashes, and cheeks that were dusted with pink. Someone in the crowd wolf-whistled, and the actor threw them a coquettish glance over one shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was high. "I am Psyche," he declared, "most beautiful of mortals, and this is my tale, and that of my husband, the great god Eros." Eirene knew that they should be leaving, but she could not help it. She wanted to watch. Lamia was completely still at her side. Daphne slunk past them, a limp white duck hanging from her mouth. Another actor charged on stage. He was enormously good-looking. When he saw Psyche, he fell to his knees in awe, clasping his hands together. "Why, you are the loveliest creature I ever beheld. Has fair Aphrodite walked these lands of late, dropping her own sweet rose petals in her wake? Or are you perhaps a new Aphrodite, born not from the sea but from the land? If that is so, I must call upon my brethren to come and worship you, for roses are nothing to the rare flower you still possess." A snigger arose from the crowd. Leandros's head, which had been buried in his lover's dark hair, came up sharply. The actor didn't seem to notice. He winked and vanished off stage. The third actor took his place. Like the first, he wore a woman's robe and face, though his mask was even finer. In his hand, he held a perfect red rose. "I am Aphrodite," he proclaimed. There was another high whistle from the assembled drinkers, and Eirene saw Leandros's shoulders stiffen. The woman on his lap had noticed his displeasure. She tried playing with his golden curls, and he shook her off irritably. "Who dares to call herself lovelier than I?" On stage, Aphrodite stalked over to Psyche. "This plain, mortal thing? Bah!" The actor gesticulated violently with the rose as he spoke. A single petal drifted down to the stage. "I'll remind the people of this land what power a true goddess holds. Where is my son? Eros!" The second actor returned. Now he had a bow in his hands and a smouldering expression. "Mother, I am here." He winked again, and the crowd whooped and jeered. Eirene watched Leandros take a sip of wine. His jaw was tense. This performance was, apparently, not what he'd had in mind, but it was too late to do anything about it. With this many guests, he could not make a scene over something so utterly beneath him. Aphrodite pointed an imperious finger at Psyche. "You see that girl?" "Oh, I absolutely do." The actor that was Eros winked yet again, quirking his eyebrows, and Eirene frowned at him. He winked too much. Aphrodite smacked him. "I'm not pointing her out as a conquest for you. This stuck-up little bitch.
At Eirene's side, Lamia made a mortified noise. "Thinks she's better than me! I beg you, my sweet son, to aid me in my revenge." As she outlined her plan to make Psyche fall in love with some hideous beast of a man using the power of Eros's magic love-making arrows, Lamia turned to Eirene and whispered, "Eirene." Eirene sighed. Despite the fact she was watching through a plant, she'd actually been enjoying the show, particularly because Leandros didn't seem to be. "Yes." "That's Aphrodite." "Yes." "She doesn't seem very nice." "She's Aphrodite," Eirene whispered back. "She isn't nice. She's a god." "Well, yes, but she's the goddess of beauty." Eirene threw her a scathing sideways look, then softened her expression when she saw how bewildered Lamia looked. She patted Lamia on the arm. "Being beautiful isn't the same as being nice." Lamia didn't seem to have anything to say to that, so Eirene returned to peering through the leaves. On stage, Psyche had laid down to sleep for some reason. Aphrodite's actor had come back on, dressed as a sort of mangy bear. Eros was creeping theatrically across the stage, bow and arrow at the ready. "Eirene!" "What?" hissed Eirene at Lamia. It took her a half-second of staring into Lamia's wounded face that she realised it hadn't been Lamia who had spoken. She whirled round and came face to face with Damon. The sight of him was so wonderfully familiar that she could have wept. "Damon!" She pulled him into a tight embrace. He hugged her back, though it was a little lacklustre. "Damon, it is so good to see you." She released him, grinning. Damon's face was guarded. "What are you doing here?" Eirene shrugged, but her relief at seeing him was draining away as quickly as it had come. "I go where I like," she said shortly. She glanced back at the stage in time to see Eros trip, fall, and stab himself in the leg with his arrow. The crowd hooted. "Are you enjoying the show?" Damon shook his head incredulously. "The show? Eirene, is that really all you have to say?" "What would you have me say?" Eirene would have crossed her arms if Lamia hadn't chosen that moment to slip her fingers between hers and squeeze gently. Eirene squeezed back. Damon's shoulders were hunched. "I suppose that it is true you are living with Leandros now? That you are his wife?" Irene's stomach churned. That is what people are saying," Damon went on. "Stavros boasts of it nightly." Ah, of course her cousin couldn't shut up about his new relations. "Eirene," Damon grasped for her free hand and clutched it in his own. "Tell me he is lying." Eirene carefully pulled her hand from his. "Damon, it is not the whole truth. I can explain. Just be quiet. Leandros will be..." Well, she wasn't entirely sure how he'd react, but she knew it wouldn't be good. "Furious if I'm discovered here." "Not the whole truth. But it is part of it. You really are married to him." Damon's usually cheerful face was twisted with worry and distrust. The creases around his mouth deepened as he caught sight of Lamia, shrinking back into the shadows, her fingers still entwined with Eirene's. His suspicious eyes lingered on their joined hands. "And who's this?" This was not exactly going to plan. "She's Leandros' daughter," said Eirene, stiffly. "Damon..." "Daughter? Keep your voice down." Sorry. Damon raised his hands defensively. "You're just springing a lot on me here, Eirene. Suddenly you're married, a stepmother." "I am not a stepmother," cut in Eirene hotly. Her face flushed with fierce heat. She was not actually married to Leandros and had no intention of ever being so, but the suggestion of being Lamia's stepmother filled her with a unique kind of horror. Eirene and Damon glared at each other in furious silence, punctuated by the proclamations of the actors on the stage and the laughing of the crowd in response. They'd reached the part of the story where Psyche had vowed to kill Eros in his sleep and instead realised how incredibly attractive he was. Eros was yelling at her for betraying his trust, flapping his arms about for emphasis, while Psyche tried to kiss him, grabbing at his face and his crotch. Eirene wished she could pay better attention. She wanted to see every one of Leandros' reactions to this obnoxious display. Damon sucked in air through his teeth. "Eirene, I don't like this. There's something you're not telling me." "There's nothing," insisted Eirene. Lying to Damon was a distinctly unpleasant experience. "Really? Just the marriage and a conjured daughter of Leandros, then?" Eirene sighed. "Damon." He put his hands up to stop her. "Don't, Eirene. I don't need to hear another lie. Just..." He ducked his head. "Promise me you're safe. Next time my master is called to that house, I don't want it to be your bloodless body he's collecting." Eirene frowned. Bloodless? A peculiar word. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, I don't want you dead." "No, not that." She waved away his concern as if she were swatting a fly. "Bloodless body. Why did you say that?" "You mean you didn't know?" Damon's expression was stricken. "Eirene, I thought I told you." "Damon," said Eirene. Dread was an icy claw round her heart. "Tell me what?" Damon's eye flicked past her to Lamia. "Well, tell me," hissed Eirene. He set his shoulders. "When my master collected the body, he said it had been drained of blood." Eirene went very still. Lamia made a small, horrified sound and dropped Irene's hand. The voices of the actors seemed very distant now, the words slurred and softer, as if spoken underwater. Aphrodite was commanding Psyche to sort a heaping pile of grains, and Psyche was wailing in despair. Alexandra had been drained of blood. Blood? But why? And by what? Or, thought Eirene, and it chilled her to her core, by who? Poor, sweet Alexandra. If Leandros was responsible, then she'd never stood a chance. "Eirene," said Damon. "Give me one moment," said Eirene faintly. She forced herself to breathe deeply and focused her attention back on the actors and the stage, where Psyche had completed her grain-sorting task with the help of a swarm of helpful ants. Despite everything, Eirene found herself gritting her teeth in irritation. Ants, really? She hadn't used ants. She'd sorted the wretched things by hand for 3 days straight, until she was so tired that she was near delirious. She wasn't entirely sure that she wasn't a little delirious now. "I have to go," she said at last, more to herself than either Lamia or Damon. "Really?" said Damon. "Wait, no," Eirene wavered. "I want to watch the performance." Grain sorting? What was next? Maybe it could help her prepare for her own upcoming tasks. The performance? It was clear Damon thought she'd lost her mind completely. "I have these tasks," said Eirene. "I think they're going to be the same as Psyche's. I had to sort grain already, and if I stay, maybe I can work out what he'll have me do next." "Didn't she have to go to Hades?" said Damon, at the same time as Lamia perked up and said, "I know the tasks. We don't have to stay." "You do?" said Eirene. "Of course," said Lamia. "This is the story of my family. My father didn't tell it to me in quite the same way, but I know the tasks. The next is retrieving the wool of a flock of man-eating sheep." "Tell me tomorrow," said Eirene, her mind made up. "Right now, I need you to do something for me." She had been feeling progressively guiltier as she tried to come up with a way to trick or convince Lamia into showing her to Leandros' workshop. It was nice to be straightforward instead. Lamia's face paled. It was clear she knew what Eirene was going to ask. "Things have changed," said Eirene. "You heard Damon. Something is wrong here, Lamia, and I have to find out what it is. I need you to take me to your father's rooms. I need to know what happened to Alexandra." Her heart was hammering. She met Lamia's gaze and held it, desperate to convey how urgent her request was. Lamia's expression was anguished. Eirene. Please, Lamia. She voiced the terrible thought gnawing at her insides. I don't want to be next. Leandros was confident to the point of arrogance. The door Lamia led Eirene to, though she refused to go inside herself, was unlocked, and the workshop's location so obvious it was laughable. Behind a huge, lushly blanketed bed was an archway leading to a set of neat steps descending down. You really won't come? She called back to Lamia. No! Lamia's terror was clear. I have already defied my father in bringing you here. Don't make me go any further. Go back to the tower, then, Eirene instructed her. She didn't wait for a response before shutting the door. She allowed herself a moment to square her shoulders and draw in a deep, calming breath. Then she made for the stairs and hurried down them, emerging into a musky-smelling, low-ceilinged room. Leandros's workshop. The workshop was exactly what it should have been, the very image of an evil lair, down to the golden bust of Leandros glowering at her from what seemed to be a sort of shrine on the far wall. Someone, probably Leandros himself, had draped it with a crown of fresh flowers. Eirene let out a snort of laughter. The room was long and dimly lit by two narrow windows high up in the walls. Its centerpiece was a huge wooden table, large enough to seat 12 men on each side. But there were no benches tucked beneath it, and the only chair was a vast, throne-like thing looming over a heap of stained and faintly scorched cloth. The air smelled sour. The near end of the table held an enormous stone bowl, but that wasn't what drew Eirene's attention. The surface of the table was glittering faintly. Eirene moved closer, and the shine resolved itself into a fine layer of silvery powder. Desire. It could be nothing else. Eirene ran her finger over the stained wood. It came back silver, desire clinging to the grooves in her skin. If only there was more of it, perhaps she could somehow work out what made it. She touched her finger to the tip of her tongue. It tasted mild, sweet and metallic, nothing distinctive. She wiped her tongue on her sleeve. So little desire could hardly hurt her, but she didn't want to test that theory too thoroughly. Eirene pulled her knife from her belt and cut a small piece from the bottom of her chiton. Phoebe would be annoyed, but Eirene was used to annoying Phoebe. She swept the rest of the powder into the little scrap of cloth and twisted it closed, then tucked it and the knife back into her belt. Peering into the enormous bowl revealed a little more. Charred sage, shaved pieces of bark, a handful of brightly coloured leaves, poppy seeds, and a number of small white bones. It had to be desire in the making, but Eirene could discern nothing truly extraordinary in the mix of ingredients. The final step, whatever Leandros would do next to transform this mess of detritus into shining, terrifying powder, that was what Eirene needed to know. Eirene hurried over to the shrine next, bracing herself for what she might find there. Alexandra had been drained of blood. Perhaps that blood would be here, a vile offering to Leandros's patron gods. But beside the flowers, the candles, and a heap of fresh fruit, there was nothing there. The bust, Eirene realized, after looking closer, was not of Leandros. Its cheeks were rounder, its lips fuller, its curls tighter, and its eyes wider. Eros. It appeared Leandros was not exaggerating his resemblance to his godly forefather. They were uncomfortably similar, if the sculptor of this bust were to be believed. Eirene shivered and stepped back. The wall opposite was lined with shelves. Those in Leandros's study were nothing on these ones. They were filled with an array of pots, jars, papers, and obscure artifacts. Eirene approached them cautiously. There was no way to prepare herself for what she might find here. After all, if he did not offer it to his gods, had Leandros used the blood to make desire? Did one of these jars hold the last of Alexandra's life, ready to be weighed and mixed and distilled into one of those detested powders? She hoped that was not the secret of desire. The world was full of blood trapped inside mortal bodies, ready to be harvested. She would never be able to stop Leandros from taking it. She swallowed down a swell of nausea. When she lifted her hands to her mouth, they were shaking. She started with the jars, lifting the lids of each and peering inside. She was greeted by an array of liquids and powders and pastes. One was full of rose petals so pungent Eirene sneezed. Another held a glittering, clear liquid that smelled of the sea. Another was full of salt, yet another with pepper. Cinnamon, ginger, yellow saffron. From hooks on the ceiling dangled bundles of drying herbs tied together with fraying brown twine. Eirene recognized the neat knots as her own. There was no blood. Apart from the little jar of a sparkling liquid that Eirene dared not to touch, nothing would have been out of place in a physician's store. She rifled through the larger things crowding the lower shelves. She glanced dismissively into a woven sack of dark seeds, then paused, struck by the familiar scent. Surely not. She reached into the sack and withdrew a hand of lentils. They were unmistakably those she had spent all those days sorting. Sand still clung to their rough surfaces. What use could Leandros possibly have for them? Eirene let the handful of lentils fall back into the sack and moved on, pushing down her unease. Leandros had so many strange possessions, she could not fixate on a few seeds. Wrapped in a square of worn grey cloth, she found a leg, skillfully cast in brass, with curling toes and a smooth, muscular calf. The top edge of the leg was rough. It must have been sawed off some statue. Eirene replaced the fabric. Something about the leg made her stomach turn. Beside it was a wide bowl full of... was that hair? Eirene gagged. Then, fighting down nausea, she leaned closer. Yes, it was hair. Deep, coppery curls twisted loosely together. Again, it unsettled Eirene to her core, though she couldn't explain why. There was something shoved beneath the bowl, a curling corner of papyrus. Trying to avoid looking directly at it, Eirene lifted the edge of the bowl and tugged the papyrus free. She took a step back from the shelves and the leg and the hair, and then, once she was comfortably far away, she looked down at the papyrus. It was a drawing. The woman in the drawing was extraordinarily lovely. The artist had given her huge round eyes and a strong, sharp nose. She smiled as if there was some private joke between them. Her chiton was short, like a man's, and it clung to her full breasts and soft waist. Her hips were round and broad, her arms were crossed, and she stood with her legs apart, her stance unassailable. Her thighs were glorious. Eirene scoffed. Trust an artist to draw such an impossible, perfect woman. One thigh continued to an equally extraordinary calf, but the other ended in a vicious slash of colour. Ochre. Eirene had bought the pigment for Phoebe enough times to recognise its hue. Strange. The rest of the drawing was in plain black ink, all but one final detail. Her hair was coppery red. It swirled around her face as if she stood in the centre of a storm. The drawing brought to mind the stories Eirene and Phoebe's mother had once whispered to her daughters, when the nights grew cold and they all huddled together in the dark. Never go out alone after dark, their mother would always begin, before telling them some story of sirens luring sailors to their deaths, the snake-bodied Dracinae who had the faces of beautiful women, but would swallow men whole all the same, or the brass-legged, flame-haired, shape-shifting and illusion-casting Empusa, demonesses who would charm young men to their beds and then feast on their flesh. "But we are girls," Phoebe would always remind her cheerfully, "so there is no danger to us." "Maybe some of the demonesses have a taste for little girls," their mother would reply, reaching out to tickle Phoebe's round belly. Eirene peered closer at the drawing in her hand. She had not noticed it before, but a thin line had been daubed onto the woman's face, a trail of red dripping from her lips. "Huh," she said out loud. As if in response, Far above her, a door crashed shut. Shit! She had lingered too long. Eirene shoved the drawing back beneath the bowl and ran for the stairs, ascending them as quickly as she could without making enough noise to alert whoever had slammed that door to her presence. She emerged into Leandros' room just in time to hear the furious rumble of his voice in the entrance hall, and Peiros' nasal reply. There was no way she could sneak out of the room now. They'd see her right away. Eirene cast about for a hiding place, and then, seeing no alternative, dived under the bed. She lay there in the cramped, dusty space and strained to listen. Leandros and Peiros were coming closer. Eirene stayed still and tense. Would Leandros retire to bed immediately? Would he sense her the moment he entered the room, or would he go blithely about his evening ablutions? Then what? Would Eirene have to stay here all night? Ungrateful, disrespectful. Leandros was seething as he came in. Eirene allowed herself a smile, even as she shrank against the floor, desperate to conceal herself from his notice. She had known he would be angry about the actors and their performance with its mocking portrayal of his family. "You should punish them," said Peiros. "Punish them as your foremother would. Drive them mad with lust for the same woman, or for each other. Better yet, for the leopard." One word from me and Daphne would tear them to pieces. From the tone of Leandros' voice, he seemed to be considering it. "Do it now, before they flee beyond our reach," urged Peiros. There was a long pause. "No," said Leandros eventually. "No, my desires are precious things. I will not waste them on such scum, especially not now, when we are so close." "You truly believe the girl will be able to find the grove?" "She has proved that she will do anything for her sister," said Leandros. His voice grew soft, considered. "And if she is half as clever as she is determined, there is a chance that she can find it. The fates brought her to me, Peiros. There must be a reason." Beneath the bed, Eirene was still and silent as the grave. She had assumed that Leandros' tasks for her were ridiculous displays of his power over her, and nothing more. And yet it seemed he had some greater plan in mind. "Ensure there are no stragglers left in the house," instructed Leandros, returning to his usual slick authority. "I have work to do." He moved across the room, coming closer to Eirene's hiding place until she could see his feet. His toenails were neatly filed. She wondered if he had Peiros do it. She held her breath. Discovery now would certainly be her destruction. Leandros walked on, past the bed. She heard him clattering down the stairs to the workshop. A moment later, Peiros retreated to the main house, walking quickly and heavily. Once his footsteps had faded into nothing, Eirene wiggled out from beneath the bed and rushed to the door, grateful for all her years of practice in moving about her own house in silence, lest she wake Stavros. She slipped out into the corridor and ran back to the kitchen before emerging, breathless, into the night. Lamia had had to leave the tower door unbarred on her return. With a sigh, Eirene replaced the bar, then skirted the tower until she was standing in front of her own window. Tomorrow, Leandros would set her his second task, finding this mystical grove. Eirene was as prepared as she ever would be. All she could do now was worm her way back through the window, conceal the tiny twist of desire at the bottom of her satchel, and sleep. 20. Eirene. At first, Eirene thought it was the wind that had woken her. She lay there in the dark and stared into the blankness, counting her own steady breath in and out. She was so tired. After 3 days of hardly sleeping, her exhaustion seemed to have permeated into the marrow of her bones. And her neck hurt. She rolled it side to side and winced at its protesting twinges. Eventually, she pulled the thin blanket over her head in a vain attempt to block out the pattering of the rain. Then the sound came again, and she froze. not the wind. It was a long, low moan, like the keening cry of someone in pain. Someone who was surely standing on the stairs of the tower, or perhaps in the little tower room that had been locked when Eirene had passed it. The sound came a third time, thin, mournful, hungry. Hungry? Why was that the word that came so readily to her mind? But now it was there, and she could not dislodge it. There was someone, or something, in the tower, and it was hungry. It was that thought that finally broke her paralysis. She crept from her tiny pallet bed and crossed the room in a daze. The door could be barred from the outside, but what of the inside? She cursed herself for her failure to examine every tiny detail of the room in the light. Not a mistake she would be making again. She began to run her hands over the wall. She traced her fingers again and again over the frame. Nothing. She would have to block it some other way. Stepping lightly, lest the hungry thing hear her, she returned to the bed to retrieve her satchel and the knife within. Back at the door, she shoved the leather flaps and straps of the bag into every gap she could. Then, as a final measure, she shoved the flat of her blade in too, twisting it so that it would stick fast against any attempt to open the door. Eirene exhaled the breath she'd been holding for far too long. She was safe now, her door jammed against any stranger, and now that the danger was over, her fear abated somewhat. Of course there wasn't anyone in the tower. Of course there wasn't. Clunk. A thudding on the stairs. A metallic sort of sound that shot a dart of fear straight through Irene's chest. She stumbled back, tripping over the edges of the stone slabs that made up the floor. She strained to listen, but whatever it was had ceased its movement. The silence did little to calm her. Those had been footsteps, clanging, heavy and uneven, but footsteps nonetheless. She was sure of it. Eirene retreated to the far corner of the room and hunkered down there. If the thing outside came to the door and peered through the gaps in the slats, it would not see her here. Her bed empty, it would assume she had fled somewhere. It would not come inside. She hoped. She waited for what felt like hours, pinching herself awake each time her head lolled forward. But 3 days with so little sleep had taken its toll. Every time she closed her eyes, it took a little more strength to force them open again. In the end, she was powerless to resist. Her exhaustion rose in a sudden, surging wave and, huddled up in her corner, face pressed to the wall, she fell into an uneasy slumber. In Irene's dreams, she was back at the door, and the metallic thudding was growing closer and closer. This time, though, she did not reel back. She peered through the narrow gap and, on the other side, a pale gold eye looked right back at her. And then the door was shaking beneath her fingers, rocking back and forth as the creature on the other side fought to get through to her, as the eye remained unmoving and stared and stared and stared. Eirene opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The eye blinked and vanished. 21. Eirene. Somehow, the second task was even worse than the first. Eirene wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, or both. Leandros watched her closely, his expression politely bemused as she took panicked, gulping breaths and tried to steady her racing heart. He had arrived outside her room at the crack of dawn, announcing it was time for her to return to her labours. He'd been surprised to find his entry blocked, as had Eirene, jolting awake in the corner. She'd almost believed she'd dreamed it all. "As I said," continued Leandros, "the crocuses only grow in crevices on the cliff face. Some attempts have been made to retrieve them, but after several unfortunate accidents, those attempts were not fruitful." "Unfortunate accidents?" echoed Eirene. Her heart wasn't just pounding now, it was throwing itself against her ribcage in a terrified attempt to break free. "No deaths," said Leandros, flashing her that smile of his. But my understanding is that the injuries were... He paused to examine his perfectly polished fingernails, long and filed until they looked sharp and dangerous. Life-changing. Life-changing. Oh, good. Eirene forced herself to keep dragging in breath after breath. She could do this. She had to. Phoebe was at stake, and she would do anything for Phoebe. Even scale down a sheer cliff face to retrieve a god's-damned magical crocus. Even knowing that Leandros would certainly have a plan for the flowers once she brought them back, some new way of brewing desire. Or perhaps he was just setting her a task he knew would terrify her, playing games with her as if she were nothing but a child's toy. Eirene took several deep, soothing breaths before forcing herself to bow her head in a short nod. Her voice was only a little high, and only cracked twice when she managed to speak again. She hated him. Soon she would find a way to destroy him. But for now, she could not defy him. "And how long do I have this time?" Leandros' smile widened. "One day seems enough, don't you think?" It was mid-morning by the time that Eirene, two great lengths of rope slung over her shoulders, squared her feet on the golden sand of the beach and craned her neck upwards. Peiros had brought the ropes to her. It seemed to make the task far too easy, but then she supposed Leandros did not want her to fall to her death. He really did want these particular crocuses, though the jar of fine saffron threads in his workshop would have been enough to satisfy a king. The cliffs towered over her, a seemingly endless expanse of pale grey that stretched up and up and up until the sky swallowed them. Irene's throat tightened painfully, and she shook her head emphatically, clutching her hands about her neck to force the fear back down. Focus. She blinked rapidly and, slowly, almost reluctantly, the cliff face yielded its details to her. Lines that ran over great sections of the stone, patches of determined lichen, 100 nooks and crannies that might each have housed what she sought. At last, she saw it. It might have been just another of the ragged crevices in the cliff face, unassuming, cut into the rock and shielding its contents in dusty shadows. But there, the blazing sunlight caught on something softer. Eirene narrowed her eyes, straining to see, and at last her gaze focused on a single white bloom, the only part of the plant not hidden deeper within the rocks. A crocus. Good. She'd found one. Now she just had to work out how to get it. She dug a short, broad trench in the sand to mark the crocus's location before commencing the long walk up to the cliff tops. Further along the beach, the sand disappeared into coarse grit, then sharp pebbles, then huge boulders where seabirds perched and screeched relentlessly at each other. Eventually, all of it, sand, rocks, beach, was swallowed by the sea. There were caves at the base of the cliffs there, Eirene knew, hollowed back into the rock, but they were only reachable at low tide. Even then, they were damp and cold and utterly barren. Her path took her in the opposite direction, along a broad stretch of beach until the cliffs softened into steep hillside and the bottom of the sea path, flanked by tough rushes, came into view. This was safe. This was familiar. How many times had she come here in the aftermath of the sickness that had decimated the region, of her parents' deaths? She remembered bringing Phoebe, who had always loved the water. "Show me something good," Phoebe would say, and she would sit on the beach, a blanket round her shoulders, while Eirene danced in the shallows, lifting her arms as high as she could. At that time, after that first, most terrible fever, Phoebe had seemed so small, so fragile, swaying like a flower in the wind with every faltering step. But each time they returned, her steps would be firmer, and she would sway a little less. The first time Phoebe joined Eirene in the water, twirling through the shallows, Eirene had wept with something like relief, something like fear, her tears blending with the salt spray. "We will come again," thought Eirene fiercely, putting her foot on the first uneven step of the path and beginning to climb. It was a promise, a solemn vow, even if Phoebe was not there to receive it. We will come again to the sea and another beach, when Leandros is defeated, and we are far from here, and there is enough coin to buy anything we need. We will dance in the shallows. Phoebe would collect empty seashells and pieces of driftwood to festoon the garden paths and drape round their room. They would be happy and safe. All Eirene needed to make it happen was a crocus. By the time she reached the top of the cliffs, it was nearly noon. The sun hung high in the sky and assaulted her relentlessly with its scorching touch. It was unusually hot for early springtime, and she was not yet used to the heat. Her water skin had been full when she'd left Leandros' house. Now she tipped the last of its contents onto her dry tongue. She was careful not to let her gaze stray too far as she busied herself with looping the first of the ropes once, twice, 3 times about the tree's trunk. Then again about the tree behind it, just in case the first one suddenly sprang from the earth and threw itself over the edge after her. Eirene tied good knots. These were the best knots of her life. She secured the shorter rope about her waist, just above the belt of her chiton, with the knives thrust into it, and stepped cautiously towards the edge of the cliff. The second rope she kept loosely coiled round one forearm. She just had to throw it over the edge. Easy. She kept her gaze fixed on the sky beyond. She would not look down. She could not look down. When she was close enough, when the grit kicked up by her feet began to tumble into nothingness, Eirene stopped. She laid both hands above her breast, her thumbs following the curve of her collarbones, and drew in a deep, calming breath. Her chest rose and fell beneath her fingertips. Her heart steadied beneath her left palm. This was her flesh, her bone, her muscle. She was in control. She opened her eyes. She looked over the edge. A mistake. Absolutely not. Her heart surged again, bringing with it a wave of dizziness, and she stumbled backwards. Her foot slipped on a loose patch of stone, and a moment later she found herself sat on the dry ground, her legs folded half beneath her and her tailbone smarting painfully. Eirene swore loudly. She ground her hands into the dirt, dragging her fingers through the dust and leaving ragged trails behind them. The rope fell from her arm and coiled pathetically beside her. Oh, gods! Gods damn it! Why couldn't she do it? It was an easy task, one she should have been grateful for. Scale halfway down the cliff, rip a patch of flowers from their perch, scale the rest of the way down. It was a challenge of physicality alone. She did not have to be clever this time. Anyone could do it. Perhaps Leandros had thought it an easy task to set her, though Eirene remembered the glint in his eyes as he told her what he wanted, and wondered if somehow he had known that it would mean confronting the worst of her fears. She longed suddenly for lentils and for scrabbling about on the floor in the mottled half-light. She longed for Lamia with her wide, bright eyes, if only so that there was a hand to reach for now. The thrumming of her heart seemed to reach a new, feverish urgency, and she felt her face twist in anger and shame. What a coward she was, that the mere sight of the cliff face and the sea below it could reduce her to this. I don't need to be brave, she told herself firmly. I just need to keep going. She forced herself to her feet and checked the rope about her waist, searching for some flaw, some give, but it hardly shifted under the force of her furious tugs. It would hold. Eirene scowled at it. Its surety seemed only to heighten her weakness. She swore again, loudly, colourfully, and once more, just for luck. Then she walked back to the edge and looked over it a second time. This time, she was expecting the dizziness, and she rocked back on her heels with the force of it, but did not fall. She looked down at the beach below, the glittering golden sand and the waves crashing over it at regular intervals. It was so far, so very far. If she were to fall, she'd break like a sparrow's egg tossed from a nest by its cuckoo usurper. She wondered if she'd live long enough to hear her skull cracking before the impact turned her brain to pulp. It had leaked through her ears like the yolk of that sad, broken egg. Was this how Icarus had felt, fleeing the tower that was his prison? No wonder he had flown high to the sun when the sea was so fierce, so terrible, so enticing. She let the long rope fall. Then she turned away from the sea and dropped to her hands and knees, the rope following the line of her spine. She forced herself to breathe steadily round the bight of the second rope that remained tight round her waist. Secure, she hoped. As an afterthought, she pulled off her sandals. She'd have a better grip barefooted. Though what to do with the shoes now? She couldn't well carry them, and they would be a nuisance, smacking into her every time she moved, if she tied them to her belt. But leaving them at the top would mean having to walk all the way up here again. Eirene considered the weight of the shoes in her hands, then, realizing she was probably just wasting time deliberately now, settled for tossing them backwards over the cliff's edge. She did not look to see where they fell. She'd be reunited with them again at the bottom anyway, with a clump of crocuses in her fist. She crawled backwards towards the gentle slope that led to the edge, biting hard on her lip as if the pain would somehow wash away the fear, as she pushed the first of her feet out into open air. She dropped onto her belly and pushed the other foot out and over the edge. Then, her hands tight on the rope that would guide her from the top of the cliff and down, down, down to the bottom, she wormed her way backwards, shuffling her hands down the rope one at a time. The strain on her arms increased until more and more of her was hanging over the cliff edge. Eirene tangled her knees and ankles round the rope. No, that would do her little good. She had to find footholds, something firmer that she could push up on as she navigated her hands over the final lip of stone. She slowly unhooked one leg from the rope and dragged her foot over the cliff face. She should have thought this through more. She should have made sure to descend at a point where at least the first part of the climb was easy, the rock peppered with irregularities that nimble hands and feet could slip into. When her foot finally settled in a stable hold, she released a breath she had been holding so long she was light-headed. She found a second foothold reasonably quickly. Just the hands now. One over the edge and onto the rope. Then the other. That was it. Her whole body hung from the cliff face. She bit down on her lip and held the flesh between her teeth, relishing the pain. Now what? A foot needed to move again. She shuffled her hands down the rope one at a time, her heart racing furiously every time there were fewer than 10 fingers securely wrapped over the rough fibres. Then she was able to move her foot down to a nook some way below the first. She shuffled her bare toes as deep into the stone as she could and pressed down as hard as she dared. Her grip held. The second foot followed. Hand. Other hand. Foot again. She forced herself to look only where she needed to. Straight ahead, occasionally permitting herself a glance at a particularly tricky hold. How close was the sea? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. Hand, other hand, foot, other foot. On and on and on until the motion was all but mindless. Perhaps a little too mindless. Maybe that was why she grew careless with where she was placing her feet. Maybe that was why, when she shoved her left foot into yet another crack, she didn't test the strength of the hold with quite so much vigour as before. She pulled her other foot free, her weight transferring to that singular little gap in the stone. For one long moment, it held firm. The next, it did not. She barely had enough time to scream as she dropped. It was only the instinctive tightening of her fingers on the rope that saved her. As it was, her arms were pulled straight, her elbows locking as she dangled. The only thing between her and certain death was the frantic hold of her hands on the rope. But her strength would not last long. She swung her legs wildly for a foothold. Her hands burned, the rough surface of the rope scraping her palms as her weight pulled her downwards. She couldn't hold on, not for much longer. She was going to fall. Tears were slipping over her cheeks. The muscles of her arms were screaming their protest, her shoulders nearly popping from their joints. She slipped down another foot's length, and felt her palms give against the rope, the skin tearing with a searing pain like she'd plunged her hands into hot ashes. She could feel blood on her wrist, a hot trickle of it. A high-pitched, terrified sob forced itself from her throat. She gasped for air. "Please," she choked out. She wasn't sure who she was asking. The gods? It had to be. There was no one else around. But if the gods heard her desperate begging, they did not listen. Eirene's grip failed. The rope slipped from between her raw, blood-slicked fingers, and finally, almost mercifully, she plummeted downwards.
22. Lamia. Lamia's skin was burning. It was as if someone had taken a hot poker and run it over her face, her chest, her neck, and then thrust it down her throat for good measure. Vague shapes swam, dark and dreamlike, across her vision. Where was she? What was happening? She tried to force her eyes open, and after a moment of struggle came to the realization that they had never been closed in the first place, but she still could not see. A film of fog had been laid over her. She was trapped inside. "Help!" she tried to say. But what came out was a dry croak that brought with it a sharp flare of the fire. Hot coals on her tongue, in her lungs, turning her to ash and dust and... "Lamia!" The voice was shatteringly loud, as if her father had screamed it straight into the withered remnants of her ear, burned away, all burned away. She tried to flinch from the sound, but she managed only a feeble press of her head into the pillows that propped her up. Pillows. She was in bed then. In her bed. Slowly, the blurred shapes around her seemed to make sense. She could not see the fire that still raged through her body, but that rusty smear was her single shutter. The smudge of yellow light shining through the gap fell onto the shape that must have been her father. He was little but a blur of white and gold, shuffling with something laid out on the bed. He must have sensed her watching him. Suddenly the shape of him was looming over her, and his voice was breaking through the dandelion fuzz of her mind. "You're unwell, my sweet girl," he said. "But I'm going to make you better." Unwell? But what of the flames? Could he see them? Could he put them out? She tried to ask him, to beg him, but she could make no sound but the same pitiful rasp as before. "Here," he said, something pressed against her lips, cold and metallic. "Drink it," he urged her, tipping the bowl. "It will help." Lamia tried. She truly did, but she did not seem to have gained control over her body yet. And though she tried her best to open her mouth, to drink whatever it was that he offered her, she couldn't. She couldn't. Something cool and cold slipped over her cheeks. In its path, the burning cooled and quietened. "Ah, I see." Her father pulled the bowl back from her lips. The bowl. Yes, that was what it was. She could see it now, swimming into focus. The glint of the copper, the curve of its rim, its mud-coloured contents, before it was pulled away. "Wait!" Her voice was cracked and quiet, but it was there. Her father brushed his hand across her cheek. There was a white bandage on his arm, blood seeping through the wrappings. "I'm not leaving, Lamia. I know what you need." Lamia tried to turn her head to watch him. There came a sound like a gasp, a sharp inhale of breath, and then a whoosh of the exhale that brought with it a fine cloud of powder. It settled over Lamia. "Breathe," Leandros coaxed her. "Breathe in, my sweet girl. It will help." What could she do but trust him? What else had she ever done? Lamia did as she was told. There was no telling how much time had elapsed when Lamia came to herself again. She was sat up in bed, her blanket tucked around her waist, and the fire had gone out, mostly. The embers still smouldered within her flesh, but she was herself again, her mind clearer. Her fingers moved when she told them to, even if the gestures sent a flare of agony through her. The fog over her had thinned. She could see again. Her father had not left her. He stood beside the bed, bent over a mess of terracotta jars and herbs spilling from twists of papyrus. He was speaking as he worked, muttering to himself. Or was it to her? She caught her name amongst the muddled sounds and strained to listen.
"What am I going to do with you, Lamia?"
His voice was soft and unusually kind, or perhaps that was only a conjuring of her fevered mind. Perhaps all of it was. Her father was still speaking in a gentle, soothing tone.
"I should have seen that it was coming back," he said. "Oh, my poor girl."
He looked up at her and froze when he saw that she was awake and watching him. The break in his composure only lasted a moment. Then his face was splitting with a broad smile.
"Lamia! You had me worried."
She returned his smile as best as she could. His brow creased with worry.
"You are still unwell. Let me. Here."
He ducked down, sweeping something from the floor, the little copper bowl from before, half-drained. Lamia did not remember drinking from it, but she must have done.
"This will help, I promise."
He put an arm behind her and helped her sit up, straighter before, bringing the bowl to her lips again and tipping it back. The tincture inside was an unpleasant greenish brown, and it had the consistency of mud. It tasted foul, bitter, earthy, metallic. But Lamia was too exhausted to do anything but part her lips and choke down the vile sludge.
"There,"
her father said.
"There, that will help."
Lamia sagged back against the pillow, suddenly fizzy. The medicine's bitter sting unfurled from her belly, creeping through her veins until her whole body seemed to prickle and pulse with it. "What is this?" Her own voice seemed to be coming from very far away.
"It will help,"
he repeated. He stroked her hair tenderly, pulling the loose strands back from her face.
"It will help, my sweet girl. Sleep now. All will be well when you awaken."
"No," protested Lamia. Something shifted inside her. Her eyes fluttered shut, and though she tried to open them again, she could not. Light flashed across the blackness, gone as quickly as it had come. Her head spun. She had been here before, in this bed, with this bitter taste on her tongue. She tried to catch on to the memory. There was something there, just beyond her reach. The images came in flashing fragments, slack fingers. Her own fingers? No, not hers. Someone else's fingers, white and unmoving and curved like a dead spider on its back. A spider in a pool of blood. Blood? Lamia could have laughed. When would she ever have seen that? She was dreaming, of course, and frightening herself with her own imagination. She was safe, and she had nothing to fear. The medicine soothed her frantic pulse until it was a steady drumbeat through her body. It cradled her in its warmth, and she slipped into something like a dream in which a beautiful woman smiled at her, her face framed in flames, her eyes were gold, and Lamia was safe with her. What was it that she had been afraid of? She couldn't remember. She couldn't remember anything. Lamia slipped into dreams of fog and ash.
23. Eirene. For a split second, Eirene was in free fall, nothing holding her up, nothing keeping her from hurtling downwards and smashing into the rocks. She was vaguely aware that her mouth was open and that the noise that escaped it was terrible and inhuman. Her eyes were squeezed shut. She did not want to see the water, her death, as it came to greet her. Then the rope round Eirene's waist went taut, and she came to a snapping halt in mid-air. Her eyes snapped open, just in time to watch the cliff face rapidly approaching her own. She turned her head as she slammed into the rock, hip and shoulder first, sending up a cloud of dust and dislodging a flurry of loose stones. She did not hear them hit the water below. The ear that had collided with the stone was ringing, screaming, really. Or was that her? Pain had torn through her body like an arrow. She swung from side to side, bouncing against the stone. Each collision was gentler than the last, but that did not make them painless. She reached out blindly to stabilize herself, and her hands met some kind of crevice. She scrabbled for handholds and pulled herself to an awkward, aching stop. She clung to the cliff face, panting, sobbing like a child. Her hands burned as if she'd plunged them into fire. She ached all over, but she was alive. She was alive. Gradually, her breathing slowed. Her tears dried. When her courage had returned, Eirene opened her eyes and found herself face to face with a patch of silver crocuses. "Oh," she said out loud. "Oh, you little bastards." Then she burst into tears again. She hung there, the rope still painfully tight round her waist, her feet finally secure again in their footholds, buried her face in her red, raw hands, and sobbed. At length, Eirene gained enough composure to examine her discovery. She groped around inside the crevice until she found 2 reasonably firm handholds, then dragged herself up into the hollow. There was just enough room for her to sit inside, her legs splayed out to avoid crushing the delicate little flowers growing from a broad fissure in the rock. They were unlike any crocuses Eirene had seen before. Instead of the usual single blooms, or bundles of 2 or 3, 10 white flowers grew from a patch of long, silvery leaves. Inside, there were no delicate masts of yellow and red, but more of that same silver colour. Eirene leaned in and gave them a cautious sniff. Nothing. The delicate scent and colour these crocuses were usually prized for was lacking entirely. All this for a patch of weeds. Eirene gritted her teeth. With the knife from her belt, she carefully dug the cluster of pale flowers and leaves from the soil, teasing the clumps of dirt from the roots with her dusty, bloody fingers. When she brushed a white petal, she left a rusty trail behind. She wouldn't try to wipe it off. Let Leandros see it. Let him know the lengths she was willing to go. Let him know that she would win this. Removing the rope from round her waist was both a relief and a new terror. Once she extracted herself from the crevice, there would be nothing preventing her from plummeting to the ground but the strength of her own hands. She was not confident they'd hold out against the second part of her descent. It was a small relief that she had perhaps a third of the cliff to go. A cursory glance over the crevice's edge had found the beach far closer than she'd expected. If she fell from here, she might get away with only a pair of broken legs, maybe a black eye. She'd sprawl out melodramatically on her bed at home and force a long-suffering Phoebe to nurse her back to health. Or Lamia. Eirene reeled back as if the thought was a physical thing, an insect that had flown in her face. Why on earth was she thinking of Lamia? Of Lamia nursing her? The girl had barely left her house. What could she possibly know of healing? Ridiculous, muttered Eirene to herself. It was the heat, the dehydration, driving her mad. She busied herself with cutting strips from the hem of her chiton to wrap her hands. She would need a new one soon. This one had been too short for a year or so now, and with great sections hacked out of the bottom, it would be laughable. She brushed the dust from the rough weave as best she could and set to bandaging her bloody palms. Once that was done, she leaned back against the wall of the hollow and breathed slowly and deeply, feeling her heart settle as the fear of falling became less immediate. As it seeped out of her, something else took its place, a coldness that seemed to reach into her very bones, and a pull, not into the open air, but further into the dark crevice behind her. She felt an urgent compulsion to turn, to look, to crawl into the dark and leave the light behind. She shivered, her whole body shuddering, and it snapped her out of the feeling just long enough for her to decide that she should go now. Whatever had made the crocuses as they were was not for mortals. Something terrible lurked in the cliff, and Eirene had no interest in meeting it. The last part of the descent ended up being quite a bit easier, in part because Eirene was a little less terrified now that she realized that falling probably wouldn't kill her. The cliff face was rougher, and Eirene passed at least a dozen more crags housing their own cluster of silver-white crocuses. Whenever she was close enough, she would hack at the flowers with her knife until her hands started smarting again, then toss the butchered blooms into the sea below. Whatever Leandros achieved with the crocuses she brought him, he'd have a hard time replicating it. She revelled in her petty rebellion. She'd stuffed the crocuses for Leandros down the back of her chiton for safekeeping. The waist sash stopped them slipping out completely, but they moved around far too much for her liking as she lowered herself, foot after foot, hand after hand, to the safety of the beach. Her whole body was trembling by the time she made it. She dropped the final distance to the sand. Her legs crumpled at the impact, and she sprawled face first to the ground. She lay there for a moment, prone, her mouth and nose full of grit, before somehow finding the strength to roll onto her side. She was careful not to crush the crocuses. She refused to make it all the way down, only to destroy them now. She tilted her face to the sun. A laugh bubbled past her lips. She'd made it. She'd made it. 2 tasks complete and only 2 remaining. She couldn't wait to see Leandros' face when she sauntered back to the house, crocuses held aloft in a bloody fist like a torch of victory. She caught herself smiling, and all her joy and mirth vanished in an instant. 2 tasks left. How had she fallen into the rhythm of Leandros' demands so easily? Her purpose here was not to complete the 4 tasks, to help Leandros in his endless pursuit of power. It was to save Phoebe. It was to keep Leandros away from her until her weaving was finished. It was to discover and destroy the secret of desire, to take from Leandros the thing that gave him all his awful power, and to run, leaving Lamia behind. The thought made her breath catch. She forced it swiftly from her mind. Eirene raised herself to her knees and examined her hands. They were in bad shape, to say the least. Bright red blood had soaked through the makeshift wrappings, and when she went to peel one of the strips away from her skin, the movement brought with it a searing flare of pain. She'd have to soak them off later, in cool, clean water. Her feet were scraped and bruised and filthy, but it was all relatively superficial damage. The side of her face had been badly scraped when she slammed against the cliff. She trailed her fingers over the damaged skin and winced. She'd have to put together a poultice of yarrow and honey and pray that it didn't get infected. The shoulder on the same side was a mess of purple bruising, but all that could be addressed later, when she was back, when the crocuses had been presented to Leandros and he'd reluctantly admitted she'd succeeded yet again. She staggered to her feet and cast about for the sandals she'd tossed down so long ago. It would be a long walk back. It was dark when she reached the house. She marched through the main door and into the courtyard. Daphne was stalking the remaining ducks, her tail swishing back and forth, making her way to Leandros' study. Peiros had heard her come in. He scurried after her like a rat, protesting loudly that she could not just barge in like that. Eirene turned sharply to face him. He flinched. She knew she looked terrible, her cheek torn and swollen. "I'd appreciate it if you would fetch Leandros," she said sweetly. She'd yet to replace the knife in her belt. She flipped it over and over in her hand, pretending that the tender flesh of her palm did not sting each time that she did. She thrust the curtain to the study aside, speaking over her shoulder. "And be quick about it. I've brought him a beautiful gift." As sour as Peiros's departing face was, he was quick about it. Soon, Eirene heard Leandros' steady footsteps in the corridor outside. She felt the smallest prickle of fear. There had been no blood in his workshop that she could find, it was true, but something had happened to Alexandra, and something went into Leandros' desires to make them so powerful. And here Eirene was, giving him something else he might be able to add to the enchantments. She looked down at the crocuses in her lap, with their tangle of muddy roots. Before she could convince herself out of it, she tore a single white bloom from the bunch and stuffed it into the sleeve of her chiton. She shoved the stem beneath the pin of her brooch at her shoulder and prayed it wouldn't fall out until she was well clear of the study. She snatched her hand free of the sleeve just in time to receive Leandros. He pushed aside the curtain with his usual flourish and glided inside.
"Eirene, I should have known you'd manage it."
His delight seemed genuine. Then he saw her, and his warm smile changed to a melodramatic mask of horror.
"Oh, Eirene, dearest, look at your face."
Eirene waved a dismissive hand. The gesture pulled at her bandages, and she had to suppress a grimace of pain. "It will heal." Leandros' smile returned.
"Well then," he said brightly, "you found my crocuses."
Eirene could have set them down on the desk or taken a single step so that she was close enough to merely drop them in his hands. She had a sudden urge to throw the bunch at him, to watch the mess of roots scattering soil over the floor as he threw his hands up just in time to snatch them from the air. But she was still afraid of him. She settled for reaching out and slamming the flowers into his hands with more force than necessary.
"Careful," he admonished her. "These are precious."
"I know that," said Eirene pointedly, indicating her battered face. Leandros seemed not to notice. His attention had already shifted to the flowers clutched against his chest like a child.
"There's a flower missing."
He fingered the broken stem idly. "I had to scale down a cliff with it," said Eirene, her tone as icy as she could make it. She was becoming a fine liar. "The rest are there and intact. It's enough for your purposes."
"And how would you know what's enough for my purposes?"
He put on a high, mocking imitation of her voice. Eirene ignored the slight. "Am I wrong?" she challenged him. "Is the final flower so essential?" Leandros tossed the plant onto his desk. Soil fell from the tangled mess of roots onto an unfurled scroll.
"It will do."
As I thought. After Leandros had dismissed her, Eirene returned to the tower. She paused outside her room, then turned away from the wooden door and made instead for the stairs, kicking off her sodden shoes as she went. The steep spiral of the staircase did not intimidate her anymore, not since she'd scaled a cliff face. She did not stop on the landing with its locked door. She ran all the way up. The curtain at the very top of the stairs was drawn half aside. Eirene paused there, breathing heavily.
"Lamia?"
A small sound came from within the room. Taking that as permission to enter, Eirene slipped through the gap. It took her a moment to see Lamia. She was huddled beneath her blankets, her face paler than usual, which was very pale indeed, and her hair was a wild tangle. When she saw Eirene, she pulled herself slowly into a sitting position. Her eyes were huge and bright, in the way that Phoebe's eyes would be when she had a fever.
"Lamia," said Eirene.
"Gods, you look... Are you ill?" With a visible effort, Lamia shook her head. "Better now. I was sleeping. My father gave me medicine."
"Well."
Eirene shuffled her feet. She should have visited Lamia before she left for the cliffs. Then she would have known she was unwell. She could have made her a tincture. "I brought you something," she said, and thrust her hand forward before she could talk herself out of it. The flower, now battered and bruised from its time shoved into her chiton, looked rather small and pathetic in her palm. Eirene felt her cheeks grow hot with embarrassment as Lamia stared fixedly at her hand. She had thought to be sweet, but it was a pitiful gesture. "Oh," said Lamia. Her voice was very soft. She spoke as if there was something caught in her throat. "Oh, Eirene." She had meant to say, "I'm sorry," but Lamia's next words had the apology dissolving into nothing on her tongue. "It's lovely," said Lamia, and burst into tears. 24. Eirene. Eirene waited until Lamia fell asleep, her breath growing slow and even before she left. She wanted to get into the workshop again, to search for clues she must have missed before. But no sooner had Eirene returned to her room than Peiros materialized outside her door. "What do you want?" she asked suspiciously, peering through the gap. Peiros spoke in his usual emotionless monotone. "The master requests that you join him for dinner." Eirene gave him what must have been a completely blank look. "He requests what?" Peiros ignored her question. "This way, if you will." He turned and marched towards the door that separated the tower from the main house. "Wait," said Eirene hurriedly. My shoes." She grabbed the sandals from where she'd thrown them. They were still filthy, still wet with sea spray. Peiros either did not hear her or he did not care. Eirene laced up her sandals in record time before racing after him, following the slapping of his footsteps ahead. He led her, eventually, to a room at the far side of the house, separated from the corridor by a large, purplish curtain. Eirene had never been here before. It was an unpleasant reminder of how much of a stranger she was here, and how ineffectual an investigator she was proving to be. She should have known the house from top to bottom by now. She should have discovered the secret to creating desire. She should have destroyed it, not just stolen a tiny pinch of the enchanted powder and run away, her tail tucked between her legs. "In there," said Peiros shortly, indicating the purple curtain before vanishing through the nearest door. A gust of hot air came from the door, and it filled Irene's nostrils with the most glorious scent she had ever smelled. Roasting meat, certainly, and garlic and onion, and a medley of herbs. Her mouth watered, and she was suddenly twice as hungry as she had been before. Was that what she was about to eat? The smell was irresistible, and she almost forgot that she was meant to be going through to the adjacent room. She caught herself with her hand on the door to the kitchen, and reluctantly turned back to the purple curtain and the room that lay beyond. She plucked at the edge of the curtain. It was heavy, finely woven. It must have been astonishingly expensive. "Eirene?" The voice, muffled but still distinctive, came from the room beyond. Leandros. Eirene had not truly considered until now what Leandros might hope to gain from their dining together. Perhaps he was reconsidering their bargain. Perhaps he wanted her as his wife after all, and now longed to win her favour through extravagant feasts and rousing conversation. Eirene fought back a giggle, her apprehension ending abruptly. Not likely. Whatever it was, it could be nothing terrible. They had an agreement, after all, bound in blood and sworn under the watchful eyes of the gods. And Eirene was hungry. Really hungry. She squared her shoulders, yanked the curtain aside, and marched inside. The room she entered was a vast entertaining hall that could have held more than 100 men, and it was completely empty but for its single occupant. Leandros sat at one end of a long wooden table, his hand coiled lazily round his cup and an empty plate laid before him. He'd dressed up, Eirene was sure of it. His chiton was a rich blue, his hair was perfectly curled, and he had golden bangles spiralling up both his wrists. A wine jug stood before him, and the creases of his lips were dark with drink. "Eirene," he greeted her enthusiastically. "Sit." He indicated a chair that had been pulled up a little way down from him. An empty plate had been laid there too, and a matching cup. Eirene approached it cautiously and sat. She pulled her knife from her belt and put it beside the plate. Then, thinking better of eating with a knife still marred with soil and streaks of crocus stem, she wiped it clean on her skirt and set it down again. Leandros, who had been watching her with open curiosity, raised an eyebrow. Eirene sat stiffly, her hands folded neatly in her lap, and said nothing. The silence stretched out between them. "You know," said Leandros eventually, with a sparkling laugh. He leaned forward, making a temple of his hands. "I must confess I did not expect you to still be here. I thought you were an arrogant little girl who needed curtailing. But 2 tasks later, I think you might be proving me wrong." Again, Eirene said nothing. "Say thank you," said Leandros sweetly. He picked up the knife beside his plate and rested the tip on the tabletop, spinning it back and forth between his fingers. The threat was clear. "Thank you," said Eirene. The words caught in her throat. "Good," said Leandros, though he did not lay the knife down. Eirene startled as the curtain was thrust aside. Peiros skulked inside. He nodded to Leandros and took up position against the wall, a silent sentry. "Peiros," called Leandros, his tone gently admonishing. There was a glint in his eye. "You forget your duties. Our guest has nothing to drink." Peiros scowled, but he stepped forward obediently to fill her cup with wine before standing back against the wall. "There, that wasn't so hard, was it?" Leandros picked up his own cup and lifted it in Irene's direction as if he were toasting her. He brought the cup to his lips. Eirene picked up her cup. The liquid inside was clear and dark and, though the colour was not quite right, made her think immediately of blood. The blood that had trickled from Lamia's palms 3 nights prior when she'd cut herself open to summon that astounding light of hers. The blood that had been drained from Alexandra. The blood she had found no trace of in Leandros's underground workshop. "Eirene," said Leandros, "why do you frown so darkly? Is the wine not to your liking?" "It is nothing," said Eirene quickly. "Come now, we will be husband and wife. You do not think I would stoop to enchanting your wine?" She hadn't, actually. She'd been too wrapped up in her thoughts of blood. Now, though... "Let me put you at ease," said Leandros. He reached out and switched their cups, then drank deeply from Irene's. He wiped the red from his mouth and smiled, his teeth stained as if with gore. Eirene flinched. "Your turn," Leandros growled. He would not have poisoned his own cup, would he? Eirene lifted it and took a cautious sip. It did not taste as she'd expected. When Stavros came in, reeking of drink, it was always an awful, sour smell. But this was sweet and floral and delicious. She took a longer drink. And another. "Careful," said Leandros. He gave her a crooked smile. "Do you like it?" Eirene ducked her head. "It's delicious," she admitted to the table. "Just you wait. There's more." He was not lying, for just then the curtain was opened a second time, and servants, hired from the village, she supposed, poured inside. Eirene barely looked at them. She was too distracted by what they held in their hands. They were carrying the food. The food. Heaps of puffy flatbread billowing steam from the tears in their sides. Some kind of large fowl had been plucked and roasted with garlic, thyme, and rosemary. It was still spitting oil. It was followed by a huge fish, its head and tail neatly removed, and its skin peeled back from the succulent pink flesh. A platter of garnished chickpeas was placed beside it, and Eirene breathed in the sharp scent of mint. Then there were fresh figs, apples, grapes, apricots, and a whole bowl of glittering pomegranate seeds. Asparagus stems and olives, a heaped bowl of walnuts. Eirene could do nothing but gape. Leandros watched her with amusement.
What did you expect, my dear Eirene? That I would starve you, my bride-to-be, after you brought me such a fine bounty?" Eirene made a face. The word bride-to-be made her nauseous, frankly, and yes, she had thought he would let her starve, or at least that he would not feed her quite so well. She ran her tongue over her teeth and swore she could still feel the grit she'd choked down. "You are halfway through your tasks, are you not? We do not celebrate things by halves here." He didn't wait for a response before sweeping a golden hand over the food and grinning. "But I won't keep you from your feast with my idle conversation. Please, eat." He reached for the heaping pile of bread and took one. Eirene followed suit. When Leandros cut a piece of fish, so did she, then pomegranate seeds and asparagus and everything else. Whatever Leandros took, she took. Whatever he was willing to eat seemed likeliest not to be poisoned. When he took a fig, her heart flipped with excitement. She'd been eyeing them since they were set down. She selected the fattest, ripest fig she could find, its skin dark and stretched taut over its flesh. She followed this with a golden apricot, a bunch of dark grapes. Leandros cut a glistening wedge of meat from the side of the bird and leaned over wordlessly to drop it on Irene's plate. Eirene usually preferred the darker meat of the thigh and the leg, though she decided it'd be wise to keep this to herself on this occasion. She cleared her throat. "Thank you." "Take more if you like." Leandros cut himself a hunk of meat. "You must be hungry." Eirene shrugged and did as he bid, tearing a leg from the bird and adding it to the pile on her plate. She supplemented this with another sprinkling of pomegranate seeds and another fig. She could smell its ripeness before she'd even prized it open. She had a sudden memory of refusing to eat the figs and plums that Leandros had sent to the house for Phoebe. There was a reason, but she could not quite remember it now. Surely there was nothing more insidious here than an appallingly rich man who had found a way to grow fruit out of season. Certainly his roses always seemed to be in full bloom, and they shouldn't have been out until it was almost summer. She relaxed a fraction and picked up her cup. Peiros had refilled it without her noticing, and she drank eagerly. She had not realized how parched she was, and the wine really was delicious. The moment she saw Leandros take his first delicate mouthfuls of bread, Eirene began to eat. She was as methodical in this as she had been sorting her seeds. First, she stripped the fish of the bones, picking out the delicate shards with her fingers. She heaped the bones on the edge of her plate. She tore bite-sized pieces from the bread and used them to shovel the flesh into her mouth. When that was finished, she turned to the rest. The chickpeas were warm and filling, the figs as sweet and ripe as she'd known they would be. The olives were salty, the asparagus stems tender and sweet. The pomegranates cut through it all with their sharp tang. She could taste the wine, heady and overpowering. She was so hungry. She ate ravenously, hardly pausing for breath. Leandros, thank the gods, seemed to have no interest in distracting her with idle chatter. At last, she slowed. She took a half-hearted bite from the extra leg Leandros had bid her take, then replaced it on her plate. She'd vastly overestimated the number of olives she could eat. Half a dozen lay beside a scattered heap of chickpeas and a pulverized fig. "Keep eating," Leandros encouraged her. Eirene laughed, but obediently threw a handful of pomegranate seeds into her mouth. They were bursting with sour juice and slick with fat from the bird, though the richness was no longer quite as appetizing as it had been before. "I think that's all I can manage," she told him, tucking the seeds into her cheek as she talked. They were growing harder to chew, more fibrous, now that she wasn't swallowing them down so quickly she hardly had time to taste them. She felt peculiarly giddy. "Of course it isn't," said Leandros. "Keep eating." "No, really." Eirene pushed her chair back from the table and rested her hands on her belly. It was round and firm beneath her fingers, such as it had not been for years. She laughed, a startled sound of satisfaction. "I've never eaten so much in my life." "There are people starving in the village you came from, dear Eirene,"
said Leandros. His voice was as warm and friendly as it had been moments ago, but there was an edge to it now. "And I told you to keep eating." Eirene stilled. Amongst the food and the wine, she had forgotten who she was sitting before. This was Leandros, a man who shilled vicious enchantments to snatch young women's wits from them and lead them into the beds of Zakynthos' foulest and richest. This was Leandros, who kept his only child locked away in a tower, whose wife had been found drained of blood. Eirene risked a sideways look at him, and her heart leapt unpleasantly as his steady blue gaze met hers. There was no pretense there. His eyes were filled with smug cruelty. Eirene looked away, back down at the food left in front of her. What had looked so appetizing half an hour before now might as well have been a heap of clay. The thought of taking another single bite was obscene. Eirene pushed the plate away and shook her head. "I can't," she protested weakly. "You can," said Leandros. He leaned forward and reached out to settle one of his perfect golden hands over hers, a spider crouching above its hopelessly entangled prey. Irene's fingers were greasy and sticky from eating, but his were perfectly clean. It was only then that Eirene realized she hadn't seen him take a single bite of food, but for those few restrained mouthfuls of bread at the beginning of the meal. Since then, he'd just sat there, sipping his wine, watching Eirene. His plate was full. His next words were cold and commanding. "You will." What else was there to do? She picked up the meat again and tore a chunk from the bone with her teeth. She made herself swallow. At least this was edible, she told herself firmly. Better than raw lentils and grain and sand. Even so, her body revolted as she took another bite and tried to force it down. It stuck in her throat, and it took several wheezing gulps of wine to dislodge it. After that, she took smaller bites and alternated them with sips of wine. Even that had lost its appeal. Eirene left as many slivers of meat clinging to the bone as she dared and set it down. Her stomach didn't just feel full now, it felt bloated, distended, like it had been forced to swell to twice its natural size. She could have sworn she could feel the food beginning to wrestle its way back up her throat. She tried in vain to swallow down a violent swell of nausea. "I'm finished," she choked out. Leandros tapped his fingers on the tabletop and offered her a dazzling smile. "Finished?" She didn't dare repeat herself. She was sure that she'd retch. Was this how Phoebe felt when she was ill and all food made her queasy? Eirene did not know how she stood it over and over again. The wine was hitting her now too. Her thoughts took longer to pin down, and her vision blurred as she dropped her chin in a listless nod. Was this how Stavros felt, each night he struggled home from the symposium? If it was, Eirene could not understand why he always seemed so determined to return to his cups. She felt dangerously out of control. "Oh no, Eirene, I don't think so," said Leandros. "There's perfectly good meat there, Eirene. I know you were not raised to be wasteful. A few more mouthfuls, and you'll be done." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "In this house, we finish what we start. We complete things. We don't come back from the cliffs with a bunch of flowers missing a bloom." Eirene made a sound that wouldn't have been strange in the mouth of a dying dog. Was that what this was? A punishment for a missing flower? "Oh, dear," said Leandros. "I think you'd better be getting to bed, my little bride-to-be. Just finish your food, and then Peiros can take you back to the tower. Come on." He stood, a blurred shape suddenly looming over her. Eirene felt for the greasy bone and brought it to her lips, pulling the last scraps of meat loose. She couldn't bring herself to swallow this time. She chewed quickly and shoved the vile pulp of flesh into her cheek. It had a rotted taste to it now, like a bird that had been slaughtered in the morning and left to fester all day beneath the searing heat of the sun. Eirene dropped the bone on her plate and slumped back in her chair. Leandros sat slowly, his edges still blurred, the details of his features lost in a fog. She blinked, trying to clear the haze that had descended over her vision, little stars dancing at the edges. Her breath caught when she inhaled, a soft hitch of panic. Why couldn't she see? Was she going to faint? Leandros was talking, but she could not pick out the individual words. "Please," she tried to say, but even to her own ears the word was just an indecipherable moan. "I can't." Leandros's voice grew louder and more urgent. A warm hand fell upon her shoulders just as her head slipped from her hands and she slumped forward onto her plate. The bones she'd picked clean pressed against her cheeks, but she was already too far gone to be disgusted. Poison. He must have poisoned her. Was she dying? Or desired? Surely not. She hated him as much as she always had. The stars in her vision surged and spread until she could see nothing but the night sky spread out before her, and then she was gone, lifted from the earth, spiraling amongst the stars.